west, north, and south. Okay, so what exactly is your question on there?
So is that the one that's in the nest? I was just a little confused.
So I was going to answer that, George.
That's the one that's in the nest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Doman said, and it looks like those were not from. If that's an accurate picture of the rail line, that looks like it was blown by. I don't think it was blown by.
Can I answer this, George?
It looks like it was blown by sabotage. That doesn't look like a hit to me.
Nick, can George hear me?
Buried something into the side of that rail.
George, can you hear David?
Oh, I can't hear David. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So we've got one of those splits, and when that happens, I never know who it means has a problem.
Oh boy.
Yes. Well, it's okay. I'll drop down, and then we'll find out, won't we?
Can everybody else hear David?
All right, David is going to recycle. So George, carry on.
Okay.
So we've got railway lines being cut north and south of Melitopol, and my recollection is that Melitopol has been the center of partisan activity for the last year. I believe there are bits of the Melitopol region that are essentially no-go areas for the Russians.
Yes.
So
Yes, and it looks like it could be like a strike, but the way that it just doesn't look that way, because if you look at the hole on the side of where this rail embankment is, it just seems a little bizarre. And the way that the lines are cut cleanly, it just looks like somebody just used something that can cut rail pretty good.
George, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, right. I'll see if I can get an invite up. 1 second. You keep going, and then I'll get on and try and answer it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a missile hit, because
it's not a missile. It's not a missile hit. It's
yeah. No, it's somebody on the ground that cut those rails. And yes, I mean they can be repaired, but it all depends on the bed too, because one of the things that looks like it was damaged, there's a concrete railroad tie there that looks like it's been damaged, and those have to be replaced. But hey, if you can stop railroad traffic, right, for 8 hours, and I wish we had a couple of railroad guys on here, it backs up traffic further up and down the line, right? So you're stopping traffic all along the line that was going to bleed into this one. So 8 hours really starts becoming a little bit more than 8 hours. Like, it might take you 8 hours to repair it, but the backup might take you 24 hours to unjam, because now everything's backed up, miles up whatever that spur, whatever that line is. So, when you see things like that, these are things that, like I've said, we saw, during right before major operations during World War II, whether it was partisans in France or in Italy or what have you, because they knew that these things would be replaced quickly, so you didn't blow them a week before something was going to kick off, right? Because then what's the point?
Yeah, exactly.
Replace it. You're going to get you lost a day, right? You lost a day, right, David? You lost a day, but you fixed it, and now you've had another week or 10 days to, double up your shipments there, what have you. But if I blow the rail line 24 to 48 hours before, and I'm blowing other things up, then if I'm the defender, now which rail line do I fix first? And do I have time to fix it? Because if they blow the rail line 24 to 36 hours before an offensive, and the offensive kicks off, that's the last thing I'm worrying about right now is a rail line. And that's what happened to the Germans, right? The rail lines, like if you look at D-Day and if you look at maps and see how things were blown up and when they were blown up, then you understand why they were done on a certain timetable. Because what that did was it jammed up. We see the reason why the Germans couldn't push the Americans, British, and Canadian, and Polish, and Czech, and everybody that was involved. All these units that were involved in landing in the 5 beaches and the 2 airborne drops, 2 massive airborne drops that were done during D-Day, was because the Germans couldn't get their heavy forces to the front. Rail lines had been blown up. They were getting attacked as they were trying to get together, by aircraft. This one, obviously, that might not be the case for the Ukrainians, but hey, if I'm trying to marshal units together 60, 70 miles from the front and I'm getting clobbered by HIMARS and small diameter bombs that are launched from a HIMARS system, I got problems. So these are the type of things you see, when something's getting ready to brew. Now, here's the other thing is, the Allies did the same thing at the Pas de Calais, which really confused the Germans, right? Because the Germans didn't know where a lot of them thought, okay, they're going to take the most obvious route, which would be the cross where the English Channel was narrowest, right, David? Which would be from that southern coast of England to Pas de Calais, right?
The port of Calais, yes.
Yeah, Port of Calais. Excuse me.
No, the Pas de Calais means the Straits of Calais.
Yeah, the Straits.
PAS.
But I said 2, not across.
Yes. So what happens is this here at Melitopol, these bombings here could be part of the game, right? There's going to be this game that's going to be played, the guessing game of where the hell the Ukrainians are going to actually put their main effort. Is it going to be down here, or are they going to pop rail lines further to the west, like further to the east? Excuse me, toward Donetsk and Luhansk and that area. So this is where the guessing games are going to be taking place over the next 24, 48, and 36 hours, right? Because the Russians know some of this history and might say, oh, it's going to happen around Melitopol. Let's try to move units there. Well, guess what? If it doesn't happen in Melitopol, you just wasted moving the very few units you have left to a place where it's not going to happen. So this is going to be a guessing game, and that's all we're discussing here. This is going to be a guessing game for everyone. We're just reporting what's obviously out there.
And of course, we're also taking part in the guessing game because there are lots of things that could mean something.
Exactly.
But we are probably no better placed than the Russians to know what's going on. Domen actually went with the tweet that Domen put, and he said, well, let's have a look. What did he say? He said, what does that mean when you blow logistics lines? And I sort of rather sarcastic. Well, presumably you want to blow them up as often as you can. The point is, of course, your partisan resources are limited. They can only blow up things so often. It's a risky business. And so north and south of the town, both at once, but yet it's quick to repair. If something is going to happen, it's going to happen in the next few hours. I agree.
No, so listen, it's not necessarily that. It could be several things. You blow it up north and south because one reason, right? Because you're trying to stop things coming in and things going out. So it means that you're most likely trying to trap something that's currently in there, right? So whatever that is, so there are several aspects to this. So I've looked at it. The explosion, the one bit, it's not a missile. It looks like someone's dug in a mine, which has gone underneath the concrete, right? that obviously blows that part. That causes there's an extra delaying factor, because it isn't just a case of replacing train track, because you've got to then you've got to make sure that everything is settled in properly and all sorts of things. So you may get more than 24 hours out of this. You may get 48 hours, because they still have to get the extra train tracks for you, and we'd have to look at the other piece at the top, on the other edge, to see what they've done there. But not a missile. Looks like an anti-tank mine, and the train track was cut. Pretty well, really, wasn't it? I think. But there's the other part which is about the logistics, and this is really quite important, right? And this might be part of it, right? So if you've got there's a logistics hub or whatever, let's just say it's in Melitopol, and they're taking stuff out there, or stuff goes further up the track to somewhere else, right? So they at this point, because there will be people who are desperate for those supplies, whatever they are. Let's just say they're running out of small arms ammo, for instance, right? So they're desperate for that, so they'll have to dispatch a vehicle with a small arms supply in it, right? That slows everything up. And then, so everyone in upstream who are using ammo like nobody's business, right? They'll be desperate, and then that causes a cascade, as we go on about the cascade of problems, right? Because then they've got to get in another truck in, more trucks need to be used. Oh, and guess what? That takes more fuel as well, doesn't it? Right? And importantly, right, when you're using many more trucks like this with something like drones, you can watch those safe routes that they're using. So the safe routes will be important to the Ukrainians to know, yep, that road isn't mined, that road isn't mined, that road isn't mined, right? So there's a whole load of good stuff you get out of it. Yeah, and you're right, Nick. And the thing is that with partisan, you can't have them out every night in the same place, doing stuff. So it does indicate something, and given we've got lots of bangs going on at the moment, it probably is. But I would guess that they're trying to trap something in, or they're trying to stop something from coming in the other direction somewhere.
David, really quick, you hit on something. So yeah, the other thing is, so you're talking about a train, right? How many cars? 10 cars, 10 railroad cars, 5 railroad cars, 20 railroad cars.
Could be 50.
It could be 50. Let's take a little itty bitty train, okay? 5 rail cars. How many trucks do you need to replace 5 railroad cars?
100.
Yes. And that's the difference, right? You've now dropped the supply to a literal trickle. And like you said, now I can see, okay, I can get my drone. Let's say they drive at night. Well, I get my drones up at night with my thermals, and I'm like, oh, there's 2-3 trucks. Let's see where they're going. Then, hey, the next day, if it's within artillery range or whatever, you can drop some artillery laid mines, so that then the next day they think, oh, this is a safe road, and boom, boom, now they just lost 2 trucks. Or you get your partisans to go out there and mine the road, right? Because you've seen it. You're like, hey, at certain coordinate, there's a turn on the road right here. That's a perfect spot to lay a couple of anti-tank mines or anti-vehicle mines or what have you. So yes, I mean, this is what we're seeing here is just the tip of the iceberg of the cascade of effects that this is going to create, right? So if let's say they hit that ammo dump in Melitopol, right? And like you said, their small arms ammunition went up. So now we've got to get trucks to replace that. Well, the trucks are going to be a trickle of what you're used to getting, because Melitopol is only feeding, it's probably not feeding only one unit at the front, but several, right? Because it's a crossroads, right? And there's different roads that are going left and right and, all over the place. So it's a central hub. So if you can starve that, whatever it is, whether it's fuel, ammo, what have you, at Melitopol, then, like you said, your cascade effect at the front, and now they've got to figure out a way to either fix this quickly or bypass it and use trucks. And when you use trucks, now you're back to really crude, rudimentary type of logistics.
And there's another one, right? So maybe it's easier for them to track trucks from Melitopol, from wherever the drop-off point is, wherever they stop on the track, right? So maybe you're more likely to pick up those stores they've got, and there's the other part, right? So all that fuel that might have come in, right? You've got to have those fuel trucks, and then you've got your ammo trucks, and then you've got to find the drivers, right?
Yeah.
And then, because they're all a bit lazy and drivers like driving with each other, so they drive all in a nice line. There's 5 of them instead of all alone. Yeah, so many opportunities there.
Lily.
Hello, David and Nick, everyone else. I just wanted to mention what Axel had commented on this rail strike when he heard it, and I was listening at that point much earlier. And at first he was quiet, then he checked and came back. He says, this was his analogy. It is as if Ukrainian forces have cracked the spine of the Russian mobility and the Russian army. So I will just say, bring it a little further, you can have your back go out, injury, partial paralysis, but then the rest of you is working, but you have to coordinate, right? And we know already that the Russians are poorly coordinated and have many different factions of fighters fighting for them. And so then after all of the booms that we saw during today on air before and after Peter was speaking, Peter Dorn, then Axel came back again, and I know he doesn't like repeating himself. But at the end of the day, before he left, he did make that same comment, almost as if you give yourself this 48 hours, and is this crack to the rail, which can be fixed but will screw them up so bad, be the initial really big counteroffensive now? Like, I know we always say it's a counteroffensive, but now there's so many window of hours of opportunity. Will we see the proud and brave Ukrainian forces and allied forces really pushing now?
Well, so the thing about all of this is, what it does is it causes a supply problem at the front, right? So imagine, if you look at it in another way, let's just imagine, for whatever reason, you have to buy your bottled water, right? You've got to get it from the shop, right? And you've only got a limited supply. Let's say you're a little old lady and you're used to getting your 2 liters of water every day or whatever it is, right? And what happens if suddenly the shop doesn't have any water, right? It's the only shop you go to, but you don't have a supply, do you? And you start getting a bit desperate, and then the next day, right, they bring some more in, right? But you're really, really thirsty, so you drink that quickly. Oh, and then suddenly, so I would expect something else to happen, by the way, whatever that is, because what you want is to set up another one, and there you are, you've got more and more supply problems along the line. People start worrying that they're not getting ammunition in, and that spreads fear, because there's one thing that people want, soldiers want, and that's their ammunition, right? Because they get really low of ammunition. What's the point of them being there, right? Because it's just a death trap. No ammo means you're going to die, or you could just surrender very quickly. But at the moment, with the Ukrainian tanks driving up and just blowing holes in trenches, you might not have a chance. But yeah, it causes panic everywhere. panic in command because someone's going, they might be on the radio or they might not, given the Russians, but you would normally expect someone to be on the radio going, where the hell is my ammo, right? I need my supplies. What's happening there? And then people start running around with like headless chickens. Someone makes a stupid order, right? You've got to go. And then it turns out, in actual fact, those vehicles were designated for something that was even more important. The cascade of events. Oh, Nick, you've got your hand up.
I put my hand up for when I have stuff that doesn't require me to use the co-host's droit de préemption to jump in. But I put a tweet up in the Nest because this doesn't happen very often, from someone whose handle is Estas. Who claims their location is in Hell, Michigan, which is a real place. There is a place called Hell, Michigan, and who was making just a little montage video of various NATO forces in various flavors of action. And he said, I was proof watching this video while listening to MriyaReport, and at Steam Train, my handle made something amazing happen. And I clicked on it, but I had the sound muted, and I had my headphones on, couldn't want a hot mic. I didn't know what was going on. So I said, well, what's going on? And he said, well, listen with the video. So about 15, 20 minutes ago, I had a small kind of rant about macho idiocy in the Russian forces. I'm not sure. Anyway, Estas in a subsequent tweet says, you created one of the most badass sound bites in the history of ever, which I think is a little excessive. Even I think that is a little excessive. But for those of you who were listening about 20 minutes ago, when I had 30 minutes ago, when I was having a little rant about Russian macho idiocy, click on that tweet in the Nest, and Estas, presumably, I wonder how many other people are recording the space the whole time in case a good soundbite comes up. Anyway, my dulcet tones have been recycled into the soundtrack of that video. And I, to the extent that it's my copyright, Estas, if you're listening, I hereby give you full CC0 license to do what you like with it. And yeah, it's quite a fun video. And I'm not sure I would have gone quite as over the top as he did, but it's Saturday evening. I've had a glass of wine and I have a fan. So, you know, what more can we ask for? Do you have any fans, David? Do you have people who?
Of course, I've got fans, Nick. But I would like to say this: we're not worthy. We're not worthy. Clearly,
we are not worthy. We are not worthy of our fans. Absolutely.
Oh, not that I meant. I was just doing anyway.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see. Yes. What an excellent movie that was. With some terrific
exactly.
lines.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes. Yes. No, none of us are worthy. But yes, thank you. Yeah. No, I was very. Yeah.
Yes, and you've been immortalized, Nick. There you are. That's the important thing. You've been immortalized.
Well, I've also, because I've only recently become reconciled to hearing my own voice. Having been over the last 10 years, I've been recorded by various people for various reasons and played back. And I now don't mind the sound of my own voice, because you know what your voice sounds like when you're recording.
Sounds very, very strange, doesn't it?
It sounds very strange because all of the way that one hears one's own voice is normally full of the echoes that are in your head, not the mental echoes, just the physical echo chamber that is your skull.
But I have them in my head as well.
There's that as well. But the words, if we omit the extra words provided by the voices in your head, just the words that you say sound different when you hear a recording, because you aren't hearing the resonance from in your head, and which I think it makes most people's, it certainly makes my voice sound deeper than it does to me. So I don't mind listening to my own voice now, and I realize that I tend to say a lot, and it's actually starting to help me say that a little bit less. And I apologize to listeners because I do tend to go a lot. I'm trying to do it less. So the feedback can be quite good. In much the same way, I learned 40 years ago that anybody can learn to wiggle their ears in about half an hour if you have film feedback. So if you set up your phone pointing at your ear and feed it into your computer and look at the computer screen so that you're looking at your ears, apparently anyone can learn to wiggle their ears in half an hour. I've just never taken the half an hour.
Are you sure that some people are,
Um,
it's not like rolling your tongue? It's one of those things you need to be genetically.
No, I believe anyone can do it. This was written by the great Douglas R. Hofstadter. And if Douglas R. Hofstadter is writing it, then I am believing it. He really is one of the great intellectual giants of the 20th century.
Why would
so,
anyone
yeah.
want to learn to wiggle their ears, though? I'm just throwing out there.
Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be? I don't have the time,
No.
but when I'm 10 years older and I have grandchildren to entertain, can you? I mean, just fantastic. Would you? No.
No, there's so many other things you can do. Look, I can wiggle my ears. I'm just I mean, I'm with most things, but I'm just going. No, I can't see that one. Yeah.
Can I just say something about ear wiggling right now? Okay.
Oh,
This
yes.
is the way. This is the way we are going.
Very quick. So, youngest of 6 children, not affluent at all, but 4 older brothers. I was about 6 or so. I could wiggle both ears, and I can wiggle them independently on command. And so that's what went, like, we didn't have Barbie dolls. We were not wealthy. So,
Now, do you remember how you learned to do that?
if there's strife in the family, you do whatever it is to make others laugh or smile or
The mirror, presumably,
yes,
Nick.
yes, you would do that. I can also do the eyebrows one at a time, up and arched. And you were going to David, the curling of the tongue is certainly a recessive trait. This is outside of moving the masseter muscles or the corrugators, the eyes versus the ear muscles down to. Yeah. So
my son can operate his eyebrows independently. Actually, no, he can operate either one or both. I think it's the right one or both, but he can't raise the left one independently. It's an interesting thought why we would ever evolve.
Is he right-hand dominant?
Something like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Same here. Bye-bye. Yep. Alrighty.
Well, it's interesting. I can't raise my right eyebrow.
What? Even with you mean at all? Does only the left go up?
But no. I mean, I can do both, or I can individually do my left eyebrow.
Are you left-handed?
I can only do
I'm
both.
ambidextrous.
There you go. Okay.
I always think of Roger Moore's spitting image puppet, who raised one eyebrow or another, but took about 4 seconds to do it.
It was very funny. Spitting image. I do miss that. That's those caricatures. We do have a hand. Klaus, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. I won't say I'm a fan, but what I do like about the space is all the knowledge that is being shared. Like Nick knows.
So, I got to stop you there, Klaus. I'm afraid.
I think
Did
knowledge
you say you're
is...
not a fan of the space? I'm sorry. Right. So at this point, my finger is hovering over this bit that's just going, remove him. So I think you need to change that.
I was going to object to the characterization of what we've just talked about as knowledge.
What I was about to say is so much like Nick knows ins and outs of the EU system, and you, David, you have your own sort of humor that you laugh at yourself, and I find that quite amusing, even though you think that maybe no one is listening to you. I find you very, very amusing. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. But no one is listening to me. It's all in my head. So I think this is the red pill or the blue pill or the green pill, Nick. I'm not sure.
No, but yeah, I mean, you and I are both. We both identify as culturally British, and dealing with limitations is something that is ingrained into you at an early age, is it not? Important news from the front line. It is halftime. Leipzig 0, Eintracht Frankfurt 0. Axel is currently investigating the contents of his fridge, I hope. So Axel will presumably be back here in, either an hour or perhaps an hour and a half plus penalties. And he will either be cock a hoop or less so.
Well, anyway, someone's messaged us as well. He says my dad could wiggle his ears. He was big, and so his ears. This is kids. We loved it.
Yes. We've been literally inundated with a letter from Mrs. Strello.
Yes, about ears. That's wonderful. We've made it, Nick. We've made it. And Wardago has had his hands up as well. This is.
I just want to say, I have an ear-related trick, because I have what I discovered is called a Darwin's tubercle, and it's a little flap on the end of your ear that you can turn inside out, and if you can count to 5 before it pops back in. This is endless amusement for small children, as I was pleased to discover when I had small children of my own. But it doesn't involve wiggling; it's just a little congenital thing. Darwin's tubercle. All
right. I was just going. I don't have any strange appendage. I'm not sure I do have a strange appendage, but that's for a different time, right? But yes, we'll go to Wardago on that note.
Look, for the previous 5 minutes on the eyebrows and the ears topic, you imagine, right, that 527 adult people right now were just sitting and wiggling their eyebrows and trying to wiggle their ears, right? And after you said the Darwin thing on the ear, like the emergency service would be like totally overflown by the calls because of the broken ears, then like let's turn into something like very useful, like I don't know, in those old-fashioned radios. You remember this morning show when the guy was doing their like, let's make a stretch 1 2 3 4 5, right? Instead, like, we're sitting and wiggling our eyebrows and ears. That's like that was funny. I apologize.
With great power comes great responsibility.
I was going to say, if only we could attach these to some sort of piezoelectric thing or something, we might be able to power an iPhone from all of that action. Here we are. We've solved the world's energy crisis. Anyway, Nick, I don't know if have you been seeing some of the stuff that's been coming out of Russia recently? And in the selection, so this is over in Siberia, a place in Siberia. Do not ask me to pronounce it; I can't. But I think I'm pretty certain it was. There was a lady there who was in charge of stuff, who is a particularly horrible person, to the point where
these things are relative, aren't they?
Well, yes, but I mean, let me explain how horrible even the people there believed she was, because every day for a very long time, her car was covered in shit. There's a reason for this. Because anyone who displeased her, she was the High Lord Executioner from the Mikado. She had a little list and she put everyone on them, and then that meant they were off to the front. There you are. She's apparently she's at 10% of the male population in a couple of towns have gone, but she's got a little list. You don't want to be on that list, Nick.
How were these men displeasing her in particular?
I don't know. She looked pretty stern, so I suspect it would just be anything. Didn't make the cup of coffee, didn't say hello, or said hello, right? I think it would want to be those things. Okay, he said hello, he didn't say hello, they're both going.
No,
Oh, yes.
Can I add into the story? This came by early this morning. I can fill this out a little. Is that okay?
Well, go on. Add more to it.
Okay.
Nick, you're crunching away.
I know, it sounds great, though. It's wonderful sound effects.
Pork.
We know we can chew.
Go on. Get used to using that mic button, Nick.
So this woman was, she had round up 900 men. And so she mobilized too many people, probably too early. And she probably got some stipend for every body she could push towards the front lines. So when return buses or trains came back to that region, 50% were dead. So people in that town started to realize, like, this is not kosher, you know, and they started not to take her extra, you know, potato or whatever that was she was trying to get, and she was getting the money. So they started maybe not showing up to places. But she was also the head of the sewage plant in that region. So that was one of the reasons they were saying that her car was covered with fecal matter, shit, all the time. That's what people would do. In addition to that, she was taking a lot of extra money while everyone is being sent to be slaughtered. And so she's, I'm sure, probably zoftig, full and eating all the time, taking money off the top like a mobster. Her husband also got in on the act, and he was skimming off of the top, which our very wonderful friend David said, what does it mean when you're skimming off the top of your wife is the head of the sewage department, right? And Mr. M says, yeah, whoever stirs the soup, you have to lick the spoon. Just take that to like the gutter. But yeah.
I was just wondering if that was cappuccino they were skimming off the top or not, right?
Might have a little bit stronger aroma.
No, the Blackadder reference is never. I looked the story up. The woman is called Lilia Nekrasova. I don't know if that's necra as in necrophilia, and it's in Novosibirsk, which is a big town. I've heard of it. I've just retweeted I've just put in the nest part of the thread that Chris O. Wiki wrote about her. And the first thing that stands out about me is, you know, all these stories about the stereotypical Karen who wants to talk to the manager. You know, Karen's haircut. That is what Lilia has. She is Karen. And in fact, the first 5 letters of her last name can be anagrammed into Karen. So I'm going to call her Mobilization Karen.
She does look very grim, though, doesn't she?
She looks like if you do exactly what she says, nobody's going to get hurt.
Which would be a lie, because
you're going to get hurt anyway.
Yeah, you're going anyway, right?
Anyway, she's been arrested on corruption charges.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know if that's related, but perhaps she mobilized the son of somebody even more important than her. But she's been arrested, which is, I don't know. Do we think this is good or not that she's been arrested? It gets really complicated, doesn't it?
Well, look, I would suggest that if they stop sending people from the outer reaches of Russia, and they have to start bringing them out of St. Petersburg and Moscow, then that would be a good thing, because it's going to add an awful lot of pressure when they start rounding up those little kids, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed kids, and going, now you're off to the front. I know, but I thought it was something Buryat would go instead of me.
Well, Novosibirsk isn't.
Of course, no, that's not where it is. But you understood my
Yes.
point, Nick. I'm sure.
Yes. Yeah.
That's also the third largest city in Russia. Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Novosibirsk is the third.
Novosibirsk. It says the district has a. Okay, it's the region. The Suzun district has a population of 31,000. Novosibirsk has a population of 2.8 million. The region, which is a lot. Yeah.
And here's because they don't have really big cities in Russia, do they? Within about 70 kilometers of Vladivostok, or within 150 kilometers, they're on the other side of the Russian border, which is China. There's a couple of 5 million cities. They just don't do big cities, do they?
Okay, so can I ask
the
a
Russians.
clarification, Nick and David? So you call the region, so I apologize, not city, you call them a region, it's not an oblast, it's...
I'm using the word region because I'm reading it in English. It may very well be oblast. It's always difficult going from one country to another and using terms like region. If you want real fun, try translating the German term Kreis, K-R-E-I-S. So an oblast is, well,
It's a region.
There are 25 oblasts in Ukraine. So I guess that makes it bigger than, so for example, a French département, which would typically be 5,000-6,000 square kilometers. I guess an oblast is 20,000 square kilometers. An average US county is what, about 1,000, 1,500 square kilometers, about 600 square miles.
But there's about 5 million counties in the state, though, aren't they? Right. So
but there's 3,200 or something counties in the US, but they vary in area. They vary a lot because the ones in Alaska are ginormous. They also vary in population. There are counties with a population of 100, and then there's Los Angeles County, which is like 8 million. But a sort of normal county in a normal state is about 1,200 square kilometers, I think. It's a bit bigger than, or it's a bit smaller or bigger than English county. I knew all this once. It's smaller than an English county. I know that because Mallorca, where I live,
much smaller, I think.
It's almost exactly the size of the English county of Essex.
And in actual fact, here's the funny thing. There's a load of people from Essex in Mallorca. There we are. And behaving badly.
Magaluf is very much Romford.
Very much so, yes. I know, I've been there. Yes. Anyway, we won't talk about that. Right. Klaus, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I have three things. One, we could maybe call Karen Karenina. And I think that for the second thing, Marcus called it feces. And then thirdly, I think that George is using Mr. M as a proxy because I think he wants to come up and speak. Thank you.
George wants to come up and speak.
I can drop down, right, to listener?
No. Hang on. How many? No, we've got more than enough spaces. George, I did not know you were trying to come up. I will send you an invite. There we are.
I already did send him an invite, but I'm not even sure if the invites are going through. I never. It's some combination of phone and luck. Whenever I come up and Doman is co-hosting, I press the mic request button, and I'm up on the panel in 2.5 seconds. And some people request for ages. Nothing appears on my screen. They send me a DM. I send them a request. I send them an invite. George, finally.
Yes. So, just an FYI, because I got a bunch of DMs, and I just want to clarify something for the space. So, when we're discussing things that have been put out and it's public knowledge, it's already public knowledge, people. We're not letting anything out of the cat out of the bag. But if you see something or hear something that you know is public knowledge, as you can tell by my Twitter profile, turn yourself into Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes. I see nothing, I know nothing. Okay? Just try to keep that in mind over the next 48, 72 hours, a week, what have you. So if you see something, especially if you're in Ukraine and if you're Ukrainian or you're a foreigner listening to the space here, and you see something, you're driving, whatever, don't take a picture of it, and definitely don't take a picture of it and post it anywhere. If you're in Ukraine, you will find yourself in a world of trouble, and I mean a world of trouble.
I'm waiting for someone to come and get me for all those secret pictures of peonies I've been sending recently.
Yes.
I remember quite a few, I mean, many years ago, this may have been the 1970s or 80s. It was always British plane spotters who, for some reason, plane spotting, I guess, is the expensive version of train spotting. And they would gather outside airfields in Greece. It was always Greece, and they were getting arrested for taking photographs of Greek aircraft. And I think
Exactly.
it was after the time of the colonels. But it turned out that Greece didn't like you taking photographs of almost any aircraft. And this was also in the days when if you were taking a photo of an aircraft, it was fairly obvious what you were doing. Whereas now everyone's just got a phone. I don't know if anyone bothers.
It's still an issue in Greece. It is a if you take, even if you're driving by and someone sees you taking pictures of army bases, anything like that, that's gonna get you in some trouble if you're caught. I suggest, and I understand people are, like, ooh, look, there's and it's funny because one of the problems, and that was cleaned up, is at the old airport, if you remember, Nick, they used to have some older aircraft by the fence line, and people were just trying to take pictures of like these older, like 1950s F-86 Sabres or what have you, and they were getting themselves in trouble. And then finally someone made, you might want to pull those away from the fence line so you're not baiting people to take pictures, right?
I have very little interest in doing that, but I did feel for these people because they, I guess in Greece there's kind of a historical suspicion, I don't know, of Turkish spies or, but I always wonder why it was Greece in particular, when and these were British people who were quite clearly airplane nerds. It wouldn't have taken the average prosecutor more than 5 minutes to establish that they were completely harmless. But the various British embassies were always having to bail them out.
It started, like, I guess, if I would take a stab, I guess, at it, it also started off with the Civil War, right, in Greece, because the partisans or whatever have you were striking airfields and things like that, and it just became like a law. And you know how it is in Greece, Nick. Once something gets on the law books, getting it removed is next to impossible. So they're like, "Hey, that's the law. That's what we're going to that's what we're going to enforce, right? Whatever." So I think it was a law that happened probably in the 40s, and then from then on, it just became a huge problem.
Yeah,
that the law and an antiquated law was still on the books. I think that's what I'm getting at.
I think a lot of European countries that went through periods of dictatorship never necessarily got rid of all of the laws that were brought in under the dictatorship. They're now under the supervision of a proper democracy and a proper judicial system. But there are one or two laws here in Spain that seem quite strict to people and would never have probably been passed in a democracy, but aren't actually oppressive on a day-to-day basis because of because we are in a democracy. And it is interesting that the letter of a law is part of the problem, but the intent is another part of it. And I always get not annoyed. Well, do I get annoyed? I don't ever get annoyed, do I? About people who think that democracy is all about holding elections and only about holding elections.
It is about elections, Nick.
It is, but it's not
Quite
only.
literally about elections.
It's not, but a democratic society is one in which you don't just elect a dictator for 5 years and at the end of it you can vote them out. It's also about how you go about.
That's what we've been doing in the UK.
Well, but it turns out that it's about the institutions, and the time to worry. The time to worry is when your elected politicians start referring to those institutions as, in the case of the UK, the blob, who are resisting us, implementing these things we were elected to do. And it's like, yeah, but they're the moderators.
Complaining about the judges who disagree with them.
The activists. Well, so you have it's quite funny. So you have in the UK. I mean, David and I are in full agreement on this, and I apologise to anyone from the UK who is from a more right of centre persuasion. But yes, the British government complains because so-called lefty lawyers go to the courts, and activist judges implementing something called the law deny the government its wish because it's the law. And although, of course, it's quite funny that at the moment the British government is taking itself to court and invoking the European Convention on Human Rights to do so,
which is trying to get rid of.
Which, of course, which some of the it's a complete nonsense. Anyway, this has been your 15 seconds of UK domestic politics, and I think we should move smartly on.
I don't think we should. I think we could talk about this for a long time. I'm going to say something.
I am. When you come over to Mallorca, and you're welcome anytime. We can have a 12-hour conversation about this in the pub.
It will go into 48 hours. But anyway, the thing is, Nick, if you'd have slowed down, I was going to say, but Johannes has his hand up. Johannes, you're going to tell us something that's quite funny, aren't you?
No, well, and it's about those strange Russian last names, because what's her name? Lilia Nekrasova. That's one of those instances where I just checked on the Russian Wikipedia if my etymology is actually correct, because it's derived from "nie," which means not, and "krasny," "krasivi," which means beautiful. So it means not beautiful. So it means ugly, which is strangely it's a not infrequent Russian last name. Also, there are other strange names like Beshasny, meaning unlucky. Which is also quite really not rare. So that's weird, but it seems to be the case.
It seems to be quite suitable, isn't it? Right. So maybe Russians are a little bit like owners of dogs, right? But the Russians take it after their name. So that's how she did it. That was Darwin. She developed after her own name.
I don't know. But there are also famously strange Ukrainian last names. Like one of Ukraine's best-known poets is his last name is Skovoroda, which means frying pan. But it's a last name. So whatever. We probably also have funny last names. But I also wanted to mention that this place Suzun is because there was this confusion about what does region mean. Suzunsky Rayon, I just checked it. It would have to be translated as district. So that's kind of what actually is in German Kreis. So Kreis is actually district, and that in Russian that's Rayon. So that's kind of the the level below the oblast. And oblast, by the way, in Ukraine and in Russia and in Belarus, they can really hugely vary in size. And in Siberia, of course, they're rather big, but sparsely populated. And in Ukraine, of course, they're much smaller, but many more people living there. And maybe there was also another detail which I think was a bit, I guess, who mentioned it actually misunderstood it, because it's not. It's the threat doesn't actually say that half of those mobilized right now died in Ukraine, but that those mobilized during World War II. So 9,000 inhabitants of Suzun were kind of sent to the front in World War II, and only and 4,400 of them were killed. So that's not talking about today. So we don't have figures how many of them have been killed today. And I first wanted to jump in when I heard this discussion about hierarchies and I mean that was something really interesting. Is of course that why is Russian work culture so different? I mean, it is because for Russians, being humiliated is a kind of an everyday experience, which is very much kind of carried over from the Soviet times. So I'm always wondering why Ukraine has actually a different culture. Why Ukraine has been able to free itself from this ultra hierarchical culture that Russia still is plagued by. And I recently read a book by a Russian journalist, Nikolai Epler, and it's unfortunately, very unfortunately, it's published in Russian only. I think there's going to be a German translation later this year, but I don't think there's going to be an English one, which is called The Inconvenient Past, which has been published in Russian shortly before the war, where he talks about how Russia has tried and failed repeated times to address past crimes, kind of what is in German that would be called Vergangenheitsbewältigung. So how does the society process its history of state crimes? And there he compares it to those processes in countries like of course Germany, but also Spain, Argentina, South Africa. So the whole question of transitional justice, how does it, and also I guess he talks also a lot about how many decades it takes to get from this totalitarian regime, and how many kind of turns it takes, and I mean, I wasn't even aware about my own country that it really took 70 years, so 70 years to kind of come to terms with our past. And so and of course the problem in Russia is that it has been attempted multiple times, or it has been attempted 2 times. The first one was very half-hearted by Khrushchev, and the other one was this short episode at the end of the Soviet time under Gorbachev, where it was possible to speak about a lot of things which are again taboo now. And one thing Nikolai Epler really makes a point of is this fact that so much of your everyday experience as a Russian citizen today is still very much informed by the Soviet past, and one particular point that is just everywhere is that you're getting humiliated by kind of ridiculous bureaucracy, but also that cities are not built for people, but cities are built to fulfill plans, and buildings are not for people, but to fulfill what has been ordered from above, and so on. So it's kind of it's kind of what people are used to, that you're getting humiliated on a permanent basis. And I just wonder how Ukraine has managed to free itself from this everyday experience of humiliation, which obviously Russia has not managed to. Yeah, I guess that was my point. And then maybe one last thing. I mean, those systems which are built on humiliation, they can, for some reason. I mean, now Russia seems to be crumbling, but they can be incredibly stable for a really long time. I look at North Korea. Now there it has been like really stable despite like millions starving for yeah, I don't know, 70, 80 years now. And one would think that such a societal culture is inherently unstable, but it seems to be, I don't know, there may be a breaking point where it rapidly crumbles, but it can actually endure for decades. And in Russia it has, I mean, since, I guess in Russia it has for centuries actually. And now maybe it's crumbling. I don't know. I hope so.
Without a doubt, Russia is crumbling. It's inevitable now. I know we get some of the information. I saw a tweet came out a little bit earlier today that was mocking, saying, "Oh yes, the revenue from oil was up, etc., etc." I think we have to just assume that all this stuff is just going to be a lie. Anyway, Mockers has a hand up, so I'm going to ignore everyone else, and I'm going to go to Mockers because I'm sure she most probably has something to say.
Well, I do have a boom report as it happens. Just a list of the booms that have gone off today. So here you go. Shebekino, multiple booms. Berdyansk, also. Berdyansk appears to have been hit by 8 to 10 missiles, I suppose. And yeah, there's a whole lot of smoking going on, shall we say. Valuiki, I don't even know where that is.
Say that again.
Valuiki, Valuiky.
I shall look it up.
Carry on.
Tokmak, did you say?
Tokmak, yes.
That's not a surprise.
Yakimivka, that is YAK. YMIVKA. Even I've missed that one. Belgorod People's Republic, or Belgorod itself. Multiple booms. Voznesenkova. Voznesenovka. That one. Thank you.
Go on, War Doggo, do it. Do the quick translation. Say the name for us, please.
No, just this is this village is spelled Voznesenivka.
Thank you.
There we are. Thank you.
Melitopol, multiple booms. I believe 6 were reported. Chernihiivka, Novoharivka, Polohi, Donetsk, multiple. Makivka, Enikivo, Novakahovka. Oh my God, I said that one right. Tavrisk.
Which is next to Novakovka, by the way, for anyone wondering.
Okay. Novia Tavolzanka, which I believe is in Belgorod, and Kadivka. So there you go. Just a few booms today, and I just thought that was something that we needed to hear. There's been a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot, isn't it? Right. So Novakovka and the other place that's right next to it, have taken a bit of a hitting. That's interesting. I'd be interested if they're going to hit Aleshki again. and around the Leshki Sands. That would be interesting, because if they are, because that's where the Kadyrovs were supposed to have turned up. The fact that the Tokmak's taken a bit of a bit of a hit, that's not a surprise. That's on the way down to Melitopol, if anyone knows, and it's not that far away from. Well, it's about halfway. Tokmak's halfway between Polholi and Melitopol. So, which is all in the direction of where you might think, if anyone was thinking about, if you remember the map I drew, which I called the map. They had those lines and the arrows, which I appreciate should have been a bit bigger. They all come down in that direction. There's a reason for that. Is because pretty much a baby could look at that and go, "Yeah, that's the direction they're going to move in." But yeah, that's really their mockers. Thank you very much. Berdiansk, I'm not surprised. I heard that some of them may have been at Tochka-U. Tochka-U's aren't hugely accurate, but it depends on what the target needs to be. If it's a really big building, it doesn't really have to be that accurate. You just get close to it, or even just hit part of it. And we do have hands. Right, Nick, are you going to comment on what we're talking about now?
No, I have a war-related question from an alert listener. So when the topic is right for change.
Okay, then the war doggo.
Yeah, I was on the previous topic that Johanna has been mentioning about the second names and about the differences and so far and so on. That's an interesting topic, especially on the second names, because as we know, the slavery in Russia actually a little bit more than 1 century ago was lifted, and before that actually people never had the documents, and I mean lifted from the from the legal standpoint, but practically, as we see these days, slavery never went away from their lands, and we call it that slaves came to liberate us in Ukraine. That makes a lot of sense when you start seeing all of the things going on over there. And about the second name, so actually you can imagine that when person doesn't have the documents, and by the way, after the 1920s, when the Soviet Union arrives and the Soviet Union start pulling people into this commune agricultural, how to call it, organizations that they called collective farmership kolkhoz. They again took away people's passports, and people didn't have any documents. People couldn't travel, people couldn't relocate, and so far and so on. So all this kind of Soviet Union slave ship to people who are living and working previously on their lands, and then they came and they enslaved them during the Soviet Union. So getting back to the history where it was actually slavery and people didn't have no documents, no names, second names, and then at a certain moment when the document needs to be created, person need to be some kind of second name has to be filled, right? And seconds of Russians like Vinogradov, like grape, or like Belov, white, because like when the person being asked what kind of second name, what is your second name, what he saw was actually something that he have chosen as his second name, like many things, and that's kind how a Russian second names have arisen. At certain moment, there was probably some Russian poet who is or writer who is Nekrasov, for instance, and one lady was very fond of his literature at school, or I don't know, and she would like to have the similar she was asked to fill in her second name in the document. So that is the etymology of majority of Russian second names. On contrary, the Ukrainian second names, many of them having the roots deep to the Cossacks, 15th, 16th, 17th century back. And for instance, you can find in Ukraine some second names like, I don't know, let me invent one that I remember from my students. For instance, my student mate, like for instance, Nezovy Batko is like, don't call your father Nezovy Batko, or like Nezhny Papa, or like Ne yish Papa, don't eat father. I don't know, that's funny kind of, but it was since the Cossack times. Or like Krivonis, like curved nose, or like the Skovoroda, as you mentioned, like frying pan. It was like since those times then where the people were actually, when you see someone's physical, like his physical, how to call it, his physical specifics, right? Uh, mm, uh, and he was giving kind of the nickname, right? In this military organization that was called Siege, which was the forepost, or in the villages, someone who had, like, I don't know, shorter leg, for instance, he was having the second name after that, like kind of nickname, and then the nickname evolved into his second name, and it was for, I don't know, it was back in centuries how those second names evolved for Ukraine, unlikely like for Russia, which is like a little bit more than just 1 century ago. And that's for what is different, because when in Ukraine the first churches were arrived in the lands that are called the Ukraine, let me be 100% correct, when the churches were first arrived, the Desetinna Cerkva, Mikhailivsky Sobor, Sofijska Cerkva, different cathedrals and churches and monasteries were arising. I mean, there still frogs on the swamps, where the Moscow is today, and where the country that is called Russia today. That's the reason, and that's the specifics.
Well, that's quite interesting. So listen, so I think so how long ago was it? So it wasn't that long since when Russians stopped being serfs then?
Let me go for a date. The specific is that they stopped in, if my memory doesn't fail me, 1860s. I may be wrong with the date.
Gosh, that
and actually then they get back into slavery in this farmership in 1920s, and I think in only 1960s people got back in the villages, people got back their passports and like start the process of registering people and giving them the documents. Before, just simply a person who works on the land in this collective farmership, he didn't have his passport.
Gosh. Yeah.
Surely you're not telling me that the Soviet Union didn't guarantee equal rights for everybody. I'm absolutely shocked.
Yes, me too.
You don't have to guarantee any rights if you don't have the passport, right? To whom you are guaranteeing the passport? Let me give you the whole.
You don't exist.
And if you think of people as property, then you certainly don't need to guarantee rights. It's interesting. So I was going, I think my name, Brookfield, a brook by a field, goes back past the 13th century. So there's a place, Le Brockfield, right, which is 13th century, so 12th century. Just
every
geographical feature.
Every country and every culture has interesting stories around family names. In the Netherlands, a great many people didn't have family names until Napoleon turned up and said, right, we're going to register everybody. What's your last name? And they didn't have one. And so the Dutch, this is the story anyway, it may or may not be true, but it makes a good story, basically made up names to annoy Napoleon, which is why there are Dutch people called Van Bergen, which means from the mountains, there are Dutch people called de dood, meaning dead, or posthumous, which I don't even need to translate. I dated a Dutch woman, and her last name was vol water, which means full of water. So there are quite a few, and in fact, there is a law in the Netherlands. It's quite hard to change your last name in the Netherlands, but there is a list of names that you can change if you have them because they are embarrassing, and you don't need to justify your change of name if you're on that list. I had a Turkish colleague who told me something similar. A great many Turkish people did not have family names until Ataturk came along and said, well, people have a first name and a last name, and people have names like Melon because they farmed melons, and they weren't even called melon farmer. They were just called Melon. And there are lots of Turkish names, I am told, again, by my Turkish colleague. I'm not able to verify this independently, that lots of Turkish people have slightly family names that would seem slightly strange to us because they were invented on the spot quite recently. But I also have to bring you, I'm afraid, some very, very sad news from the front line, which is that with 10 minutes to go, Eintracht Frankfurt are 1-0 down. And this could cause what the great Irish comedian Dave Allen referred to as a wailing, a gnashing of teeth. And again, when the topic comes around again, I do have a serious topic question to ask when we've exhausted the current topic.
So it's JD Knight, but before JD Knight goes on, Nick, I'm wandering over to the shop to buy some beer. So I will be quiet for a moment.
How far is the shop?
It's not a marathon.
What? No.
Are you worried I might just keel over because it's so far?
No. I mean, is this a sort of 800-meter walk or a 100-meter walk?
No, it's not 100. Yeah, somewhere between on a continuum from 100 to 800.
Okay, somewhere between. Okay, see you in about 6 minutes then. All right. So JD.
I didn't say where on the continuum.
Mic check.
Sorry, JD, loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. I have a question about the topic that we were discussing a few minutes ago about people getting in trouble for plane spotting in certain countries. And
yes,
I've not traveled around a whole lot myself, but in the United States, they really that say.
Are you standing in a very windy place, JD? The something is rather overtaking your microphone.
It's not at my end. I'm sitting in my.
David, you are hot micing. I've wanted to say this for so long because it's normally me.
Okay.
Thank you, David. JD, go ahead.
Okay.
Plane spotting.
About that, and in the United States, around air bases that are sensitive, like testing facilities like Groom Lake and Nellis Air Force Base, they will have signs that say photography is prohibited. Are there any warnings, like in Greece or other countries that are particularly sensitive to photography of military things? Are there any signs to warn people?
I can only answer for around where I live here in Mallorca, and there are military areas that say military zone, keep out, but I don't think we have any air bases. I would imagine there would be signs saying photography forbidden. And I guess your lawyer could say, well, they didn't say there was a sign. Since 9/11, etc., there's a little bit more security also around airports in general. So in my other lives, one of the things I do is for people here, those people here who have heard of the game of geocaching, where people go to locations to find little containers that people have hidden. we are a little bit sensitive when people place geocaches on the perimeter of airports, but quite often these are in approved public viewing areas. And there still are approved public viewing areas around airports in most of Europe. And the presumption is that the people there are not going to take out an RPG and try and take out a civilian airliner. So the thing with Greece, I think, was just a very specific hangover from probably from the colonels, or paranoia about spies of certain kinds, and it was just like, I think, a national specificity. I've certainly in Germany stood at the end of the runway at Ramstein, and nobody would have stopped me taking pictures there. Not that I'd have seen anything very interesting. And about once every half an hour, a jeep trundles by the perimeter, and I was standing there once, and they waved to me. So, as long as you don't actually look like an Al Qaeda commando squadron, I don't think they're too worried. Again, a little bit going back to the macho idiocy thing, the military has understood that they exist in a society where people have hobbies, people do slightly unusual things, and generally speaking, military security people are relatively understanding that a military base is a point of interest for people. People are going to go and want to look at it with a bit of luck. So in 10 days' time, I hope I will be able to get to, because they're organizing an open day. Here in Mallorca, they have a radar station, which is part of the NATO European Radar Defense Network. And I hope to be able to get up there in a week. And I'm waiting for the final details, but all I've been told is turn up at a certain location at a certain time. I haven't had to fill in any security vetting details, and I will apparently be allowed onto the premises of this radar station. So generally speaking, I don't think there's a high degree of paranoia. And in many countries, the default is that if it's not forbidden, it's allowed. And so if there isn't a very, very clear sign saying don't take photographs, then you can take photographs there. You're not meant to psychically know that it's an airbase. But that may have been the problem with some of these things in Greece, that the default may have been you have to ask, and if not, then don't do it. And that may have been the default established under the dictatorship. I don't know.
Well, thank you. That clarifies things. Usually what happens is airports and to some extent military bases want you to take photos because it helps promote what they're doing, as far from a PR perspective. So thank you.
Thanks. So I will raise the question from an alert listener, and it is very much related to current events. So if anyone has some opinions or information, do speak up. How does the Ukrainian command decide who to include and how to distribute information regarding the upcoming offensive? It seems like a daunting challenge to maintain OPSEC, but still take all the perspectives from various people into account while keeping the planning circle small. Then how to distribute the plans with enough time to practice without giving the plans away? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a fascinating question. I guess I guess this is not a new question. This is a question of military planning of perhaps the last 2,000 years. So if anyone has any recent insights, or anyone who's been involved in planning for this kind of thing, or if you are a direct descendant with firsthand knowledge of General Dwight D. Eisenhower, for example, we'd be interested to hear from you. I think these are fascinating questions. How far do you trust people? How far do you tell people? The Allies in D-Day managed to keep the knowledge of where and when everyone was going sufficiently secret that the Germans didn't know, despite the fact that 500,000 people, or however many it was, were going to turn up on their beaches. Zelensky earlier today said, we are ready with our initiative. About a week ago, someone from his staff was saying it could be in a day or two, it could be in a week. But obviously, there's bluff and meta bluff going on there. I don't think that what Zelensky told us this evening, earlier today, tells us anything at all, because he would say that, wouldn't he? So all we can do is wait and hope to wake up to. I remember waking up when the Kerch Bridge was on fire, and I remember that was a very good morning here in Europe. And we will hopefully wake up tomorrow or the day after, and there will be maps with a great many blue arrows heading east. And until then, all we can do is a little bit of speculation, and I think just enjoy the way in which Ukraine is tantalizing us. The original Tantalus, I believe, someone knows their mythology. These days, tantalizing is a word with a fairly positive valence, but I believe the original Tantalus may have been rather taking the mick out of whoever they were tantalizing at the time. So I am happy to be tantalized by the Ukrainians on this, every bit as much as I am sure that the Russians are very unhappy to be tantalized. JD.
Well, I know one technique that is sometimes used is, not telling a particular group of planners that theirs is the plan that they're going to implement or they're thinking about implementing, and having different planning groups plan out different things. Some will be contingencies, some will be flat out deceptions to do, plan a particular invasion or offensive or something like that. Just throw off the enemy intelligence about where the particular thing is going to happen, because they will have legitimate planning teams planning things that'll never be done, or just for deception itself. So that's one way I know historically that they did operational security.
I wonder if President Zelensky knows the plan. I wonder if his generals have even told him. You, on the one hand, you'd say, well, he's the commander in chief, but he has really not been hands-on during this war, and that's probably a good idea. He's an actor and a lawyer and all sorts of other things. He's not a military man. We saw in May, June last year, when the initial Russian initiative was faltering, there were complaints. We saw, that Putin was trying to micromanage the assault. And I wonder if Zelensky hasn't said to Zaluzhny, you know what? I don't need to know. I don't need to know. And if you're not telling me, how many other people are you not telling? I don't know that. It's just a thought. I'm just thinking, if I woke up tomorrow and I was president of Ukraine and in the situation they're in, I think I might say to my generals, I trust you. Don't tell me. Because if you do tell me, I'll probably make some sort of comment, even innocently. I might go, oh, we're going for X and not for Y. Why is that? And then the people on the other end might go, oh, he mentioned Y. Why are we going for Y? No, I didn't really mean that. So when I was a manager, I often found that the best thing to do was just to say to people, don't tell me what you're doing. This is our brain. This is our broad aim. But don't tell me the details of what you're doing, because I might accidentally say something to you, never mind the security thing. I might accidentally say something to you that unconsciously influences how you react to that and what you do.
But Nick, so the thing is,
welcome back. How's the beer?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've not started it yet. So the thing is, he will absolutely have been read in on the plan. But you have to remember, even Zaluzhny doesn't know what's happening at the micro detail, right? So he'll know this is the plan. These are the sections they're going to do. And we know that this is what he's going to do, because guess what? At Bakhmut, right, Zelensky used a reasonable amount of political capital to back his generals when they went, no, we're not going to leave Bakhmut in like everyone believed. We're going to stay there and we're going to attrit them there, as opposed to allowing them to come through, and we'll attrit them somewhere else. So for him to have made that decision, he will have known, he will have needed to know, right? And there's the other part, because there are some things that are strategic and some things aren't strategic. Some things will just be purely tactical. So I can't believe that he would have anything to do with the tactical decision making, but he'll want to know them, because there are some things that will be strategic, i.e. there may be a strategic reason to, I'm just going to throw it out, a town somewhere, give it a name, whatever you want, that strategically it may be important for the country to do that, for which he'll need to know it's in that plan. So I would suggest he does. He just doesn't need to know the micro detail, or even that 27 brigades are over there, or something along those lines. Just my 2 pennies.
I'm sure he does. It's just that I'm sure he won't. Well, I'm sure that he will have been involved in, if there was a kind of, I don't know. Is there a? Do you think that any politics is coming into it, or do you think it's purely military? I mean, to the extent that
I think politics within strategic things, politics comes into it, because they make the decision.
Yeah,
this is what we've got. But
do you think
I would go like you that.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say like you, Nick. So in the days when I was managing, I didn't want to know the micro detail of, let's just say someone was developing X, Y, and Z, unless there was something important, right? But I didn't want to know the micro. I would just go, okay, so yeah, you're doing that job. You tell me when it's done, or you've got to point X or something along those lines. So
I'm just thinking that the plan will call for certain cities to be liberated before other cities. That's just in the nature of the thing. And
that would be the strategic point, right?
Strategic, but there's then that could also be political, could it not? There could, for example, be. My question is, do you think that if the generals go along and say, okay, we're going to go for this city first and then Mariupol, and Zelensky goes, oh, can we not do Mariupol first? And then they look at each other and go, well, there's this cost and whatever. Do you think there will have been political considerations coming into that? Or do you think that Zelensky will have said to them, because there is political leverage to be had from some of these things. So it is a complicated decision. And maybe if Zelensky says, well, can we do X for X and then Y versus Y and then X? And they might say, well, this is what it will cost. It will cost 3 weeks, or it will cost 3 months. And he might then say, okay. He might say, well, you know what, for 3 days, we'll do it. So I guess that's the level, because he has to look after the politics. That's his job. He's the politician. But there are political considerations, in terms of the image, in terms of what they can show to the West about the occupation, and those I presume will have been factored in.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
you hope that it doesn't.
Yeah, so of course, right? Because if anything goes wrong, it's his name. It's him who's on the chopping block later, right? So they'll want to know. So he'll be wanting to know, and there may be, like you say, there could be political reasons as to why you might want to liberate a city before another one, right? But that would always be in there, and that's what the military do. They go, sorry, we need to get this city first. I know you want to do it the other way around, but no, and and then they'll go away and come up with a cost. And then if it's a huge cost, right, then you would hope that a politician might change, but sometimes they don't, do they?
It's not an easy business being in, and we do beat up on our political leaders, but it's not a job. Really isn't an easy job, even for the honest ones, even for the leading ones, even for the statespeople.
Well, I would suggest it's worse for the honest ones, though, isn't it, Nick?
It would probably even, yes, indeed. It's probably even worse than finding yourself a member of the royal family. Three people popped up in one go. I know that Lily was first, and after that, I'm going to have to ask you all to do that thing when you're in the bus queue and see if you can remember who was there before you. Lily.
Thank you so much, Nick. I actually think Hopsy was before me, but I'll be very quick, and I think he will follow up. But Fred was like
I can't even see Hopsy. I can't even see Hopsy on my screen.
So Hopsy, Carrie, Johannes, Nick, these are all hands up. So anyway, I'll be quick to reply to JDK, which was how do people keep it clear intelligence-wise to get commands out without people knowing and speaking. And I think this is open source information, so I'm not going to out relatives or anything, but there are multiple levels of clearance within intelligence. So someone having clearance doesn't mean they know Zelensky's plans and the upper echelons of managing the counteroffensive. So it's a need to know basis if you can sort of compartmentalize that. And they know all of these commands and the structure of intelligence, who should know, who should not be in the room to know, because they don't need to know. And that is like a habit, like brushing your teeth. And I once questioned someone in an open discussion about, very similar to your question, and I said, what did it matter, or people who are high level intelligence, that it mattered? I figured intelligence clearance was one thing. And the response was, of course, this is the most important thing, to know who you're giving either commands or a message or passing information, what level they have, because it's already been ingratiated that you go strictly by who you are talking to, and what information you are passing along is followed dearly, which is why today this, the wall of stars at the CIA without names, right? So even after someone has died, in or out of this world with that command, that was their mission, that the intelligence is kept so close to your heart that we honor them, these unknown faces and names. And that's all I would like to say right now, I think, and thanks so much.
Thank you, Lily.
Are you in the circle of trust? There we are. That doesn't come in anything into seniority. There'll be people who could just be a private who's in the circle of trust, and the general who isn't.
Before we move on to the next speaker, a moment of silence, please, for the final result: RB Leipzig 2, Eintracht Frankfurt 0.
Oy vey.
Hopsy.
Hi guys, excellent conversation today, fascinating. Hope what I have to say adds to it. So as far as the political aspect and how it is reflected in information distribution relative to whatever the plan for the invasion, the counterstroke that we all know is coming soon, Zelensky and his politicals would have sent to early on and evolved a set of things, nice to haves and needs to haves for the counter attack. And then examples of this would exist throughout history. It's so easy to fall back on D-Day, especially because of the time of the year. But the full briefing in that was done for, everybody from the King, Churchill on down didn't take place until maybe a month to 5 weeks before D-Day. And Montgomery got up at his old private school, or public school, sorry, and at the theater there, and gave a 3-hour without notes with a map on the floor, blow by blow to everybody from Churchill to the King to anybody else that would matter. Up until that point, everything is very compartmentalized. For example, the members of the 501st Airborne and the other airborne units had maps with no names on them until maybe 5 days before the invasion. They weren't given those maps until they were put into what was called sausages. These sausages were basically barbed wire encampments designed to keep the soldiers and the information in. And they were there for a week or two. So that's how late in the game sort of your tactical people will be given the information. And then earlier we were talking about plane spotting and stuff. In the US, there's virtually no regulations. In the time before cell phones, one of my ancillary jobs was a mishap, i.e. plane crash investigator for the Navy. And even back then, something like in the high 70 percentile of all flights, somebody had taken a picture of it, as it took off to leave. It might be, somebody outside the fences or somebody in the fences, and that was before cell phones and, widespread video on base. So you can just assume that it's not a big deal at this point to photograph military aircraft unless you're sort of out in Area 51 or something like that.
Thank you very much there, Hop. Yeah, very interesting stuff. I can tell you when you're in China and you're carrying cameras, they get very, very touchy. Anyway, there you are. That's a story for another time. What was the order in it, Nick? Was it JD Knight and then Kerry and then Nick and then Peter? I have no idea.
JD's next.
I just want to make a small point that it's very possible with compartmentalization that no one knows the full details from top to bottom in this, and people are operating on the information that they need to know. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Hop, do you want to? Because you put your hand back straight up. Do you want to comment on that? Do you, or was that something else?
Actually, I would like to comment on that. That's not
pretty, please.
Yes, there are absolutely a whole group that knows the whole picture. You have to trust somebody, and there's a planning group that knows everything from A to Z for our international friends, and so yes, there are people who absolutely know everything about the whole thing, because you have to have those cohesive tendons running throughout the plan. You can't operate your hand without your shoulder being connected, and I can go on with the analogies. And the other thing, I was thinking that the example of what will be a political decision that has to be reflected strategically and tactically will be how they're going to deal with nuclear facilities that are currently occupied by the Russians. That is super sensitive, and that part of the plan will be looked over by the politicians. If for no other reason, they may not have an input, but they're going to want to know, and sort of maybe at least have a vague idea of what to expect. That would be, to me, something that if I were Zelensky, I'd want to have. I may not want to know where, when, or anything, but I'd like to have an idea of what the rough outline is as to what we're going to do about the power plants.
I've always assumed, particularly in the case of the Zaporizhzhia, I don't know if the Russians are occupying any other Pablo. But in case of the ZNPP, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, if you look where it is, it's kind of tucked away. If you were Ukrainian forces coming down from Zaporizhzhia city, which they hold, or coming up from Kherson, there doesn't seem to be anything of any great interest for the 20 or 30 kilometers south of that plant before you bump into the river, because nuclear power plants tend to get built on rivers because of the cooling requirements. And so I've always just assumed that basically Ukraine will advance, take back the rest of Zaporizhzhia and Kherson Oblast that it doesn't quite currently control, and that they're not going to confront the Russians over the nuclear power plant, and they're just going to say, well, we're here, what you going to do? And I don't think there's any question of them assaulting the power plant, or it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. I'm not a military man, but it doesn't actually seem to have any great strategic value as a military installation. Obviously, they can make propaganda about it, but the place where it is doesn't seem important, and it seems like the kind of place that they could easily wait until, a bit like little bits of the Channel Islands, for example, that Germany took off the UK, or took off Great Britain, excuse me, in World War II. They were only liberated the day after. Am I right in thinking, David, the Channel Islands were liberated like on the 5th or 6th of May 1945 because the Allies couldn't be bothered to invade them, and it wasn't strategic, so they just waited and
there was no
general surrender.
They didn't need. What was the point in going in earlier,
Yeah,
right? Because it's not like the Germans there were war criming up and the rest of it.
And there were parts of France, I believe, something similar. They just sort of said, look, there's no point in us getting killed going after them. There's no point in killing civilians. There's not even any point in killing the Germans there. Let's just wait until the rest of the war ends, and then we can all just agree to sort of, forget about it or whatever we do. So I think in the case of Zaporizhzhia, that's roughly what
it was in the map that Axel and I drew, which basically says, no, you contain that area. Just
basically
remove them from supplies, right? They'll put pressure on them.
Ignore it and wait for a goodwill gesture. And we know the Russians are full of those. They're full of a lot of stuff. So
anyway, sorry.
Yes, I think it's Kerry next, unless Hop wants to come back on the specific point.
That was I was going to say. Yeah, Hop, have you got?
I totally agree with you guys. They'll isolate it, but what's going to be standing by will be some kind of a QRF that, if certain circumstances are met, where we're going to have something akin of a meltdown because the reactors aren't getting cooling water because they don't have the diesel, or the Russians have done something to kill the generators that power the pumps, then you have whatever it takes standing by, ready to go in, and you definitely have contingency planned for that. But yeah, otherwise they're just going to leave them alone, and sort of like certain places in Western Europe that they just decided weren't worth the effort.
And starve them out. They'll start doing it, and then you'd be able to put a large pile of cash down there and say, listen, here you are, you got the cash. There's so many ways to solve that problem. And as you say, Hopsy, there's for everything there is a contingency. What if?
Yes.
What if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? Right, going down the road to Melitopol, right? Suddenly, there's a minefield here. We didn't know what are you going to do? We're going to avoid it. What are we going to do? So many what ifs.
All true. Thanks. I'm just going to drop down to listen.
No, thank you very much, Hopsy. Nick, I didn't hear the name that you said that was next.
Next is Kerry, because Nick and Peter were both waiting to be admitted when Kerry had her hand up. I don't know which was first of those two, but
the wonderful Kerry.
Hello, guys. So, taking it back to the conversation we were having about the level of interaction, discussion, decision making between the military and the political, I think it'll be interesting down the line when we finally get to hear about all of this. But I'm imagining that because of the nature of the situation, there will have been, and there is on an ongoing basis, significantly more discussion, planning, and interaction between the military and the political than you would have in most Western circumstances, because Zelensky has had to constantly be campaigning to get what they need militarily. So whereas, you know, for the majority of, well, for NATO, obviously in particular, they know everything that's there already and they make sure that everything is there already. But there must have been an incredibly high degree of interaction to say, you know, look, we can do this if we get this. We can't do this unless we get this. We could time it in this way because we know by this point we're going to get this. I don't think there's any level of micromanaging going on, but that very real discussion about, well, look, in order to do this, we have to achieve, you know, F-16s, or we have to get HIMARS, etc. I can imagine that there's had to be an enormous amount of discussion to work that out. Just thought that was worth throwing in there. It's quite a particular situation.
Yes, I agree. I mean, and we have to remember that political styles will come into these things as well. I heard a story, I don't know if it's true, that Tony Blair wanted to know lots of stuff, and you know, it'll come down to many factors, doesn't it? Anyway, we've got so Nick. I was going to go Nick the Greek, but it's not Nick the Greek, is it? But Nick.
It is
Nick,
actually
Nick the.
Oh, it is the Greek, is it? I just guessed. All right.
It
Well, there we are.
It was originally Nick the fully justified Russophobe, but somebody hacked my account on account of using Russophobe, and so I have after getting my account restored, I decided to go with something a little more anodyne, I guess.
Well, I met Nick the Greek, and he was brilliant.
Well,
I can't tell you, amazing person.
I'm another Nick the Greek, actually. So, and I wanted to mention, this is actually pertinent to Ukraine. I wanted to mention that Nick Brown's mention of tantalizing and Tantalus is actually germane, and here's why. Tantalus was consigned to punishment in Hades for assorted acts of barbarism, including human sacrifice and thievery, which in Greek, of course, is klepto, like kleptocracy. And his punishment was to stand in a pool of pristine spring water and within reach of a fruiting tree. And he was perennially hungry and thirsty, because whenever he reached for the fruit of the tree, the bough retreated from his grasp. And whenever he bent down to drink the pristine water, the water receded. And I think based on Putin's decades-long ambition to reconquer Ukraine and how it's all slipping away from him so gradually, so inexorably, I think it's a really cool metaphor. So thanks, Nick, for bringing that up, and thank you all for letting me contribute that little Greek mythology. By the way, that's like, I'm half Greek, so I think that's like the most Greek punishment imaginable. It has to do with food.
Does that make you Nick the half a Greek then?
Yeah, yuck. Yeah, although my sister and I have always identified as Greek. Well, I mean, we spoke the language, and we had a wonderful Greek grandmother, and we got to go to Greece several times. So, but anyhow,
do you know if that entitles you? Do you know if that entitles you to a Greek passport?
When I was in Greece one summer, I was warned that if Turkey and Greece went to war, because I had a Greek grandfather, I was eligible to be drafted.
But if you're eligible to be drafted, that means you're eligible for a passport, and that gets you freedom of movement within the European Union. So,
oh, interesting. Thank you for that.
You can live anywhere in the different countries in the different European countries apply different rules about who can claim nationality by descent, but quite often it's having a grandparent from that country is the minimum requirement, which is why I am currently Irish, despite my accent and being obviously extremely British. And I actually have two Irish-born grandparents, and a lot of people are discovering this also because you from the US, Nick?
Yeah, I am.
I've been reading. There's a lot of Americans are moving to Europe now, not of retirement age, for the quality of life. And if you have a Greek passport, you can move to anywhere in the European Union, and you can bring in your spouse. They don't have to be, should you have a spouse, you can bring in your spouse, and they get a work permit. As long as you don't, interestingly, you get a different deal if you move to Greece to if you move to any other European country. And typically the deal you would get if you move to Greece would be less good than if you move to another European country, because the European deal would apply as opposed to the Greek deal. And very few of the national deals are as good as the EU deal. But if you have always wanted to live in France or Spain or Germany or Estonia,
I can't now.
For a couple of years, if you were able to get a Greek passport, you would be able to do that. It is really rather wonderful. And if you actually have any serious plans to do it, DM me and I can send you some links.
Thank you very much, Nick. I just want to remind everybody before I drop down that when you hear Putin complaining and lying and all of that, just remember the myth of Tantalus. It's quite fitting, even if it's a couple of epochs back in humankind's history. Thank you.
No, thank you, Nick. Or half the Greek, right? It's a bit like
it's raining British. Right? It's raining British comedy references here this evening, even without Axel.
I know. I know. Yes. It's a flood.
I mean, that one, to be fair, is a lesser known part of the Monty Python canon. Peter.
Yeah. Hi. Just going on a couple of points which Zelensky brought up in his interview. And the first was I want to bring up, which is relevant to Zaporizhzhia. There are big risks with Zaporizhzhia. Apparently the Russians are now setting bombs inside it and God knows what. And Zelensky said today that China could be fundamental in bringing peace. Now, China at the moment is trying to make up big time with the USA and vice versa. They're trying to get things on a level keel. But wouldn't it be a good idea to give them a fairly neutral thing to do, which is to ensure the security of the nuclear power plants? Because that was one of their three.
Nope.
Okay.
I think we did. Sorry, Peter. I know I'm interrupting you. We've said this before, right? The last country you're going to involve, really, unless they're with someone else, it is probably China, I guess. No, maybe I interrupted you too soon. Let me think about this. Maybe I've been a bit harsh.
Peter, you said Zelensky said it. Do you have a link you can DM me? Because the reason I say that is somebody else DM'd me a few minutes ago with something that I think we debunked this afternoon, which was Zelensky allegedly saying if Ukraine needs, if Moldova asks us to come onto our territory, we will. And I think we debunked that this afternoon. So on the one hand, there is plenty of fake stuff being attributed to Zelensky by the Russians. On the other hand, if you have a reliable source for it, I am a little bit less skeptical than David in this, because I think China may be looking for a way to save face. And
I think they're perfect in there, because
It does seem like to me it seems like a good fit, and if Zelensky is politically okay with it, I don't think we here are in a position to tell him that he's wrong.
Yeah, I think they would be a perfect fit because one, they've got to prove themselves. They have been extremely naughty. They are trying to make things up with America. I think they know which side their bread is buttered. And so let them prove it and let them secure those power stations, because for those to go off would be an absolute disaster. And China knows this. And it was one of China's 3 points: no nuclear weapons to be used, no threat of nuclear weapons, and security of the power stations. Those are the 3 conditions.
No, I agree. I remain skeptical, but if you have the link to Zelensky saying that, I am interested. Okay, you had another point.
The second point I want to go on to is that Zelensky also said that Ukraine does not control the skies, and
but that's true, though, right?
Yeah, it doesn't. But he also mentioned the fact it didn't control the skies would mean that in the offensive there would be Ukraine lives lost. I've been very, very skeptical about what's going on, particularly with F-16s. I think there's been a lot of bull thrown out about them. I think it's been delaying tactics so that they are. So I think America is worried that if Ukraine takes, if Ukraine takes Crimea, then Putin will do something stupid, and if he does something stupid, then America has to respond in a severe way. And that's not nuclear, but they would have to at least sink the Black Sea Fleet. They would have to at least kick Russia out. And he is petrified of the West being dragged into the war. And I think this is what I think they are delaying these F-16s coming in. We've had all this stuff about, now we've started all this training. They could have those F-16s in there. They could train experienced Ukrainian pilots to fly them operationally rather than NATO style, very, very quickly and in defensive mode. And they haven't done that. Now, Colonel Jeff put a tweet up today which said something about the American Air Force.
Oh, no, hang on. Peter, I was going to bring that up a little bit later.
Yeah, okay, I'll let you bring it up because you'll probably say it's a lot better than I can.
Yeah, so anyway, here's the thing, right? So I thought about the point you were talking about with China, right? So I don't believe for one moment that China will be saving Ukraine. But they do have a role to play, and Zelensky is a consummate professional, and he's brilliant at getting people to do something. So if China wants to save a bit of face and do something, they could and I could see, in actual fact, there could be a role in some way with some Chinese people at the nuclear plants, in that the Russians aren't going to shoot the Chinese, are they? That would be really, really stupid. So they might have a role there, but not within anything else. And there'd be a worry, right? Are we allowing? Who are we allowing in? Why are we allowing in? And you've got all the security concerns that go along these things, Peter. So there are many security concerns around your nuclear power stations, and having random Chinese people wandering around is going to be a huge security concern as well.
We've got a huge security concern at the moment. But
yes, I know, but you don't want to add another one to the one you've already got, which you might already have a plan for, right? But the moment this is being managed, you would be adding another problem. There's the bit to it. So I could see that maybe there would be something in it there. Whether they were just you know, more Chinese in the who were there, right? But
yeah,
it's interesting anyway. But as I said, Zelensky is a consummate professional, right? And if he can exert pressure on Russia via China, and him suggesting that, well, maybe China can get in and we can do stuff, because China is desperate for business at the moment. They are very much desperate for business. And if he could get in there and get some pressure, even a little bit, because something somewhere may just be the straw that breaks Putin's back.
yeah. Just quickly going on to what you're talking about, airport security, and just an interesting thing. I was at Luton Airport a couple of years back, and
you mean RAF Luton? You mean?
No, well, it used to be RAF Luton, didn't it?
No, it's just a parody.
That's a Twitter joke, Peter.
Yeah, and I was put up in the we had a flight going out to Geneva at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was stuck in the hotel by Luton Airport. And when I was there was probably about 50 aircraft spotters, and it's a huge club in the UK. And what they do is they go around, they take all the registration numbers down, they take photographs of all the aircraft landing, taking off, etc. And so it has a massive following in the UK. And I was surprised because I was chatting to some of these guys before I went to bed, and they were telling me about what they do and how they do it, and you know, it is a huge plane spotting thing, but they're obviously not allowed to go to airside, which is nobody is, unless you've got the required passes, etc., to do so. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter.
So, yep. Sorry, I guess Lily was next. Did you have were you going to come back on what Peter said, David?
It's all gone now.
I noticed that Lily's hand had gone down. Are you sure?
For
sure,
once,
Lily?
For once, I kept track of the order for 3 people, and I wanted to celebrate that because it doesn't happen very often. So it's Lily, and then the Duke of Earl, and then Kerry.
Murphy's Law, right? You remembered, Nick, and I forgot. C'est la vie.
So it wasn't Moore's Law, which just gets bigger, right? So this one got smaller.
Listen, you're going to get a bigger brain. Kerry is probably next.
Well, actually, it was Duke and then Kerry. So according to Nick,
if Lily's given up, yep, Duke was next.
Okay, guys, no fighting, please. And Nick, it's URL. And
dat weet ik. Dat weet ik.
I know, but all the Dutchies say Earl.
Earl, but there was a song, wasn't there? The Duke of Earl.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yes, of course. But about the photo, quickie. In Holland, you can on special designated spotted places. You can go to Leeuwarden and you can take photos of the F-35 and soon the F-16 that's going to practice there. And that's official allowed. About China, I posted today a message I was rather proud of. I called her the Lion of Holland because Ollongren, our Minister of Defense, told to a minister of China, he was stating China can play an important role in the peace negotiations, and we want to step up and blah blah do this and blah blah do that. And he told the press why. And later on, reaction came from Ollongren, and she told him he was false, and didn't totally not agree with China about their proposal and getting involved in the peace process. And they are training now in Germany already. F-16 pilots was in the news also. And Holland is now extra people stationed in Slovakia with the Patriot systems. So we are busy at all areas. And I was also very worried about Zaporizhzhia because of the nuclear power plant. But yeah, I don't know if I'm the only one who saw it, but I saw an interview with one of the people from the UOA, the atomic agency, and they said Zaporizhzhia is mostly not functioning. It's not. It's in keeping dormant almost, and it's very resilient and can withstand large bombing. And if there would something happen terrible there, then it wouldn't be worse than the accident in Japan with Fukuyama. So
Fukushima, yeah.
Fukushima, yeah. And my Japanese is a little bit rusty. Sorry, David. And so that, I think, got me a little bit calmed down about the danger of that. But it's, of course, a big thing if things go wrong there. And
it's an example of the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. The Fukushima tsunami killed 20,000 people due to a big wave, and I believe the current casualty figure for radiation from Fukushima is 1 person hospitalized. What I want to know though is this air base in Leeuwarden. So there's an observation place.
Yes, of course. You can go there.
Okay, so when I go there, will I find a poffertje stand, or will I find a nieuwe haring stand, or is there can I get a broodje kroket or a kapsalon? What are the uniquely Dutch catering facilities available at this?
Because when I go to Schiphol, for instance, then there's nothing. There was an airfield, and there was a strip beside the runway you could stand, and I knew a back way door by some company was. I parked my car and I walked on the back and I I can stand at the end of the runway, and so I could took in one shot the whole 747 passing by. But in the days of 9/11, I had a rather full lens also in the days, and I aimed it at the plane of BA, and I could see from the cockpit that they were looking back at me with binoculars from what's she doing? What's she pointing at us? So, and there was more police, and there were less spots allowed, but yeah, the danger of that wore out. So I haven't been back to Schiphol lately, but I'm going to. I got myself a new lens, 800 millimeters, so must be doing the job. And
I will give a small shout out here. And I lived in the Netherlands for 8 years. I greatly enjoy, in a guilty pleasure kind of way, Dutch junk food. But a few years ago, the Netherlands invented a chain called La Place, which is a chain that serves freshly cooked food, cafeteria style, at very good prices. There's one at Schiphol. Well, there's a sandwich one at Schiphol, but there's a full meal one at Schiphol. If you're ever at Schiphol Airport, La Place is the place to go for reasonably priced, extremely nice food, to the extent that they opened one at the Gare du Nord in Paris. And when Dutch restaurant chains are opening branches in France, you know they've got something going for them. So while I will continue to enjoy my broodje kroket and my kapsalon, I thoroughly recommend La Place, which was part of Vroom and Dreesman, who went bust, but somebody managed to save La Place.
Yeah, but
maar die waren fout in de oorlog, hè?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there were original 3 names, Gersons, Vroom, and Dreesman.
Gerson, did he move to Ukraine?
I don't know, but it was really his name. So it was GVD.
Oh,
And
GVD, yeah. No, yeah. That wouldn't have gone down too well in the marketing, would it? No, indeed.
No.
I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Right.
And they also changed the name of the Catholic University of Tilburg.
Indeed, they would probably have to. Yes.
Yeah. But what
yeah.
the joke is, I don't know, but I always looking for one of the, there is one still, Nick, the Catholic University of Texas. And they advertising big with KUT, music, DJs, school, everything.
With a K. With a K.
Yeah, and I love to have that.
Texas or Texas?
Texas, in Texas.
Texas,
Catholic
America.
Yeah.
Why are they using a K?
I don't know, but they do.
Think about it, Nick.
No. I'm fully aware of the joke, but I'm wondering why the Catholic University of Texas would have a K rather than a C.
Perhaps an old-fashioned spelling from some 100 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. Okay. No.
Really, for Dutchy, it's funny.
Jeremy Hunt.
Yeah, no. I am fully aware, Kerry. I lived in the Netherlands for 8 years, and I had a Dutch girlfriend, so I can. This conversation could get a whole lot worse before it gets better, but I will. Yeah, Axel, come. I have to go. I have a yellow alert, but Axel, do you want to come and lick your wounds about the football game?
Not really. They just made a huge mistake, and therefore they lost. So that's how it is. You win some, you lose some.
Well, they lost 2-0, so that would kind of sound like 2 huge mistakes, would it?
No, they made one huge mistake, which then led to say a lack of focus, and then they had to open up. And when you have to open up in the last, say, 18 minutes, then you're exposed to risk. And as I told you, then it's a matter of focus whether you can actually push forward. And they failed, so that's how it goes. Next,
did the better team win?
Difficult to say. Very difficult to say.
Okay, it's never a tragedy.
The game was really on a knife's edge for 70 I'd say 72 minutes, and then it changed.
Okay, it's never a tragedy for your team to lose if the better team won. You know, you can't say you were robbed. It sounds like you're not going to have too much trouble coming to terms with it.
Yeah, because I'm too old. I would have trouble coming to terms with it, but I would never ever do this in public. I would probably just simply go down to the what we would call Muckibude, meaning
Nick, you're dipping into your bag of crisps. You need to get used to just using that mute button there.
I did. Before you even said it.
For which I still heard your bag of crisps.
It is like the famous old Soviet joke, isn't it, about how Kennedy and Khrushchev had a race, and it was reported by Pravda as Secretary General Khrushchev and the American president had a race, and the American president came in one ahead of the last place, and the Soviet leader finished a glorious second
and hit it. Oh,
Axel, can you hear Nick? Axel, can you hear Nick?
His mute. He's on mute, but we're still.
Yeah, Axel,
no,
I think you need.
Him. He has to recycle.
I know that's the point. Lily, one second. Let yes, I'm aware. Axel, I think you've got a problem. You need to recycle. I will message him in the background.
He's gone.
Sounds like
there we are.
Breaking into the drinks cabinet in upset.
Yes. Anyway, so listen. I've just found the tweet, which was about the China Defense Minister Li Shangfu suggested that they use. Maybe this is a translation issue. Their resources of influence to try to end the war with the Russian Federation, and also promised to expand military ties with Ukraine. That's very so. The expand military ties with Ukraine is very interesting. We know that
Mic check.
oh yeah, sorry, I double. At what point did I stop? Because apparently I double tapped my.
Just after you said something about Chinese military cooperation with Ukraine.
Okay, right. So I'll read it back. Expand military ties with Ukraine, Reznikov said. So I'm just going to say, listen, it's interesting. Maybe, I mean, we want to know what they're going to do with. Does it mean they're going to expand more with drones? They DGI said that they were going to stop sending to Russia. We don't know if that's true or not. But the interesting part is, and I would caution everyone, and our good friend of the space, Jin Ge, keeps on saying, right, the Chinese are most likely to want to get involved so they can slow everything down, as opposed to speeding things up with Russia working out that they should, in actual fact, be exiting left or exiting right. Actually, if we think of it properly, exiting right in double time. So we'll see what happens about that. And we still have a hand up. I see Kerry. Over to you, Kerry.
Thank you. It was the China thing still, and I was going to say that there's been nothing that I've heard from the Ukrainian side that has ever led me to believe that they will in any way accept China's peace plan. That is dead in the water, I would say. And I think that it's probably more likely anything that's coming out of Zelensky's mouth is going to be very considered and equally could be playing that ping pong ball back to China in terms of what you've just said about, slowing things down, or he's sort of not completely closing the door in China's face, but going, yeah, okay, fine, get on with it. I'm busy over here. I think that's possibly quite a clever way of responding.
He's incredibly astute, right? I can tell you for now, I've been involved in a couple of negotiations. I would not want Zelensky on the other side. I just wouldn't, right? If I was trying to, whatever it was, in a negotiation, I would want him on my side because intuitively he knows exactly what to say. Yeah. So we'll see what's going to happen. Anyway, so I'm going to go back to what I was talking about with when Peter was talking. I'm trying to find it now. I've come off it. I'm now looking at a picture of Dr. Evil, who's
the other thing,
other than the scar looks like myself.
The other thing is, if you were negotiating with Zelensky, you would be aware that he's packing a whole lot of relatively modern NATO Western weaponry. You would give in to most of his demands just on that basis, would you not?
No, I'm not. I'm not the sort of person who gives in like that. You've got to look into it in more detail, right? Because I've been going, they don't seem to be sending them, do they? But that's a separate issue. Yeah. Anyway, listen.
Wave a plant catalogue under your nose, David, and that could be.
Oh, that peony looks very nice. Yes, that could very well be true, or it could be an acer plant, or a palm, or some bamboo. I currently have 4 flavors of bamboo at the moment. Anyway, let's go back to what we were going to talk about because this is quite interesting. So, Colonel Jeff, an amazing friend of the space, has tweeted out. This is a couple of hours ago. Yep, several hours ago. Now he hasn't. We're waiting for a reply or a response. But he tweeted out, "Just heard a story that rocked me to the core. The USAF, that's the United States Air Force, has failed Ukraine. Writing it now, this will rock your soul if you care about Ukraine." To which Malcolm Nance responded, "This doesn't make any sense. If you're talking about strategic reconnaissance, then I can assure you that's wrong. If you're talking about airlift to Rezhnev, Poland, I was quite impressed. If you're talking about the F-16 issue, that's a moot point. So spill, but don't do Russia's job." To which the reply was, "Malcolm, I assure you, when you read the article, you'll see. As you know, I can't say anything until my article clears the Pentagon WHS security review." Was that WH Smith's, Nick, is it? They're involved in security reviews now. "My lifelong NDA with the USG is just like yours." So it's so really what Jeff has said is contact, wait out. We sort of know what the target is, the who, and we're waiting for the what, where, and when. So that'll be very interesting when it comes out. But I thought I'd give everyone a heads up.
Can you just say what, where, and when again, David? I really love the way you say it.
What, where, when.
I come from Birmingham, where what doesn't have an H in it, and I very much admire people who can pronounce those words where WH is a different consonant to W. What?
Thank you very much. You admire. I admire you as well, Nick. In fact, I would go so far as to say I love you deeply.
Oh, you too, mate. But I really appreciate that way of speaking. And you're Welsh, right? Or you identify as Welsh?
I identify as Welsh. I think boarding schools they beat you if you don't say things properly. So
there are two ways of talking if you're Welsh. One of them is Richard Burton, and the other is Jonathan Davis. And I am pleased to say you are very much on the Richard Burton side of the aisle, which many non-British people won't recognise as any sort of Welsh accent. But the Richard Burton, Anthony Hopkins kind of English. Or English accent, I do really admire it, David. Thank you, thank you for your whats. And when I do it, it just sounds like a caricature.
Yes, it does. It does sound very, very, very Warwick, doesn't it?
I can't do it. Yeah.
You should have been beaten more as a child, Nick. I'm sure that would have fixed it.
But with what? But with what?
What?
Beaten with what?
With what? Who's on first?
Exactly. What's on second?
David, I'm scratching my head at what you were just saying about Colonel Jeff. Not the secrecy issues, but I'm just scratching my head like what
he says that he's writing.
What could he be talking about?
Nothing you can't know, and you won't know because it's currently still being cleared. So it makes no sense speculating. The only thing is that he highlighted that it does not necessarily shed a good light on how the DoD has treated the Ukrainian demand for F-16, or the Ukrainian demand for combat aviation.
Something.
It is about combat aviation, but it doesn't matter. So,
of course it is, because it's the USAF, right?
Exactly.
It's very interesting.
So,
very interesting, and it's a contact wait out, right?
Exactly, contact wait out. You'll have to have a glass of whatever. I don't know, hot milk, white wine, tea, whatever, whatever spins your wheel, carry, and wait.
Here's a point. It's useful for people who haven't been in the NATO forces. I don't even know if the United States has contact wait out, but in the UK forces we have a contact wait out, and that was the initial response over the signal network of something has happened. Right? Normally, contact wait out means someone's shooting at you or something, and then there's the who, what, where, when. Right, and these are important things. Like who's shooting at you? what's happening, right? It might be who's shooting, who it is, what is happening, where. For me, that was normally South Armagh somewhere, and when, right now, right now. So yeah, they're very, very important. Who, what, where, when. Brilliant. Helps you in pretty much everything in life if you were involved in responding to stuff. Anyway, Nick, we still have the power, don't we? So what's happening now?
I got the power. Sorry.
What's happening now?
What's happening now? Let me check my DMs, because there is always something going on in my DMs. Axel, you were away, but I would have liked to have heard your comment earlier on the question: how does the Ukrainian command decide who to include and how to distribute information regarding the upcoming offensive? Taking perspectives from various people into account, but keeping the planning circle small, then distributing the plans with enough time to practice without giving the plans away. Hop was around at the time, but we would have appreciated your input.
I think Hop will have answered this properly. You can, of course, train many different things in many different scenarios in all levels. That is notwithstanding that what you then execute may not have trickled down sufficiently. There's many units who will not be able to construe what you have in mind, because you're moving in combined arms, you're moving on a large theater, many different pieces. I think I've seen this twice in my life to watch it from the outside, and it's astonishing. And that's very, very, it's very distant. And these are things which people do differently than you would imagine. But that's it. And I'm sure that none of us here are qualified to be, say, general staff planning officers. So it's very hard for me to give this any kind of sensible answer without projecting, and that is not fair to the topic, nor is it in any shape or form honest. So I'd rather say my speculation, my assumption would be that the logic, which I've seen in different circumstances, would be followed, that a very small group of people will work together to plan out how various scenarios could be combined and which ones to take first. And then you take your general staff, there's probably going to be, I don't know, a double dozen of people maximum, and you work with them, and then you allocate those tasks. I mean, it's what, David, remind me, 1,140 kilometers line of contact?
Oh, line of contact. No, it's more than that. Line of contact, is it closer to 2,000, isn't it?
I thought it was less.
Line of contact.
Well, it depends on how you define it. But if you take
who knows, right? I mean, it's an extraordinary long distance.
It's an extraordinary long distance, and I would not have included, for example, all the space which is currently not heavily contested, for example, along Belarus or north of Sumy. But okay, so it's an extremely long front line. The front face itself is significantly varied. You have hilly areas, you have marshy areas, you have large bodies of water, many, many rivers, you have forests, flat, pan, steppe areas. So you have territorial variety, and you have potentially anywhere like a dozen potential attack vectors, some of which do gel very well with each other in parallel or not. You may have additional very, very good ideas, very, unique, innovative ideas as to how you could actually surprise the enemy. You may have a good 8, 9 different special missions which you would like to carry out at some point in time to not just surprise but shock the enemy, distract him, deceive him. All of these you plan separately. Some of them you will never take them out of your pocket or out of your little box where you keep all the special stuff, but you keep them in mind. You will have input from constantly, each and every single day, feeding into your general staff, into the decision-making process. when people review how large the staff was working in London and alongside the coast with General Eisenhower and his staff, that's about 2,000 people, many of whom were literally garrisoned and constantly supervised so that they would not talk. But you needed that many people because you didn't have as many sensors, you didn't have as good an IT system, and you had different technologies to work with. So you had to transmit data and take in signals, identify, review, analyze, test, and to then interpret them in different fashions, then cobble them together. The aggregation process during those days took a lot longer and a lot more time. Today, there is a vast array of data available, as we would have said 25 years ago, I think, Nick, at our fingertips. But then again, now it's even different. It's visually aggregated data. It is piped into your systems. It's like what you have as an enterprise resource planning system, but as a battle information system. You have this, and you have this as a theater information system. You have this as a fully integrated link up between the different forces. So what we are seeing currently is a massive amount of logistics and information management, while still leading troops by talking to people. And I trust that General Sirski, General Zaluzhny, their staff, that they are talking, literally talking, preferably physically and personally with their lead commanders, because there are certain things which I only trust humans to do. There are certain things where I believe that the human brain and our sensory system is so much better at identifying nuance, relevant nuance, to make decisions better. And I think that's what's happening. So if you want my honest answer, I don't know. I really don't know. I have views on it. I can deduct a few things, and that's what I just explained. But I tend to believe that they will have a very well organized process, and then it comes down to their willingness to assess the risks they're willing to take, and they must take under time pressure and under scarcity of available provisioning, make these decisions and carry them out. So if this is a double dozen people on a high level, that's a lot.
Do you think the booms and the sabotage we've been seeing in the last 12, 18 hours indicate that we're in the 24, 36 kind of hour pre-boom or pre-operation boom period? Or do you think this is just more of normal stuff?
I think it has started.
Whereas I would say, I think this is the warm up still, and they're going to carry on warming people up. I would like it that they've started because it means that I've won my bet, right? But I can't help but think that this is the tantalizing component they're doing. They're tantalizing the Russians. Have we started? Have we not started? Look, bang! Look, big bangs going everywhere. But this isn't. Doesn't feel like it.
What was your bet?
May I suggest the following? It's not about bets. May I suggest?
No, I just want to know what bet was.
Sorry, apologies, Nick. Just to David's point, and then please carry on, of course. But David, consider this. Look at the map now. Look at the rail line down south from Melitopol. The Ukrainians managed to cut that rail line today. They had the possibility to cut it for a long time. They had reach, they had the means, they had the intelligence, but they cut it today.
Yeah, so I would say that this different. So and Axel, I would say different things, right? So here's the thing, right? They may have a specific reason for doing it at this point, right? They cut it at the north, they cut it at the south because, quite simply, they may be trying to retain something inside there, stopping it from moving, or something coming in from the north, or something coming in from the south. We don't know. I can think of numerous reasons as to why you would do it now, despite what's happening, because you may be trying to create a logistics problem elsewhere, which would accumulate. You'd be people who sit there and they're working these things out. They go, that logistics problem may come to a head in 7 days' time. We don't know. But I could see legitimate reasons to do it now, despite the whether this is the off or not.
I think it is off, and the massive amount of booms you've seen will lead to night operations, and you'll be surprised what happens in the next 2-3 hours. I think it's off, and I can tell you why. If you look at what we've discussed here many times over, and then the information which we've collated from various people from the front lines, the overarching consensus was that the Russian troops have on average at the moment less than 3 days logistics support without resupply. If you have less than 3 days support and you take the distance from what is Melitopol, because it's the only railway line, Melitopol down to Sevastopol, to Jankoy, to all the places they need to supply, Henichesk, Skadovsk, Amiansk, you name them. There's nothing which crosses the rail bridge currently on Kerch. That means in 3 days from now, Crimea will have to rely on whatever their massive amount of storage still may be in Sevastopol and have to bring it up from there, which means they bring it up from Sevastopol by rail to the north, and they are fully sighted by the Ukrainians. I think this is a clear signal that the attack is on, because they could have cut it before. This gives very little chance, very little options to the Russian forces to actually defend the line Skadovsk to Henichesk. If you don't have 3 days ammo, you're toast in that area. And this is why they hit today, also the Ukrainians, Tavriske. I asked earlier whether they would hit Brilivka. We have heard nothing since. Telegram channels on the Russian side have gone pretty damn silent, and Ukrainian Telegram channels on Ukrainian news channels say nothing anyway, and they shouldn't. So what we're doing here is speculating. We're basing ourselves on very insecure, ambiguous information. But the heavy shelling of Tavrizke is a signal that something is on, because you wouldn't take down artillery, rocket artillery, and ammunition depots there, 20 kilometers away from the coastline along the riverbed of the Dnieper, if you weren't serious about taking the P-57. That's my view. So now you can say, oh, it only starts when they cross the river. That's a good argument. I'm with you, but I think it has started today, because all of these things are now in motion. There's no going back now. Having given that sign that you cut that rail line and that you hit the P-57 means you're attacking. The Russians know it. That's why they're in so much panic, or why they were in so much panic before Telegram channels were shut down.
So yeah, look, I mean, clearly they're attacking, but there's the question as to whether things have started. I can think of numerous reasons as to why you would do it now, and it doesn't mean that the let's call it the full scale is underway. Other than that, their people are being prepared. There are there's still many conditions that need to be met. We'll find out. Who knows, right? But I wouldn't say, 70 fires is a huge artillery barrage. But we'll see. I mean, as you say, things will unfold during the night. We'll find out. But I've got a sneaking feeling it's not. I could be wrong. We could both be wrong.
Can we just highlight that Gunny really, really dug deep into a pile of shite? Because 1 hour ago, he sent a message that we're armchair generals. I wasn't even online.
No, I know. I saw that. But it's true. We are.
No, but I didn't contribute to this. I made the mistake just now.
Some people just, but I think, I think my point is very clear, is that it looks like tumbleweeds that are going through those dragon's teeth. That tells us everything we need to know. Anyway, Nick, you have your hand up.
And sorry, Nick,
Yes,
I cut you off before. My apologies. I should have reverted back to you. I apologize.
The are we calling the dragon's teeth emotional support pyramids, or I saw Coplarone the other day, which I thought was quite good as well.
Coplarone has a nice onomatopoetic kind of connotation. I like that a lot.
Yeah. But David, we want to know what the bet was. Well, I certainly do, and I'm sure.
No,
I'm sure I will be inundated with a DM from Mrs. Trellis, who will want to know as well.
Well, I was trying to explain. So both Bearded and I said we thought the start of things would be last week in May, first week in June, which would take us up to the 7th of June, right? And yeah, I mean, I think we will be very close to the 7th of June, but I don't think it's now. I can see that maybe it's the full moon and everyone's barking, aren't they? Right. But I don't see it.
Well, of course, we are getting towards the rather iconic 6th of June. I kind of want it to not be on the 6th of June because come on. Someone who knows this, or someone who remembers better than me, what was the relationship between D-Day and the full moon? The moon was certainly involved, but I don't know if it was as much to do with the moonlight as it was to do with the tides.
Well, I mean, probably tides, but also we have to remember is that they delayed D-Day, didn't they?
They did, but I think that was just due to storms. So maybe weather. Yeah, maybe it was to do with the moon. It was scheduled for the 4th, wasn't it?
It was full moon phase. I think full moon was
full moon is today.
You know, it was full. Yeah, it is today. That's what I'm saying. It will happen tonight. The full moon was something like started 9 o'clock on June 6th in the evening.
Hot mic, Nick. Hot mic.
No, I think 9 o'clock in the evening, June 6th, it started, and the invasion obviously started on that date. So it was the full moon day.
On a different note, I've got cramp in my toe. It's very painful.
Just take the hammer on your left.
I am not putting a hammer to my toe. I've got two broken toes as a result of being hit at 90 mile an hour by a cricket ball.
I didn't say that. You take the hammer and hit your left hand, and the cramp.
You've been hit at 90 miles an hour by a cricket ball.
Yes, I have.
By who was bowling it?
Someone who was very quick.
Yes, no. I mean, that's kind of professional level.
He is now a professional cricket player. Yeah.
Okay.
Used to play for Reading.
I've played cricket at a reasonable level myself. I was more a military medium trundler. So when I hear someone was hit with a cricket ball at 90 miles an hour, it's like, oh, respect. Yeah. Yeah. But as a bowler,
I can bat.
Okay, I can't
bowl it.
I can hold an end up, but as a bowler, I always, when I was batting, I always used to think, well, you know, I can dish it out. I ought to be able to take it. And I'm a real scaredy cat. I could never play rugby. I didn't like the physical contact. But for some reason, I never worried about a cricket ball coming towards me at high speed. And I'd never got kind of badly hurt despite my relative lack of.
You don't worry because you had skill, right? So you
not really batting, no. But I knew that at the other end, I would be pinging it in and causing people problems and niggles, and occasionally one would lift up off a length and hit the batsman satisfyingly in the gentleman's area, and everyone would rush around him, and I'd go, mate, you got a huge bat. Why are you complaining?
Well, I lost my teeth at 15, so by being hit in the face by a cricket ball. But, yeah,
No, that is major. Yeah.
it did hurt. But anyway, no, I've never had a problem with fast bowlers, other than the I learned a lesson that day which was don't take your shot so quickly that your bat has gone past the ball before it gets to you. That was the lesson.
Would one of those boxing inserts have helped?
It helps a bit in that it turns an impact in the gentleman's area from requiring reconstructive surgery to merely hobbling around for 5 minutes. But it does cause everybody else on the field to grimace. Yeah. The leading women's cricketer of the 1970s, Rachel.
Do women's cricketers have the same problem?
She was asked, do women wear boxes? Or the Americans would know this as a cup. And she said, no, silly, we have manhole covers, which I thought was a pretty smart riposte.
Yeah, but
it's almost as good as the Viv Richards, right?
Oh God!
What was the Viv Richards one?
There's playing on grass or playing on matting. This is it. No, I've never smoked matting.
I've never smoked matting. Yeah.
Oh, people. David, my question was more: would a mouth guard have helped in such an instance when a cricket ball hits you?
Yeah, I mean, this is way before the days of helmets and the rest of it. You used to go on with your school hat at those days. So
they don't wear the professionals don't wear mouth guards, but they do have a sort of general. There's a cage area,
which is my point. I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So they look a little bit like for the people who don't understand the beauty of the game of cricket. So they have there's a guard a little bit that looks like a football, American football guard in front of your face, which is designed to stop a ball hurtling towards you at 100 mile an hour, or even let's face it, substantially quicker than that if the batsman's walloped it at you.
Yes, if you're standing at the other end. I mean, I'm an admirer of baseball as well as cricket, but for the American listeners, there are two things about cricket that may surprise you when it looks like a rather genteel sport practiced by slightly older English gentlemen, and there is an aspect of that. The first is that the ball is as hard as a baseball, and you don't get a glove, and you're expected to catch it.
And they can aim it at your head.
And you're not meant to aim it at your head, but as the batsman getting hit is part of the game.
You do bounce it at the head, right?
That's true. Whereas in baseball, if the pitcher hits the batter, as a minimum, the batter gets to walk to first. And very often in the professional game, the batter gets angry with the pitcher because it's kind of unprofessional to hit the batter. It's kind of like, dude, I'm here, I am trying to earn my living, and you might have injured me. Whereas getting hit by a cricket ball is all part of the game in cricket, and you're just meant to suck it up. There are many other aspects in which baseball is athletically faster and superior to cricket. It's 50-50.
Oh, I do not believe you, Nick.
The throwing in baseball.
I mean,
is
very,
very
teach people.
impressive.
That's because they teach people to throw in the United States.
But I prefer cricket. I respect baseball. But when occasionally Americans will laugh at cricket, and then I show them one or two videos of Paul Collingwood taking some absolutely ludicrous catches, one-handed back over his head off a full-blooded hit. I said that once, and the best an American friend of mine could dig out was a clip reel of 8 years of Major League Baseball, and they found 5 catches without gloves, even in village cricket, there are 3 or 4 catches made every day, every game, without gloves. That baseball players would go, "Oh, that's quiet. Did that hurt?"
The village. I played village cricket for quite a while, Nick. So there's a catch now to this day is still the best catch I've ever seen. A guy, he was doing the 100 meters to catch it and just dived, and it hit his hand, caught it. It was about 100. It was a really, really long end, right, 100
Yeah.
meters away, and it was just astonishing.
We've seen some stuff. Well, my claim to fame, and very few professional cricketers will ever do this, is that I once took all 10 wickets in an innings. And that requires you to be having a very good day and all kinds of comedy capers at the other end.
7 for 21.
Oh, pretty nice. Nick, and then Duke.
Thank you. I have a double question for Axel, but first I'm going to share one of the very, very few tidbits of military history that I am not actually ignorant of. And it is that the operational plan for Overlord included, this was originally for the 5th of June, delayed to the 6th, was to get the hundreds and hundreds of transport aircraft full of airborne divisions over the drop zone before the moon came up to slow the to hamper the German flak battery's ability to hit them, and then to have the moon rise after the paratroopers were on the ground so they could see what the hell they were doing. So it was a waning gibbous. I don't know exactly how many days after the full it was. But my question for Axel is this. You said that the Russians on average have only 3 days worth of ammunition, and I would like to know if that also pertains to food, and even more importantly, does that pertain to artillery?
Nick, you were breaking up for me. I could not hear you. It might have been my headset. Would you mind repeating the last two sentences? I'm sorry.
Yes. So the question was about food supplies for the Russians, if it's also just 3 days. And even more importantly, ammunition supplies for artillery systems, is that also 3 days for the Russians?
Yeah,
Thank you.
It is literally ammo supply. They have ration shelling. We've discussed it here on the space in recent days, and many people have reported on it, that the frequency of Russian artillery shelling has come down substantially in recent days. So they have literally, if you were to put it this way, keeping their powder or their shells dry. But yes, ammunition is the key element. Food, not so much. Food doesn't matter by comparison to ammunition.
Thank you.
So there I was explaining something. So I had a question was, can you steal a base? We're getting back to cricket here for a moment. So we're going to finish this. Can you steal it? There's no such thing as a base. It's the crease. You get stumped. And can you do people bowl over 100 miles an hour? Yes, they do. But guess what? In cricket, they get to bounce the ball 3 meters in front of you before it gets to you.
Yeah, and the ball is asymmetric. It has a seam, and therefore, when it lands 3 meters in front of you, that's to say 0.1 seconds before it gets to your bat, it will move through between an angle of between -10 and +10 degrees. Good luck with that.
Which is why nowadays professional cricketers wear these protectors around their ribs, because that's what you do. It's called spattering their ribs, and people do walk off with broken ribs, and we laugh about it.
It's a real gentleman sport, sir.
Yes, it is. And by the way, one of the fastest bowlers for a while was a Dutchman, wasn't he?
The Netherlands plays a good level of cricket. I played much of my cricket in the Netherlands, and I certainly wasn't in my club's first team. The Dutch, it's a mainstream sport in the Netherlands. It's not kind of a curiosity sport. It's reported on the sports pages of the newspapers on Monday morning, like along with the handball and all the sports apart from soccer.
And here's the thing, Nick, you can answer the question: can you bowl underarm like they do in what's that thing? What's that thing that's a little bit like baseball?
Softball.
Yes.
So do they bowl underarm? Yeah, they do, don't they? And then the ball is about the size of like a sort of disco ball.
Football is huge.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. I'm afraid I'm no. Yeah.
You can answer the question about can you bowl underarm?
I mean, I guess I can, but it would probably like loop up in the air.
No, in international cricket.
Oh, are you allowed to? Didn't they ban it? Certainly in the one-day internationals, because you had that case where the Australians cheated by not giving the New Zealanders a chance to hit the last ball properly. So they played something that in 1750 would have been a standard delivery, and it was technically within the rules. And then one
the
of
Aussies
many
cheated. There we are.
Well, it's the thing, isn't it? We love the Aussies. Everybody loves the Aussies except when they're playing cricket. And frankly, if North Korea was playing Australia at cricket, we would support North Korea, would we not? It's just one of those things. Everybody hates the Australians at cricket.
But I would love to be at Melbourne I was going to say
Boxing Day.
Boxing Day. I would really love to be there. Anyway, listen, we've gone on and on and on. We're at 22, 27, and Alan has been sitting there in his seat, in his hot seat, wondering about cricket and thinking, what the hell are we talking about? And of course, that's where he chimes in and goes, yes. Oh, he's not even up, is he? Nick, what have you been doing? You're supposed to have invited him up.
Nick is just currently opening his wisdom and trying to find some wisdom in it.
I have played on the oldest cricket ground. I used to play at Avery Rings quite often, Nick. It's brilliant. The best bowler, who was about 72, he used to take so many wickets. It was unbelievable.
Is it wicked to take a wicket, or can you?
It was wicked. It was. He was a brutal person, and he took no prisoners whatsoever. The problem was he bowled so slowly. So when people bowl at a certain speed, it could be fast, can be easier. When a ball comes really slowly to you because you want to smash it out of the ground, what you have a habit of doing is just missing because the ball is so slow, right? And he used to take so many wickets because people would miss the ball because they'd swung past the ball before it actually got to them.
It reminds me of my father-in-law who flew. Well, he was the I guess navigator / gunner in a Swordfish. Did Swordfish have a rear gun? He was certainly the navigator in two-seater Swordfish biplanes. And one of the strengths of the Swordfish was that it was so slow that the German secondary anti-aircraft guns on ships like the Bismarck and the Scharnhorst, apparently their fire directors couldn't calculate a trajectory for the Swordfish because they didn't imagine that anyone would ever have a plane that flew at about 40 kilometers an hour. So you could call your friend there a Swordfish bowler.
He was on the opposing side. I didn't call him my friend. He used to take so many wickets. Whereas I am a careful batsman. There we are. Anyway, we will discuss more cricket another time, Nick. Probably the next Test series. Then we could take everyone through it. But yes, you forgot the catch of Paul Collingwood with Matt Hayden, though, didn't you?
Did I not just post that on line 99, or was it a different one? I don't remember who the batsman was, but there are some amazing.
You're so old, you can't remember, can you?
Well, I very much identify with Paul Collingwood. I very much identify with Paul Collingwood because he is. I mean, most professional sports people of any in any sport are very close to being professional sports people in many other sports because you need your fast twitch muscles and all those other things. And so most people who play professional cricket would have been on the verge of at least being semi-professional footballers just because, that's where the talent goes. And Paul Collingwood was quite unique.
He could have been a great
in that he
goalkeeper.
really wanted to be a cricketer, but he did not have any of the natural physical attributes. And he is the ultimate product of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of training and effort, training and effort. Hard work, overcoming a lack of natural athletic ability, which is interesting when you see him doing what basically corresponds to
at which
Olympic
point I go,
gymnastics in those-
when you say lack of natural, no, he had ability in spades, right?
Yes.
So the
but it
thing
turns
is,
out he wasn't. You know, when he was at primary school, he wasn't the kid who was 3 times faster and twice as good at football as everyone else.
He also
just
had
wanted
very short arms and still was a good catcher.
and a good bowler. He used to bowl a cutter. Anyway, let's get away from this. Nick, you were still co-hosting.
Because we
have
just lost
the
the whole US American audience.
We did. We're talking about cricket. We will have to stop that. We need to get Alan up so we can resume the David and Alan day.
Wicket?
Oh, we have to. I've played on a sticky wicket many a time. It's not a pleasant experience. I have carried my bat as well on several occasions.
That is an achievement. That is an unlike that again. That is an achievement that many professional players will not have. For the listeners, that consists of every other player in the team being, you went in at the start, every other player in the team was out. It's kind of the equivalent of being a tail gunner and completing 4 30-mission tours over Germany, which happened to a friend of my father's. And not only did he fly 4 30-mission tours, but during that time, I think he only ever fired his guns twice. But this was back when the life expectancy of a tail end Charlie was about 7 or 8 missions.
Yeah, wasn't a lot, was it? Gosh.
Yeah, so he carried his bat very much so. So I greatly. So yes, we'll have to have the Nick and David batting and bowling show one time.
We could do a village cricket.
There's a list, a very, very famous list of those batsmen who in international cricket have carried their bat. Now, Nick, how long do you think that list is?
It's not very long. I remember Glenn Turner of New Zealand, who I think did it twice. And I think he may have been the only person to have done it twice.
Who's the great Sachin?
Dean Elgar.
Well, he didn't normally open. Tendulkar didn't normally open, did he?
Dean
So
Elgar
number
did it
3,
thrice.
wasn't he? Yeah,
Dean
yeah.
Elgar did it thrice.
Who?
Dean Elgar, South Africa, did it
Ooh,
thrice. 3 times.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't
Glenn
realize you were a
Turner
cricket
twice,
fan,
Bill
Alex.
Lawry, Bill Lawry twice, Glenn Turner twice, Dean Elgar did it thrice.
That is remarkable. I did not know that. Okay, so this is very technical. So, Alan, are you going to come up and sit next to David? I will go off and get ready. I have a busy day out tomorrow, walking around some very nice parts of Mallorca, but I hope to be back here by tomorrow evening European time. So
we didn't finish.
Thank you all.
We didn't finish on the number of how many people actually did this in international cricket. Let's make this very clear, Nick. How long?
I'm going to guess 15 people.
No.
I'm going to guess 15 different people.
56 times it happened, but there are a few. There are a few who actually have done it multiple times, as we just said. But
Sure.
Very few. So those 3 did it multiple times, but 56 occasions of this, which is astonishing. Actually, no, sorry. Also, Bill Woodfull and Len Hutton. I'm just being reminded here by someone who knows us better. Also did it. So, but still, that means barely 50 managed to do this. This is astonishing. It's a huge feat. So, David, for good old school or whatever cricket that was, that is an astonishing.
No,
feat.
village cricket. Yes.
Excellent. Well done, mate.
I tried to get them to carry me off the pitch, but they went, no, we're not doing that. Yes, exactly, right.
All right. So I will step down and Alan, Alan, welcome up.
Thanks, chaps. It was fantastic joining you late. Absolutely stunning.
Alan. Oh, you're not here yet, Alan. I'm still waiting.
I'm here, David. I will never understand. Never understand cricket. It just doesn't even seem like a sport.
You watch baseball, right?
Oh, I watch baseball. Yes.
Well, there we are, right? Anyway, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it my task in my life to get you to understand the beauty of cricket. I've already done it to one American, actually 2 Americans. I'm sure I can succeed a 3rd time, and then you will suddenly understand the magnificence of the sport and how beautiful it is.
Well, I do know about googlies, but that is and it just seems, how would I put it? Would I choose to do this on a sunny June day on a beautiful green field? No, I'd go to a baseball stadium.
But why?
I'd go to a
But why?
ballpark.
Why would you do
Because
that? You watch people using gloves to catch something. That's not very manly, though, is it?
In some spectacular ways, you can steal bases. There's nothing more thrilling than a no-hitter or a one-hitter, and plus you get to eat hot dogs, even though they are the most dangerous food in the world. They serve beer. There are fist fights in the stands. It's incomparable.
All of this happens in cricket. All of this happens at cricket, except for stealing bases. We stump people; they get stumped, right? You get balls thrown at you. I mean, and there's so much going on. Alan, I'm going to convert you if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, I'll try.
It could be the last thing I do, but no. But I've converted many because it's just so much more beautiful.
That was something
there
that
are
did.
other things.
There's something that did surprise me in the US. Actually, is that in Europe we associate hooliganism with football, and cricket is always a very good-natured crowd. And it was a surprise because, to what extent we might think American football is kind of different to football. American football seems to be the most family-friendly sport, and baseball is indeed the sport where fans get pretty rowdy. I was really surprised by that. Maybe it's because of the heat or something, or the humidity. Yeah, if you're,
or just they're so angry because they're watching baseball.
Yeah,
just right now.
Nick, really.
They had fights.
Every
fights
sport
in Boston. They had fights. Come on, Alan, be honest. They had fights in Boston over
Of course
baseball.
they do. If
and
you,
not just bar fights. They had fights like hooliganism in the stands.
this is true. If you're in Boston Garden, watching that, Boston Garden unfortunately doesn't exist anymore, but watching the Celtics or the Bruins, there would be a fist fight in the stands because there'd be a few Rangers fans there, in a hockey game, or there'd be a New York Knicks fan there. One of the very best fights high up in the rafters in Boston Garden I have ever seen took place during the NBA playoffs in 1973, as a matter of fact. But in any event, Nick, American sports.
Let's get back to the war.
Yeah, well, American sports fans fight in every stadium. There is no safe place, whether you're in a football stadium, a ballpark, or anywhere. I've never seen a fight during American soccer. I know it goes by a different name everywhere else in the world.
No, I was talking about football, what you call football. I don't think I've seen a fight there either. And I was at somebody's house once when it was the Super Bowl was on, and these were people who I wouldn't normally consider sports fans, but it was a big deal. It was a big family get together deal to watch the Super Bowl. I just soccer in America. No, soccer is a very gentle sport, and you have your soccer moms, and it's also a very egalitarian sport in the US. In fact, the US, I believe, the US national women's team gets paid the same as the men's team, and they should probably get paid more because they're a lot more successful.
They're much better.
They're much
anyway,
better.
can we? I love sport. I played sport for a very long time and numerous different sports. But can we get back to the war? Because there is a certain young lady who may just who may make us regret that we didn't get back to war, or Ukraine as opposed to war.
Yes, I agree, David. We do have to get back to Ukraine and get back to the war. And I'm sure the hands will help us do that. And I know you have the order.
No, I don't have the order. That was Nick's job.
Let me suggest Duke, Abdullah, and I thought there was a third hand, but
Abdullah
Duke and
was
Abdullah
first.
to begin.
Abdullah was
Abdullah,
first.
Abdullah, then Duke. Abdullah.
Hey, Alan. Good evening. Good evening. Yes, I was just gonna mention to Dr. Brown. What do you call in American football? There's always a fight. Every game I have attended, there was always a fight, and and you won't believe, you know, the things that they get into a fight with, a fist fight in the parking lot. But the worst one I've seen was the Philadelphia Eagles fans. To be honest, they're awful. They're the worst. And then I've been to Lambeau Field once. Their fans, they drink a lot, and they curse. But no, I've never seen them, you know, trying to, you know, pick a fight with me. But the Eagles fans are the worst. But there's always a fight in an American football game on Sunday. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And by the way, Dr. Brown, speaking of cricket and David, in Dubai, you will be
Oh,
surprised.
it's got amazing. Yes, I know. You won't be surprised. I know the ground well.
Yeah, in Dubai, the migrant workers, they're always playing cricket in the parking lot and all that. But still, to this day, I don't know the rules, what's involved. It looks like baseball. I remember baseball.
It does not look like baseball. Do not say that. Otherwise, I will never bring you up again.
I played for a season. I played for a season in Bahrain, 89 to 90, and I have some of my favorite cricket memories of playing in teams in our club we had English people and Sri Lankan people, Tamils and Sinhalese, and we played against the Bangladeshi team and the Pakistani team and the Indian team and all kinds of people. And I learned how to spectate at cricket like an Indian, batting, and absolutely fabulous times we had there. The ball is you're playing on a concrete strip in the middle of basically a sandy gravel field.
Yes.
There's no grass. But it suited my style of bowling perfectly, and some unbelievably good memories there. Cricket actually has power. Cricket has arguably prevented war between India and Pakistan, and
I totally agree with that.
And cricket is has been, and we'll see what happens. They're going through a dark phase at the moment, but for many years, cricket is a unifying force in Afghanistan. Afghanistan has gone from not having heard the word cricket in 1985 to being one of the world's top 10, 11 countries now. And it is the only sport endorsed by the Taliban. So cricket has a power for good that we can kind of make jokes about, but actually there's some deadly serious stuff going on there. And when people from the Indian subcontinent turn up in Europe, they get together around this game and make interesting things happen. And in the United States too, if you look at the US cricket team, 7 or 8 of them have Muslim names. The rest are people from the Caribbean. But cricket is a force for good, partly because of the range of levels that you can have within a game. One of the things that I noticed about cricket is you can play with people who would come from teams at 5 or 6 different levels of division, and it still resembles a game. In a way that if you join your local tennis or squash club's ladder, you'll never go up more than 3 or 4 places, because the inexorable nature of the technique that's required means that you're just always going to be at roughly one level. And in cricket, players from a relatively low level can play against those of a relatively high level, and occasionally there will be upsets. And that's one of the things that makes it such a great sport and such a social leveler. And it's helped me in social interactions with people from countries that play cricket. It's helped me enormously because it has a quality to it, and it also has a slight lack of seriousness to it. There's always a degree of humor present around a cricket match, because there's always things that can go slightly wrong. And I truly believe that as a sport, it's a force for good. And when Ukraine and the United States play their first cricket match, I will crawl over broken glass to get tickets to that game.
I will say the great leveler is being smacked in the nads at 100 miles an hour, right? Every person there understands.
Mike Tyson would probably have something. Yes, everybody has a plan until they receive a short one from Ben Stokes.
But I mean, it would be the no doubt the Caribbean bowlers you wouldn't have wanted it from in the 70s, right?
David, we have not succeeded in getting back to Ukraine.
Alan,
No, I know we haven't. I know, Alan. Stop derailing things, Nick.
But Alan,
Let's mute him.
Sorry, hold on one second. Guys, rest a little. Calm. We are here since February 23rd last year. We are 24/7 here. We've been every day and every night across time zones. Our team comprises of volunteers. We're very dedicated. We're extremely dedicated to Ukraine. We have Ukrainians in our team. We report on Ukraine all the time. We discuss Ukraine all the time. When I came back this evening, we went through arms, supplies, logistics, counter-offensive, various topics. When I listened beforehand, you were discussing F-16s, all sorts of things. And at some point in time, we had a bit of comic relief, like in the Porter scene of the play that shall not be named. It's completely fine. Trust me, the boys at the front line, the boys and girls in the second edge, the combat medics, all of them, and those who listen currently, and we know that many of them listen, from time to time do enjoy that banter as much as they enjoy the hard, serious news, discussion, consideration, speculation, and the likes. The feedback which we have from those people to whom we speak personally in Ukraine, who are fighting, and who often, when they have a moment, listen in here, is that they just want to hear that the international community, that all of you listeners, all of you wonderful audience, all the people who engage here and contribute to this working are there, and that they are not alone. So if somebody discusses cricket and makes a joke about getting one in the nads here, that probably makes them chuckle before they go to sleep and go back to fight in the morning. Take that in.
Yes, it does. I would point out that I am now announcing the Take Alan to Lords fund very shortly. We'll get him there. Are you allowed to take a bottle of wine in with you, Alan? See, that's how genteel we are. With that, we will go to Ukraine. I will start a GoFundMe, Alan to Lords, very shortly.
We can bring that 2007 Bordeaux that Axel is sending you.
I know, he just doesn't understand, does he? But better still, you can take a bottle of port, or that's per person, by the way. Right, let's get back to Ukraine. We've got big bangs happening. I'm not so certain whether it is actually the off, as it were. It's not under starters orders. I could have started the Grand National now, which is another sport. I should stay away from sport. I don't know how. But anyway, we're under starters orders. Alan, what do we do?
Well, we're going to rely on Duke and Meta to get us back on track. Duke.
Okay, I'm going to get you back on track, but I'm going to do it with a little detour. I'm glad that I'm going to tomorrow to the baseball stadium to see my team and take some nice pictures over there and post them all over my Twitter. Furthermore, the comments are in the audience much better as at football or soccer and cricket, in my opinion. We never had a fight, only a big laugh with the comments. And we in Holland, we have kaatsen. And that is similar to cricket. And that's regarded a little bit awkward sport in Holland, in the northern regions. But I watched once watched a game in Franeker, in Friesland, in Holland, and wow, they're throwing really a ball at you, and it's a game with all kinds of strange rules to me. But man, they are fanatic and they are in training, and yeah, I really got to admire those guys for what they're doing. They're really, you have to have a great condition. You wouldn't expect, but they do. And saying that kaatsen means reflecting or bouncing back, and there comes a Dutch saying from. Wie kaatst kan de bal verwachten. Who bounced the ball? Nee. Who throws the ball? Something with bouncing the ball back. Alan, can you help me out with the saying?
If you throw it, you can expect it to come back. Or I guess if you live in glass houses, you shouldn't throw stones.
Yeah, but if you bounce the ball, it comes back to you.
Yeah. What goes around comes around.
Comes around. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. And that's the saying that comes from kaatsen. And that saying also goes for the little Moscow midget. And so we are back at our original destiny. But I agree also with Axel. You all guys, you work your beep 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 off, and it's good to have a laugh. And thank you. I enjoyed it much, although I'm not into cricket. And I got one more question, if I may.
I guess the other way of saying what you just said is what we call FAFO, FAFO.
FAFO?
Fuck around, find out.
Oh, yeah. But what I'm so surprised of is I had a friend once who lived for 20 years in Wales, and I know how Eric Clapton sounds, or the guys from Dire Straits. And David, I always thought you were utterly British. You are, of course, but I never hear a shred of Welsh in it, and I wonder how.
But I do say North Star ET every night.
Come on.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. What I say it to everyone every night is good night in Welsh. That's why I go North Star ET, which means good night to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought there's something with my telephone, but okay, now I understand.
Yes, exactly. Right. There you are. You're going, what the hell's happening here? Tap, 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 tap. What's happening to my phone? No, it's David. Yes, no. So yes, my mother is Welsh. Much of my family is still there. I lived in Wales. I lived in the north. I feel embarrassed about saying that, but because the South Walians are so much nicer. I would say that because I got to get DMs from people in the north. But anyway, it's just a different place. We just happen to be much more friendly, you know. I will say no more at that. Upset half a nation.
Sad to say, David, none of my ancestry is Welsh. I am Scottish, English, and Swedish. That is the totality.
But
All
you
these-
that sorry, Alan, that probably means you're Welsh if part of Scottish. I mean, I'm just throwing out there. It probably means that you know. Yes, I think I can announce you're Welsh, Alan. There we are.
Very good. I'll take it. Let's move on to Meta and Catton. And while I am proudly Welsh now, Meta.
Oh, it's lovely because Bales is my favorite footballer, and I can volunteer for. You can turn me into a cricket fan because I love team sports, but I just don't understand the rules, and I don't think they show that much cricket in the Finnish TV. But I'm all for it to be converted to a cricket fan. It sounds so fun, but. In the shadow of Dnipro happening today, I just wanted to read one piece of good news, which probably will sort of cheer up also if there are listeners from the front. This has nothing to do with the front, but we want Russia to feel a bit disappointed, etc. All these booms are really, really, really nice today, as mockers have kept us up to date today. But I'll read this short one. Due to India's restrictions on its currency, Russia cannot withdraw billions of dollars in rupees that have accumulated there after the sale of oil, writes Bloomberg. Every month, Russian companies accumulate up to 1 billion in rupees, which are kept in Indian banks. There is no foreseeable solution to the problem. Glad you found just the right place to sell your oil, Putin. That cheered me up. I thought that would cheer you up too. So that was my news today. And keep me up on the cricket stuff. Thank you.
I saw that news also, Meta, and it is news that can cheer you up. All these rupees that were paid for Russian oil stuck inside India. The Russians can't get at them. And the Russians shouldn't be able to get at any asset they have anywhere in the world, and any asset that can be got at by other nations should be seized and simply given to Ukraine. And I'm talking about assets of all kinds, not just liquid assets like cash, but hard assets, and those should be put up for sale. So
India was so surprising. I wasn't expecting that. It's so surprising. So it's a good surprise. Thanks.
It is a good surprise. So, David, let's go back to Abdullah, to Catton, and then to Subbo. That's all I can see of you, Subbo.
May I just say something? It won't be about sport, actually. It might be, but I'm going to say I've put two tweets into the nest. The second from the front, the tweet is quite possibly the finest catch ever. Alan, do they do that in baseball? But the next tweet actually had a tear to my eye. I would encourage, in actual fact, I'm going to throw this out here, Alan. Maybe we could have a 2-minute silence so everyone can watch it. Let me explain. It is Ukrainian footage that's been put to a Churchill speech, so a well-known speech, and it is quite powerful stuff. I would encourage everyone to just tap on it and look at it. I think it's a thing of beauty. But tell me if you can see it first, though, Alan.
Yes, I can, and I saw that video. I watched it. I watched it twice, full screen, on my laptop, and it did bring a tear to my eye. And it tells you something we already know here, that as so many people say, History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Well, my take on that is history echoes, and this echo of Churchill's speech will absolutely shake you through, because it is the very same context that we understand now, because we know what Ukrainians are doing, fighting for their freedom, fighting against a tyrant, fighting for all of us. And when Churchill spoke in his inimitable way, and no one can really imitate a Churchill speech, they just can't. And I've heard some try. It will do more than bring a tear to your eye. I have actually a cassette recording of, it must be 2 hours long, of Churchill's speeches. It's the only reason why I have a cassette player, so I can listen to these speeches from time to time, and they always bring me to attention, always. So do listen to that before you look at the greatest catch ever in a cricket match.
Yes, he was an incredible orator, and he captured the essence of everything. I would go, this speech is the essence of Ukraine. And as I said, I'm a little bit boo worthy at the moment listening to it, because I'm watching modern imagery of Ukraine, and pretty much the symbolism is all there, and we know that visually and audio, and within the audio things, symbolism is so important. And goosebumps. It was Den John who sent this to me. Thank you very much, Den John. I'm very, very grateful you sent it to me.
At that time, David, and I remember my parents speaking about it, my grandparents, my great uncles and great aunts. It was a time of great oratory, not just Churchill, but also Franklin Delano Roosevelt, also a great speaker who was able to address the American people as if he was talking to you person to person. He captured the spirit of America at that time, and he spoke with force and with optimism and with hope. And I think that's what Churchill did as well. I do not know German. I don't speak German, but I also
That is a real
can
unforgivable
understand.
deficiency.
Yes, it is, Axel. But I
For
also
someone with the name
understand.
Brauer.
No, it's Brewer. It's English. It's based on what we used to do. But I do understand as well, David, that in Nazi Germany, Hitler captured the imaginations of his country in much the same way, but in such an evil way. It's a time past, and very difficult to recapture, very difficult for those of us alive today, unless we had living relatives then who can speak to us from their own living memory.
Can we please highlight that the guy only won 43.9% of the vote? Mr. Schickelgruber only had 43.9% of the vote. He did not have a majority.
As Germany learned, he did not need a majority.
Actually, at that time, he needed a majority, but he was conceded what was remaining in order to exact his powers as if he had a majority. It's terrible. There was no way for him to have any power, and he should not have had that power. It's the failure of a few men around him.
and it's the luck of a snap election that he called, and was able to cobble together the votes that were needed in the Reichstag to give him ultimate power over the German people and over Germany. It's chilling history, and history can be chilling. In fact, I think history is always chilling. David, where do we go from here? I believe it's Katan
Abdullah, and then I keep on thinking that's supposed to say Subadai, but I think that's the general isn't around anymore.
Good evening from Europe, Sweden. I was just thinking about the thing about full moon, and that I mean, in the First and Second World War, the full moon was probably really important for the armies to see something when they were advancing. But nowadays we have other devices, like to see things in the dark. And is it really that important nowadays?
So I'm not sure I'm quite getting your question, Katten. So night optics, these are night goggles that allow soldiers and tank drivers, truck drivers, anyone in the middle of the night to basically see through the night. Is that what you're getting at? So that the difference between fighting with night goggles, night optics today, and fighting, say, in the Second World War in full moonlight or something?
Yes, because I suppose that why they fought in full moonlight was that they were actually able to see where they were going. So I suppose that modern technology has advanced, so you do not really have to do it in full moonlight. And so maybe the Ukrainians are just fooling the Russians once over. I don't know.
It could well be, Katten. Moonlight is a dangerous thing. It could, I suppose, give you the ability to travel at night over land, but it also can expose you and allow the enemy to see where you are and where you're going. It's an especially dangerous thing at sea because a ship that can be silhouetted against a moon, a rising moon, for example, or a ship that can simply be a shimmering shadow on the Pacific, for example. So night optics are important. Ukraine is equipped with a lot of night optics. They probably need more. The night optics Ukraine has, being supplied by the West, are of a higher quality than any night optics that the Russians are using. So a dark night is much more to the Ukrainian advantage than a moonlit night. I think they will use dark nights to their advantage, moving forward, even fighting at night, and solidifying any gains they make in overnight fighting during the day.
There's a thing to remember about night vision goggles, right? So what they do is they're light accumulators, right? So if you get a bright light, when you're wearing NVGs, they can almost blind you. So on a full moon, it could even be painful watching using them, right? So, and there's another thing that people forget about with night vision goggles as well. They're very difficult for you to get some perspective out of it. So because they're just different, right? So when you're walking during the day or even in the night and there's the moon, you get contrast and all these other things, right? So as you know, when you're walking along, let's just say you remember, if you're walking on a path, it's flat, you know it's flat, right? But if you're in, say, a forest, right, and you're using NVGs, it can be really difficult to see, is that a hole in front of you? Or is it just a little bit of a dark area? There are limitations to these things. Now, maybe they're much better from my day. Not maybe, they will be, but there are limitations to it. So there are benefits. So wearing NVGs during, if it's proper full noon, I would be going, gosh, it might be a painful experience. You probably might not even be using them, which would be different. And there's a difference between NVG to thermal, right? So thermal will pick up different things because it's picking up heat, right? And those are the things that the differences, right? So some people may be extraordinarily lucky. They could have NVGs and thermals, right? And that would be the difference. But you might have a thermal on a scope as opposed to wearing thermals as night vision goggles, right? And there's the thing. One's infrared, the other one is thermal.
And you can be blinded wearing night vision goggles. If some fool has their headlights on, and those headlights shine into your night vision goggles, as David says, it's going to be painful. But and night vision goggles they don't really give you depth of perspective the way I understand it. It is a very flat field of vision.
Very flat, little contrast and all the other things. So I've fallen in a hole where I went, ugh. I didn't even see it, didn't even notice it. But here's the thing, and this for people to know, right? So at night time we have a night vision. So in the good old bad old days when there were very few night vision goggles, we used to use red light all the time. But it would like a pinhole, right? And to the point where so I used to wear an eye patch that over my left eye, right? Because when I was looking, because if someone shone a light, you lose your night vision, right? But you only lose it in one eye. And night vision, when you're at night, is pretty important, and it can take 20 minutes for you to get your night vision back. So I used to wear an eye patch over my left eye, so I didn't lose it. Unless there was a point where, you know what, we're going along with no chance. But that's how far you go, and depth of field and all of these things are very, very important to when you're moving, because the last thing you want to be doing is trampling over those loads of twigs that tell everyone, oh, what was that?
And I suppose when you're go ahead, Cotton.
Okay, but my point was that if Ukraine has all these nice new gear, where would they employ the really head-on defense at the full moon?
Sorry, I'm a little bit confused as to what you're saying, though. So listen, right, in a full moon, we don't know. I mean, in Ukraine, wherever they are, they could be cloud cover. So the full moon may not be important. I don't know, right? But during a full moon, you may not want to be using your night vision goggles. But the thing is that, so at the moment all we're hearing is that there are some fires of some sort, and by fires I mean artillery fires, as opposed to a fire, right? So we don't know what's happening. This, if there are some artillery fires, and this doesn't sound like artillery barrages, these are just strikes somewhere, and those strikes could be just in, on specific items such as stores, right? So if you take out, for instance, there was a report there was 70 artillery strikes, maybe 70 ammo dumps have been taken out. Well, that's brilliant, right? But that's not the same thing as everyone, people in the forest hunting Russians. That's just they've taken out some artillery stores. So I'm a little bit confused. I don't get the essence of what you're trying to say, Kat, and that's the point I'm trying to say.
No, I just think that a lot of the talk today at this space was about that. We think this is the day. This is when it's going to happen. The big counteroffensive and things like that. But why would they do it on a full moon?
Well, so that's the thing we're saying, is that typically most of the thoughts you wouldn't do, right? But it depends on what you're doing. So that's the point, right? And it may also be related to long range weather reports and all the other things. So, and it depends on what you're doing. If you're not patrolling and it's a full moon, and you're not sending people out and vehicles out, to go somewhere, it doesn't make any difference, does it? So I think the point by Hopsy, and I understood his point, right? And a couple of others where they thought it would all happen around about the 18th. Right, which makes sense because that's the new moon, or 20th, or whatever the date is of the new moon, right? But the thing is that everything isn't dictated by the moon. There are so many other things, so there could be key factors, right? Has objective X succeeded, right? So let's just say, for instance, let's just highlight completely something else, right? So completely different war has, whatever it is. I'm trying to think of something off the top. It doesn't matter. I'll make it up. Has the people who have been trying to do something has the enemy been defeated in position X? Yes, right. And then the further question is, have they then moved from position X? Yes. Okay. Well, that means that we could start doing something there, right? It all depends on so many things. I suspect that the full moon isn't part of it. Years ago, full moon was a big thing, but I don't think nowadays that we should really read into this anything, because if it's a full moon, you could just take off your night vision goggles and not use them. I mean, of course, it does mean that you might be at parity with the Russians, but that doesn't matter, because parity might not mean squat, depending on what vehicles you've got and what you're bringing to bear on that enemy position. I.e., it could be an enemy position which is, this to say, it's a couple of trenches that have been dug in, and it could be 15 people, right? But guess what? You've got two IFVs with 25 millimeter guns and a T-72 with a 120 millimeter gun going in on position X. Well, yeah, it's sort of game over then. Yeah, I mean, it's literally the comment from the amazing film Aliens. It goes, game over, man, game over, because that's pretty much what it is. I think we've got to a point in warfare where we're wondering about the full moon or not the full moon. That it's not that important anymore.
David, I asked Chuck about moon phases on Thursday night, and it's not that he discounted full moon, new moon, etc., but he diminished the importance of moon phases. And as you say, there are a host of other conditions that are more important. For example, blowing up rail junctions. And we've seen the Ukrainians do that today, taking out air defense. We've seen the Ukrainians do that in the past few weeks, taking out artillery emplacements. My God, the Ukrainians have been incredibly successful at doing that, absolutely eroding the Russian ability at counter battery. So the moon phases are not as important today as they used to be for any number of reasons. And I rely on Chuck.
And I'm in agreement with you. I'm just going. I don't see the importance anymore, right? And Chuck would always be saying he's a let it be thunderstorming and a dark night, right? But that's SF, whatever you want to call them, SOF. That's their operations, because guess what? When it's raining and there's a thunderstorm, it conceals what they're doing. But you can't conceal an artillery barrage, right? It could be it could have been Hurricane Katrina, but if you've got an artillery barrage, people will know, right? So and yeah, things are just a bit different for when something is happening in many different positions, as opposed to a group of people. Let's call it a group of 8 going into a building somewhere. Very, very different. Yeah.
Exactly. So I believe it's on to Subbo, and I'm sorry, that's all of your Twitter handle I can see on my phone. So Subbo, go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you. And first of all, I enjoyed the cricket version, but that's not why I came on. And the reason I came on is what Meta already brought up, which is that little blurb on the news about the Russian funds being stuck in Indian banks. And so my assumption had been all along that a significant fraction of the funds that Russia is using to keep its economy going is because they're obviously selling oil to India, among a few other countries. So first question is that not true at all? That they're selling oil, but they're not getting any money back. Is that really true? I tried to go to the original source for that news, which is Bloomberg News, but that was behind a paywall. So that's one question. But the other question is this one piece of what may lead to the Russian economy possibly collapsing, maybe even as a counteroffensive gets going? Because I also read, I think a couple of days ago, that the ruble has dropped in value by about 30% or so. And I don't know if it's recent or in the last few months. So those are my two questions. And just want to see if anybody's got any thoughts on that.
I think what we're seeing is what you would expect from sanctions and from decisions like the decision reported by Bloomberg News today about not allowing Russians to withdraw rupees from oil sales. The Russian economy will fail in slow motion. That will enable us to watch it with even more enjoyment, because there's nothing like a slow motion collapse of an economy. I think that when Ukraine succeeds in this counteroffensive, as they surely will, it will contribute to a collapse of the ruble. And this is going to cause Putin and the Russian economy tremendous problems. Already, payments that Russia owes internationally and inside Russia to pensioners and to pensioners and to soldiers' families, the families of those killed in Ukraine. These payments are not being made. Inside Russia, this is raising concern in the international community, it is simply acknowledged that the Russian economy is growing more and more hollow. So these are two good questions. I think that you can rely on Bloomberg News without question. They are one of the best reporters of international economies that you can take a look at. So if you can, Subo, find a way behind the paywall, I'll see if I can find a free article for you and maybe put it up in the nest. Good questions, though.
Appreciate that, Alan. And I'm going to drop down. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming up. So I think we are to Abdullah, Carrie, Meta, and Battle. Abdullah.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I was just gonna bring up about the counteroffensive today. In many Ukrainian cities, I saw a lot of people lining up to donate blood to the Ukrainian military, which is also can be another sign that the counteroffensive is upon us. And I hope that the Ukrainians ask other European nations to donate blood as well. As you know, this is going to be a brutal campaign, and blood will be needed to save Ukrainian lives. So I just wanted to mention that.
Well, you know, blood donations are also needed in Ukrainian cities right now. And this is because of the ongoing terror bombings and terror missile attacks that Russia continues day in and day out throughout Ukraine. So it's not surprising, obviously. I think Ukrainians have been lining up to give blood throughout this war. That blood is needed throughout Ukraine itself, in Ukrainian cities. But that also reminds me of the number of hospitals and healthcare clinics that Russia has purposely struck in its terror war. Russia has practically destroyed, and I will get this statistic because it's important, but in my recollection, destroyed over 200 hospitals of all kinds inside Ukraine. So this is, in other words, Russia's attempt to deny Ukrainians the health care they require, day in and day out, whether there is a war or whether there is peace. The Russians are trying to destroy Ukrainian infrastructure of all kinds. But I do believe you are right, Abdullah. There has been a blood drive throughout Ukraine in the last 36 hours, and this is another sign of preparation for the coming counteroffensive. So good observations there. Thank you. And I think we are on to Meta, Carry, and Battle. Meta.
Okay, for Subodhi, I was thinking to say that, we actually, I was thinking, we've always thought that India is on Russian side, but actually they've only bought some cheap oil so far, and some arms that they have cancelled. So I'm sort of thinking, because he was very solidary in the G7 meeting towards Zelensky, and India has had their piece of the colonialism. But anyway, I'm not so sure that India is, because they haven't come up with any peace plan like China and Brazil and Viktor Orban and, those who obviously support Russia, but I don't know. That's my thoughts. It's not from any source, but that's my own thoughts. But for Katjan, I wanted to say, and any about the night vision thing. I think the moonlight could be good because there's been news that they are doing, the sappers are working now. It could be good. I think the Googles would disturb the work. Maybe the moonlight is good for sappers. And then I saw a video like 6 months ago or something about this Ukrainian sniper who had, I think it was, the heat goggles, but he was like taking out 12 enemies with one, a sniper, and it was like 2 kilometers away or something. And he, in the video you could hardly see but he took them down, and I'm not sure what he was using then. Was it night vision, or can you do both, or whatever? But I don't think I think Ukraine has better equipment, and I'm sure they are doing accordingly, so they know if Russia doesn't have any, or if they have some, they can do things that are proper for moonlight. I don't know, but that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. We do know that Ukraine doesn't actually have sufficient numbers of night vision goggles or infrared or thermal. They need more, and hopefully these night vision optics of all kinds are on the way to Ukraine now. But they need more of everything. Any army preparing for a counteroffensive is conservative in its estimates of what they have and what they will need. There is no such thing as overabundance when you are preparing to strike an enemy. I wonder, David, would you agree with that?
I agree with everything you say, Alan. I'm eating a sweet, I'm sorry.
Perfectly all right. We'll move on to Carrie and then to Battle. Carrie.
Thank you. Is it a Werther's original, David? I imagine you're a Werther's original man.
No, I'm a Tangtastic person.
Oh, brilliant. I love Tangtastic. Yeah. I love the Haribo ad about the ones of adults where they had their voices coming out as if they were children. I thought that was so clever, really, really clever. So it was just a brief comment about night vision in terms of personal experience. I'm in the garden right now because I'm still gardening. I've been gardening for about 12 hours. I'm basically doing a design that I'm trying to get finished, and then I won't be carrying on. I don't think I'll be you, David, in like 5 or 10 or whatever years' time, trying to put so much time into it year on year. I'm trying to get it sorted so that it will sort itself
No,
out.
that's not how it works. That's not how gardens work. What happens is you get an idea and you go, oh, there we are, right? And then suddenly you recognize how beautiful gardens are, how beautiful flowers are, and you start going, can I fit another one in there? It's just like tattoos.
When I've got mine more finished, I was thinking I must send you some footage of what I've been doing. So I will do.
You must. Yes, you must.
Yeah, I will do, my darling. So it was about my beach hut. So I've talked about the beach hut before, and in the summer, I literally, for the whole time I'm down there, I try and avoid light wherever possible, for artificial light, because the light pollution is obviously massively reduced, which is great, and you just can see and enjoy. But in this scenario, purely, you can see so much better when you just acclimatize yourself 24/7 to natural light. And I find it really, really annoying when the people who aren't sort of sheddies, so that's the names of the people who have beach huts and who've been sort of using them for years, and there's a particular culture to it. But when you have people who say rented it for a few days from someone else, or they've come down just for a party and they put their bloody torches on to go up to the loo, it's so annoying because it just it does, like you were saying, it just completely destroys your night vision for quite a period. But there is something so amazing about just not using any artificial light and going for a period where you are in the natural environment and you're just using natural light. And it's just wonderful to be under the stars, to be hearing the waves, to be seeing the crest of the waves at night. You see, the white of the crest of the waves, and you see the moon shining on the water out to the horizon, and you just appreciate and enjoy everything so much better because of that night vision. There is nothing better than walking barefoot along a beach at night with that cold between your toes, seeing the moon on the water, hearing the waves breaking, seeing the stars in the sky, and just using natural light. It's just magical.
Oh, it will be down where you are. Yeah, it will be very, very magical, isn't it? Dorset, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm in Harpenden at the moment, but
Dawlish.
yes, it is. It's Dorset. It's down in Dorset. Yeah, 100%.
David and Carrie, something even more spectacular is being out on a canoe trip in the North Woods under a new moon. So there is no moonlight, there's only starlight. You have to, when you walk out of your tent in the middle of the night for whatever reason you want to go out, and maybe it's to look at the stars, but you need to open your eyes as much as possible to see your way. And I was stunned once under a bright, clear, starlit sky to see the stars alone casting shadows on a beach down at the lake where we had stopped overnight. It was, I'd never seen anything like it before in my life. It actually brought me up short. It stunned me because I didn't expect to see my own shadow under starlight. Just absolutely amazing. This is an argument for getting out into nature as much as possible, as often as possible, in all kinds of weather. It makes no difference. If you're cold, you can light a fire and warm yourself up. If it's too hot, you can take a dip in the river. But there is nothing comparing to that.
Can I just add, sorry, can I just add, because you're saying about the stars, one of the other things that is great to do and we do down there is if we know there's an event, as in there's going to be a lot of shooting stars, etc., you'll get, like, the community will all go out and we'll just lie on the sand, just looking directly up at the sky, because you've got like nearly 180-degree vision, and you just lie there and just go, oh, did you see that one? Did you see that one? It's brilliant.
We do the same thing in August under the Perseids. If you want to make wishes on shooting stars, go out and watch the Perseid meteor shower. You can make 100 wishes, and I bet some will come true. Battle, go ahead.
Well, we're going to have to get you up here in the spring or fall when the auroras are so bright, it's like daylight outside. And Carrie, if you ever want to go to the Thunder Rocket in the middle of the night, use red light, because red light will not destroy your night vision.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and I realize that out at your cabin or your cottage or whatever you have there, flying, displaying red light at your doorstep, that may mean something. So just be discreet, because there's connotations in certain cultures of red lights on porches. Now, the reason I came up, I just want to mention the listeners, and unfortunately the people that this is aimed to, none of them are our listeners. If you're going to shit post people like David, myself, or Gunny, you should probably want to remove the throngs of child pornography off your account. And I do have to say, you little demented cartoon dogs, you're kind of falling down on the job there. There's been a definite lack of counterattacks from onto Russian propaganda accounts lately. So I want to blame complacency against NAFO. That they need to step up their game. Needless to say that this individual is mass reported. So, as an aside, if you ever see something like this, don't call them out publicly. Don't message them. Just report them. Just report them to Twitter, because if they take all that imagery down, and Twitter misses it, like what Twitter will do is they will delete the account. So they'll like actually IP block that person, so they can't make any more accounts, and they will notify the authorities. Right. So if we call any of these people out and they take all the imagery down, then Twitter doesn't have the opportunity to report that to the authorities and IP block that individual. So just a little word of the wise, we've been doing stuff like this for a while, but yeah, we by all means step up your counterattacks against the Russian propaganda accounts, because they're getting a little bit more and more ludicrous. But you know, I don't know what it is. What do you think, Alan? If they speak enough crap coming out of their mouths, they think some will stick.
Yeah, I guess that's what the Russian accounts do. That they throw stuff up against the wall, and they see if it sticks. This is the method of Russian disinformation.
Well, it hasn't really changed from Soviet times, because those of us that remember the Soviet times, America has made it to the moon. We invented the moon. They would just do outlandish stuff like that. Like, God forbid there was no internet back then, because they would have had a field day with their disinformation. And it was like absolutely outlandish. Some of the things the Soviets used to say, and their population eats that up.
They only eat it up because they have been subjected to so much propaganda for so many years, and the Soviet propaganda. Union. It is something that Russian people maybe if you understand that their parents, for example, the older generations of Russians have already been so poisoned by propaganda that they will believe anything at first blush that is broadcast by RIA, for example, by Russian international television or national television, or whatever the hell they call it. They will believe anything in that TASS publishes. They'll believe anything that Putin says, and it is to their detriment. They will have great difficulty opening their eyes to the truth if they are ever able to do that, and I have my doubts they will ever be able to do that.
Before I go, another little tip for all you that are active fighters on the interwebs: when you're reporting an account, report the account, not just the tweets. The account itself. And one of the typical ones, if you go through the chain or the decision tree for reporting the account, most of the anti-Ukraine stuff can be classified as hate crimes against a certain sect of society. And hit submit, and it gets them banned every time.
I will say the decision tree that Twitter makes available to you, and I've used it before myself, but this decision tree is not particularly clear. and it confused the hell out of me the very first time I used it out of necessity, and I will say I still haven't figured it out. I mean, who are you reporting for? Yourself or someone else? What are you reporting? It just goes on and on and on. They should simplify it, and it would be to everyone's benefit if they did. Because
some of it is very, very asinine, and like I've been on here long enough that there were some ladies and some men sending me interesting pictures, and I reported them, and I at the time I was actually
pictures of dogs.
You're the only one that send me pictures of your dogs. They were much more interesting than that. I don't want to become too lewd because I don't want to offend our valued audience here. But let's just say it was a little bit more than risque. So they would send this stuff, and I'd report it. I'd send it off to Twitter. And at the time, I knew some people at Twitter that did vetting, and they said, nudity and pornography are allowed on Twitter. It's fine as long as it's not grotesque or what else they say. Obviously, exploitation of children is not allowed. And in certain other exploitation of anybody, so any exploitation or violence.
Kadyrov and his donkeys are also not allowed, and the goats.
Yeah, that's I don't know if bestiality is allowed, but that sect of Chechens, that's actually considered love. So I don't know. And it confuses me. I really it's bad enough that Axel has put me into therapy for years. So I don't I don't need to go more and more therapy sessions.
But how does it work in terms of, because that is interesting what you say, but it's not consensual, is it? How does that work on social media? Because you're not
Well, what I find is I probably report 10 Russian propaganda accounts a day. On a good day, the ones that are blatantly spewing hate about Ukraine, and these should be easy. It takes up to 2-3 weeks for get a reply from Twitter on those accounts. But if I report something like child pornography or something really heinous, Twitter responds the next day. So obviously there's an algorithm or a queue system in the way they view this, and they just find nudity is a non-issue.
Well, it's an issue here in the United States, Battle, and this is why
we are
you cannot.
sorry for you.
I know, but it's why, for example, if you go to Florence and you're an American tourist, unless you're over 80 or 90 years old, you cannot actually view the David. You just can't do it because they'll come after you if you take a photograph and post it on Instagram. When you return, they'll arrest you, especially if you have to go to Florida.
Okay, I'm going to tell a little story here. Sorry, Lily, but it's pertinent to what we're talking about. So, at one time in my military career, I was a member of the Royal Canadian Corps of Signals, and our main base is in Kingston, Ontario. And so that's the school. We call it CIFC, the Canadian Forces School of Electronic or Communications Electronics. And the symbol of SIGs, so the communication electronics, is Mercury. The god Mercury, Hermes, right? So the FTD florist. For those that don't know, it's the messenger of the gods. And there is, I don't know, he's got to be about 6 to 8 feet tall. There was a 6 to 8 foot statue of Mercury at the entrance of the base. And of course, being a Greek god, he had his junk hanging out. And long before I got there, there was a CEO's or a commanding officer's wife who took offense to it, and they actually remodeled his jungular region to make it less offensive to her. So they shrunk him. They nubbed him down.
You know what?
How do you know what the correct wording of that would be?
You know what would have happened at a German base, right?
Say again?
You know what would have happened at a German base?
They probably would have put up a
friendly note at the husband who was serving in the force, in trying to highlight that his career is not sponsored by having his private life being projected upon the military. End of story. Next.
Oh God, I wish that was in North America.
Yeah, nobody cares.
And
you need to get some grip on yourselves.
Oh, I'm no longer in, so I'm no longer a factor. But we used to call them, and ladies, this is not a shot at you. This is a shot at a very particular bunch of people. We used to call them dependopotamuses. So these are service wives that thought that they carried the rank of whatever their husband was. And I'm talking about the time because I was in at a time when women weren't allowed in the combat arms in Canada. So it was just guys. So, and you, of course, if you're married and living in married quarters on base and whatnot, and it's not all of them. There was only certain ones, and I hate to say that it was usually sergeant and above. And I've been at the CanX, so that's our version of the PX. I've been at the CanX where these wives pulled rank on me, and I'm like, pardon?
What do you mean they pulled rank on you, Battle? How could they do that?
They think if you go to like a sergeant major or a warrant officer's wife and whatnot, one, you're playing with fire. Because although, go ahead, David.
Do you know who my husband is? My husband is Sergeant.
We can't hear you properly, David.
All right, can you not? All right, going. So,
That's
do
perfect.
you know who my husband is? Right, I've heard it many times. I was, and if there was one thing that was going to set me off, it was hearing those words. No, I don't know who your husband is. I really don't give a shit. You can't come into this barracks unless you have an ID card. If you don't have an ID card and you try and come in, we're going to arrest you. And that's the way it is, right? Because guess what, right? Because if you let them in, you know that she's going to go, you let me in without my ID card. She's going to try and own you. So you just have to push it back. There we are. No, you don't own me. Here you are. You're not coming in. I really don't give a flying.
Say it.
Who you are. And I'm not going to say it. I'm being good today. Today is my good day.
You know, David, you can spell it. You don't give a flying FCUK. And then you're safe. All you have to do is spell it.
And I was going to say, luckily for me, the RSM came along and said, what's happening here? Because said husband did come over and say, what's happening here? And she's going, he's not letting me in because I don't have an ID card. And I'm going, she's not coming in because she doesn't have her ID card. And he's going, you've got to let her in. And I'm going, I'm not, right? Yeah. RSM turns up. What's happening here? To which point I point at said person to go, he's trying to force me to make his wife come in because she doesn't have her ID card, despite the fact it's in our orders not to. I mean, it was just beautiful to watch. Beautiful to watch, because let's face it, we all know you can't force someone to break the rules, can you? You can't go, I'm ordering you to break the rules, because that's a bad thing. Oh, and RSMs just hate that. It was one of the beautiful moments in my life when I was in the army.
Tell us, finish the story. What happened next?
Right, well, she went home. He had a go at her because he was in serious trouble. RSM came over to say, "Yeah, I've got it sorted. It's fine." Yep. And then for the next couple of months, he was on duty every weekend. There you are. That's what happens, right? How to teach someone a lesson is go, yeah, for the next 2 months, you're on duty. She's going, but well, we had some coupling things to do. No, you don't. Yeah, I do apologize. I burped then as well.
So, David, I have a question for Battle before we lose him tonight.
Do it.
And so, Battle Panda Trash Moose Canoe. Battle Panda Battle Panda Trash Moose Canoe. How do you achieve this rank in the Canadian military? I would imagine it takes decades and achievements and valor.
I dare say that sometimes the Dependopotamus, which is a virus, it is completely a virus, and it spreads amongst these people. It's rare, but it does come out in the spouses of corporals. And we have master corporals here so master corporals, it's under sergeant.
No master plates.
Yeah. So they come out in them as well, and rare occasion you actually see them come out in privates. This disease knows no bounds. It's ubiquitous to all ranks and all levels of privilege. Especially at the lower ranks, because usually it's just the spouses flexing at local stores to get the military discount. Because trust me, I use my military ID to get as many discounts as I can. It's my bad back, broken knees, and effed up nervous system. It's the least I could do is get 10% off on gas or something like that.
Seriously, you got 10% off your fuel bill if you were in the forces.
I just pulled that out of my derriere, but it depends. Like we have a very similar system that the Americans have. We got CF1, and it's linked in with their benefits for veterans. However, it's the same company, right? That runs it. It's run by a third party company. And you can get like overseas discounts for traveling and stuff like that. So the Americans actually have veteran destinations that you can sign up and go to, and they're heavily discounted. Canada, not so much. But what I found out is traveling through the States, I was with my family going to Disney World at the time, and the airline shredded our luggage. So I was watching all the luggage carousel, and all of our underwear are coming across the carousel and whatnot. And I think we're flying Delta at the time, and Delta said, "Why don't you go to the military
Victoria's
lounge?"
Secrets, and you can get some more.
No, they gave us a $500 gift certificate to JCPenney. Brand new luggage that was better than ours, and they sent us to the military lounge. Right? I said, "You and your family go to the military lounge because you're at the time I was a serving member, and because you're a serving member." I said, "Well, I'm not a serving member for your country. I'm Canadian." They said, "It doesn't matter. Just go ahead in there. They'll treat you like one of ours." And you know what, buddy? They did. And we chuck a lot of crap at the Americans, but they know how to do it right. And there's like, I hate to say it, but veterans in Canada is kind of a non-issue. When something happens in the news, everybody oohs and ahs about it, but it fades quickly from the collective consciousness of the population, like very quickly. The Americans, and I do believe, like, they paid for it in blood. Like, they paid for it dearly from the boys coming back from Vietnam, and they weren't treated properly, and it progressed to getting better and better services as time went on, and they honor all NATO members. So if you're traveling through the States, if you have your we call it the NDI 75, so your retirement card, whatever your UK equivalent is, if you have it on you,
There's
you
no
can
such
code
thing as a retirement card in the army. Is get out, you're gone. In the UK army, that is. Maybe in someone else's army, but in ours is no boot, you're gone. There's a little red card that they tell you. They go, this is the sort of job you can do. And as a diving section leader, the sort of job they had me doing as being a petrol pump attendant. That was the sort of stuff they had. So most people rip it up and go, no, that's not a description of me. So no, we don't have any of those.
I'm going to forge you an NDI 75. Do you just so
Can
you
I
have
just
one,
put my name in and fill it in?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just because that's criminal. But if you're ever traveling through the States, let them know that you're a UK veteran, and they treat us well. They treat us well. Don't if you do that in Canada, they will look at you like you have three heads. And
same in the UK. They'll go,
yeah.
So
It's like,
do you think you're special then? Do you? You're not getting you're not getting special treatment. Oh no, but I did look after you for quite a long period of my life, and I'm missing half a leg as a result. No, that's not special. So, oh yes, right? You think that's special? No.
But that being said, I'm sorry for the digression here, co-host. I'll let you get back to your regular schedule program.
Well,
yes, what were we talking about?
Well, Battle Moose has not actually answered my question. He chose to go off on a tangent. My question, Battle Moose, is how long do you have to serve? What valor do you need to show to achieve the rank of Battle Moose Trash Panda Canoe? And my other question is, what do you have to do to become a Battle Moose Trash Panda Canoe No-See-Um? That is about the highest rank you can get in the Canadian military, right?
That depends who you talk to. For me, personally, I got 25 years. I did the full 25, even though I could have got out at 20. And then I rolled into the federal public service after that, actually concurrently, because I went to the reserves for a bit. So yeah, you're dedicating like what most of us soldiers in the space, we gave you the best years of our lives. As a young man, I trained to kill Russians, and for decades, I trained to kill Russians. That's what it was. They were the enemy at the time. They like literally the Fantasian book was Russian tactics. And it's funny. You're a hot mic there, Lily. The enemy force handbook in the Canadian Forces used to be called the Fantasians, till they got sued by Disney, and they changed it to Force Red or something like that. They had to change it. But I remember, the standards people just ripping through the pubs, like deleting everything, every reference to Fantasia. And I don't know if you guys in the UK used to call people bloggins, corporal bloggins. Bloggins this, bloggins
Well, we
that.
did have the Fantasians, and now you've explained why they suddenly disappeared.
Yeah, absolutely. But there was a trope in the forces, like when you want to name something anonymously, it was Corporal Bloggins, till some private bloggins joined the Canadian forces, and there was this guy, we call him Can4Gens, so it's Canadian Forces General Order, and said stop using bloggins.
Well, I just used D-Duck. There you are. D-Duck, thank you very much.
Well, we had a lot of colorful names for people standing in the ranks, like shit pump and plug, potential leader under guidance.
A-hole.
So,
yeah.
So usually young lieutenants were plugs. Oh, here comes that plug. Here comes that plug, Jakob.
See, it's very interesting that you say all this. You have all these progressive and, I don't know, somewhat strange inhibitions. Our base commander said, it's very simple, we fly and meet the Russians. No mistake. This is what we do. We fly, meet them, and if they attack us, we kill them. Simple as that. Name the enemy, learn that. Our American friends need to get off their high horse.
Well, I think we are naming the enemy again, Axel. And I also think when you name the enemy as imperialist, tyrants, genocidal tyrants.
You mean Russians?
Then you cover. I mean Russians, and I also mean Chinese.
100%. I'm fully with you.
History does remind us there's a time to declare your strength. And I mean, Axel will understand me when I say I wish history had taken a different direction, but history never, ever takes a different direction. You can read 3,200 years of history and understand that there is no arc of history whatsoever. You cannot bend it. But what we can do here is bend public opinion and bend everyone towards the support of Ukraine, bend everyone towards entreating their elected officials to support Ukraine as well. And you can do that by writing your members of Congress, your members of Parliament, writing to members of the EU Parliament. Anywhere you live, there is an elected public official who serves you, and you need to ask them right now to serve the cause that Ukraine is fighting for. Our freedom, our democracy, our values. You can do it with email, you can do it with a phone call, you can do it with a letter. You can do it with a contribution to MriyaReport.org. And you can do that by going to MriyaReport.org and tapping on the donate button. We will see to it that your generosity finds its way as quickly as possible to Ukraine to make a difference. And that is Mariya Report, MriyaReport.org. Please do that tonight. And I'll give you a reason why. Air alerts are spreading over Ukraine right now. We'll bring you updates about those air alerts, but it does appear that Russian bombers are in the skies and preparing to launch cruise missiles once again in their terror attacks against Ukraine. And there is a strong probability that additional cruise missiles will be launched from the Black Sea. So we will keep you updated about that as we go through the night here. With that, I think, David, Axel, go ahead, please.
No, I was just about to commend you yet again for it. It is an absolute privilege to be here with you. And you are the most consummate professional there is.
Thank you very much, Axel.
David,
what about Alan?
David, you're just, yeah, seriously. David. What do we do with this guy?
David and I are just practicing for the big time, Axel. When you see us live on air, David and I will have an audience, tens and tens and tens of millions globally, and we will have you as a guest.
Live in Crimea.
Live in Crimea for sure.
You heard it here first.
I'll take that. I'll be sitting there with very, very dark shades because Battle Moose and I will be utterly, completely sloshed.
Oh yeah, I'll be throwing up in Axel's lap. But before I go, I just want to mention that yes, you two bring, and yes, you too, David. You can hear me rolling my eyes there. You bring panache to the report. And I rarely come up these days, but when I do, it's truly a pleasure to hear you both on the space, speaking truth to power, and driving home the message, right, to the many listeners we have now. And for those of you that are listening, by all means, run out and grab your spouse, grab your kids, grab your neighbors, whatnot. Hold a party in the backyard. It's summertime in the Northern Hemisphere. Play the report for them. Especially if we have some good guests on, or if David and Alan are up opining about the war in general. Introduce them and make sure that this doesn't get buried in the back of the social consciousness. Because we cannot allow that to happen, and this is the primary reason for the report's existence is to drive information, to promote that the Ukrainian message that if we're not behind them, they cease to exist as a civilization, and we cannot allow a budding democracy to do that, because that's telling the enemy, and yes, they are the enemy. That's telling the enemy that we don't care. And what happens when you curl up into a ball at school when the bully is picking on you? What happens if you keep giving the bully your lunch money? And just allow it to happen. It takes a little, they go a little bit further, and they go a little bit further, they go a little bit further, and next thing you know, you're dead in a ditch.
Well, if you don't defend yourself, it means you don't value yourself. And because we are helping Ukraine defend itself from Russia, we are declaring that we value democracy and freedom, and the opportunity to decide for yourself that you want to create your own country with your own voices, your own culture, in your own way, and look to do that with the assistance of your friends. We can call them allies, but friendship with Ukraine is paramount. A friend in need is a friend indeed. That's the way I see it. So, David, we have more hands here. We have, I believe we have Meta, Carrie, and
Lily.
And Lily, yes. So, Meta.
Okay, thanks, Battle. I love your speeches, just you're talking about in the air oh, when you're traveling to USA, so they treat you better when you're in NATO. So that's I've been trying to, I'm from Finland, so we are the latest NATO member, proud so. But I've been trying to drive this, that we need Australia, New Zealand and Japan in NATO, but it will be NAPO. So it's a bit harder to pronounce, but that's what I wanted to, sort of sponsor. And for the second one, when he talked about the officers' wives, I have this story that it's not going to be very, very long, but I shouldn't probably tell it, but I will. I'll just won't tell you the details. But there was this very, very big sport event in Finland, and my friend, who had a military background, was security in this event. And one of a very, very high political person was going to give the key speech in this event. And he was very, very well-known person. But he came to, sort of to give this speech in this very, very big event, full location, full sold location, and he didn't have the badge, to get in, and he wouldn't let him in, and this politically high person got really upset, and he said that you don't have the VIP card that you should have to get in. I'm giving the keynote. Yes, you said that, but you don't have the appropriate badge, and that got a little hard, but he didn't. And so of course he called someone who came with his badge, but I thought, rules are rules. Sometimes I think, okay, everyone knows him, but that you can't assume it. And with the officers' wives, it's a bit same. I think, you can't just, ride on your fame or something or your husband's fame or something. I think it's right. I think it's correct. And thank you, Battle, again. Thank you.
As a young battle moose, I'm talking like really young, like 18, 19 years old, and if I encountered that, not going to say that I always had the morals I have now. They kind of come, they solidify with age and whatnot. I probably would have slept with all of her friends.
A battle. This is too much information, but information is what we're all about. So thank you for conveying this.
That's how soldiers seek revenge. Really?
That isn't against the rules, is it? That's not against the rules, is it?
No. I've been out drinking with the British troops, and they don't care if they're fit or not.
Battle, there is nothing like a detour with you. I love it. It's a bumpy road, off-road, and through.
Isn't the song "There's Nothing Like a Dane"? I thought that you were going to say that then, Alan.
Great, an absolutely great musical. A great musical. There's nothing like a Dane. You're right.
Oh, you are. Actually, you see how Alan, I bet you he's palpitating right now. He sees me, you, David, on there. He's going, "Oh, sweet Jesus."
He's never been on base.
I'm
He has never been on a base.
Or
I'm
worse,
laughing at the back
on a
garden. It's
park
about
call.
12:30 at night, and the neighbours are probably looking out at me, thinking, what is this nutter doing?" Because I've got my headphones on. I'm doing my gardening underneath my iPhone light.
You're doing your gardening at
Pissing myself
midnight.
laughing. I am. Yeah.
Maybe you have earned the statue of. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right. David is a very good gardener, as I understand. Is there some some kind of a flower in Britain or growing in Britain which requires midnight gardening?
Shrooms, but I would say so. So you're a part-time dealer then, Kerry?
Yeah, I wish I was. I could earn more money.
You're the special tea that keeps them happy.
Yeah. Is it all right if I talk? Because I was
This
supposed to be up
this
next. if that's
deteriorated
okay.
quickly, if I may say, Alan.
That normally happens when I'm around.
There are times when I think everyone should broadcast MriyaReport over loudspeakers through their neighborhoods.
Yeah.
This is not one of those times.
Don't worry, it's just going in my headphones. I just look like a mad woman who's laughing to myself in the back garden. So I was going to ask Battle Moose. So there is a thing in teaching. You were saying about the whys and people being up themselves, and sort of taking ideas above their station. So there is this hilarious thing that seems to happen in teaching, whereby, and I'm asking if it's the same thing in the military, where you have these people who literally they go to school, they do their A levels, they go to university, and then they go straight into teaching. So basically, they have no experience of the outside world whatsoever. They've never done any other job. They've not, had any life experience. And then they teach. So they're back in the bloody classroom again, and they literally have
We call them
such
teachers.
limited. Well, that would be the norm, wouldn't it? But I've been lucky that in my career I've chosen to be, when I have been teaching, because I haven't always been teaching, and this is my point, I've done many things in life, and I actively decided to go back into teaching almost like a semi-retirement.
Midnight shroom gardening included, obviously.
And midnight shroom gardening, yes. But I decided to go back into teaching very specifically, and I didn't want to take on any management role. I didn't want to have to manage any budgets. I've done all of that, I just wanted to teach. But I just the people who've gone straight through the system, and this is where I'm asking if it's the same in the military, they're just such knobs. And especially when they get more senior management roles, they're just such cocks, and they don't know how to treat people. They have absolutely no idea.
Kerry,
how
hold a second. We need to
treat
translate this
other
for our
people.
slightly more Presbyterian or Mormon or XYZ fill in the blanks American audience so that they understand what you're actually referring to.
Go on, go for it, Axel.
No, I leave it to the clever Alan who can make this. What's your radio over there, Alan? PG something?
PG-13? Is that
sorry,
what you're referring
I thought it
to?
was PG tips. Sorry.
No, that's T. And tea is not a big deal here in the United States.
David, give him a hard time. Tea,
Yeah, I know.
the
I mean, I'm
nectar
just
of the
listening to
gods.
I suppose you could drink tea if you didn't have a couple of bottles of port with you while watching cricket at Lord's. But I don't think I'd do that. I think I would prefer the port. Good 30-year-old
But it was
port.
called. It was not called
Send
the
me
Boston
send me
Port.
your address there, Alan, in the chat, and I'll send you some of my homemade port.
But can I just highlight? It was not called the Boston Port Party, right?
No, but it could have been.
So Battlebeast, tell me about whether it's the same. These Wazuks, is that acceptable? Who have
Wazuks, that's
good
absolutely acceptable. Yes.
Yes. So Wazuks who've got no other life experience and then treat people in the most ridiculous ways because they think they're little Hitlers, basically. Tell me, does that happen in the military?
Oh, absolutely. There's how to explain this? David, you're going to have to help me out here. Basically, the military in any country is the land of misfit toys, right? There was a time, like in most Western militaries, I'm talking about pre-80s, where the military wasn't the employer of choice. It was the employer of last resort. And the generation before us, if you were a young offender and you went up before the judge could demand you to or sentence you to time in the military. And although this is a legit thing, they did this, and I know they did this in Canada. They did some of it in the States. They did it in the UK. Back in the 70s, very very much a thing. And although I wasn't there for it, I joined much later. I served with people that were sentenced to like 10 years military service, and they turned out to be some of the best troops I ever served with, like the ones that stuck around, because a lot of these people, it's a double-edged sword, right? A lot of these people that let's call them the badasses of society, and they don't have direction and whatnot. When they join the military, they find camaraderie. They find esprit de corps. They find a brotherhood, or now a sisterhood. That has their back, and usually they're coming from a family, like a family apparatus that never had that. So their experiences, and those people tend to flourish in the military. So there's all types. There's all kinds, and for the most part, like, that's why we're we chuck stuff at each other often. But I can make a slur against David, and David's got to sit there and take it, and he can fully throw it back at me. But if we're in a bar and Axel, who's a civilian, jumps in there, I'm going to punch him in the mouth, because you don't talk to David like that. He's a brother.
That's exactly the way it happens.
I haven't been called a civvy for ages. Fuck off.
Might as well be. He was in
Just
the
an
Air Force,
example,
wasn't
old
he?
man.
What were we just saying about Alan having to try and
The majority of European con.
Oh, dear.
So did that kind of answer your question?
It did. I am interested though in the wives in particular, because I can sort of imagine a similar scenario where they think, because maybe they think that being in
It's
the
different.
military is a big
Kerry,
like,
it's really a
"Woo!"
bit different, because both NCO training as well as officers training is relentless in putting people through the sieve. If they are not competent, they will find their limitations exposed by both those who are supposed to trust them, that they can be led by them, as well as those who they need to train on certain expertise. If you have a subject matter expert, classic example is the gunnery sergeant. If the gunnery sergeant is not good, is not solid, can't teach anyone, he won't be listened to, and it would be detrimental to the whole troop. Actually, the guy should be. There will be some kind of a senior master sergeant coming about and will take him to the cleaners. But you don't get to be a gunnery sergeant if you're a complete and utter tosser.
I think I'm talking more about the wives who think they're the big I am because of what their partners do.
Oh, well,
and they sort
that's
of
a side
feel
issue.
like
It happens.
they're attached
That happens.
to that.
That it's a base thing.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's completely annoying. And medium rank colonels' wives are the worst. Majors and colonels' wives are the worst. Seriously, because they're still aspiring. There's some level of hopefulness. Light birds wives are the worst, because they're either about to make it to colonel and have a passage onwards to flag officer, or they're going to get stuck there, and that's the highest they're ever going to go. And I think the same applies to the Brits. Bearded?
Aloha.
And good
Hello.
afternoon
We're
on
just
a cloudless day
oh
today on the Big Island.
beautiful. We're just
Wise,
making wisecracking
wise
jokes about
clubs.
bloody sodding bastards in the armed forces. You're right on time.
Oh, well, there you go. I'm obviously the right club for the right hand. Wives clubs, yes. Rank does tend to run in those things. But one of the things, Kerry, is it depends on where that serving couple is. If you're a lieutenant colonel and you're at regimental duty, then you're pretty much king of the hill in your own little domain, and therefore the commanding officer's wife has the same sort of thing, holds court. But like I say, what used to happen when I used to go into main building, and what did I used to say to a 2-star general? Oh yeah, that'll be a milk and 2 sugars, please. It all depends, horses for courses. You could be a 2-star general, but if you're only on the 4th floor, there's somewhere to go. I think in training centres and in units, there is a different dynamic with wives as there would be on people in headquarters postings and the like, but it is prevalent. I know when I was there, and my former wife pretty much got sick of it after 18 years.
And it's different between branches. Like the whole dependa thing is very much, not always, but very much an Army thing. Not so much in the Air Force. I did a lot of time in the Air Force, and they know how to treat their people well. And many times I was invited to, because the Air Force, they send their officers off to war. Right. So a lot of times, I lived in the shacks, and, the pilots would be inviting us over for beers and like barbecues and stuff like that, because we were the comms guys. We were the maintainers. I was loading their crypto. So they depended on us to do their job. And it was such a tighter dynamic than the Army, because it was, if you were a good pilot and you treated your ground crew, we would bend over fucking backwards to get that CF-18 operational and in the air. And I'm telling you, for a 40-year-old aircraft, that's some doing. I've spent many 24-hour periods in the hangar helping the boys out, because I was a comms guy. So I was getting the wrenches for the wrench turners, helping them out to make sure that we could be operational the next day. I don't know much about the Navy. I haven't really played with them much, but I think David has.
What do you mean played with the Navy? I watched them try and march once, and I spent a lot of time laughing.
Come on, they can't be as bad as Men in Black with our tanky shuffle.
It is worse. It really was worse. There was a drill sergeant or drill pig who was wearing Wellingtons. I was leaning out of this window just shouting at him, and he was like waving his stick at me, and we'd just go, "You're wearing Wellingtons." Anyway.
I think Trash Panda makes a point, though. Sorry,
No,
Kerry.
Carrie, I have had to change clothes several times over the last 40 minutes or so. Yeah. You can't speak and you want to make a serious point, and I do have a lot of serious points I want to make, but my kidneys are gone. I'm on lists to get new organs because they've ruptured over the past 70 minutes, and I love every moment. If this is my last few moments on Earth, I'm so glad to share it with everyone. It was a worthy cause.
I'm just checking my personal liability at this moment in time.
Yeah, somebody call our lawyer there and let them know that we might have a liable case here.
Yeah,
Bearded was going to have a counterpoint there, and I really want to hear what he had to say, because he has some pretty interesting insight on this.
And he's just woken up from a good night's sleep, so he'll be ready to go.
Did you have your Spam and pineapple yet?
Oh well, it just so happens that we've just found there's some special offers on at the moment for Spam, so we're able to get Spam with real bacon, spicy Spam, low sodium Spam. Anyway, moving back to the point in hand. Yeah, I was going to say about small unit cohesion, Trash Panda. The fact that you can get the sum is greater than the parts, or whatever the saying is. Small unit, be it troop, and especially from my experience of squadron level, you get a good squadron together where the hierarchy doesn't change for 12, 18 months, potentially 2 years from the squadron leader through the senior ranks and the young troop leaders. You get an esprit de corps, a unit cohesion, which is just such a force multiplier. And that, when you get a really tight crew squadron together, that spills out into the wives as well, and the way you party together and interact together. There's no magic recipe for it. It just happens when you get 70, 80 people together that click, and the difference is phenomenal. And it can work, as you said there. You put in the extra shift because that's what you do for each other, part of the family.
And ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about you can take a man out of the army, but not the army out of the man, that is what we're talking about. That's what we miss when we take the uniform off.
Yep.
That must be really tough to deal with. I think I will, in a different way, not as extreme.
It's not
but
tough, Kerry.
I think
Trust
I will
me,
miss.
it's not
Is it
tough.
not?
From an Air Force perspective, missing the army is not tough.
But there must be people for whom it is. Because when you're a pilot,
I mean,
you're like,
when you're in the army, you just never saw the Air Force when you needed them, right?
and also if you're a pilot, you're like sitting in your plane, Johnny No Mates. You haven't got all your, people around you marching along, like David was saying.
Kerry, you
So
were
it
really,
maybe is different.
unfortunately, you missed the point I was trying to make because I was insidiously derogating. I apologize for that, of course, but I didn't
Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full.
Were you an only child, Axel?
No, not at all. Contrary, we are a vast bunch of equal opportunity offenders.
He's just an only adult.
Hunchise!
Seriously, we have a no.
Axel just made a pretty good dig at the army there, and everybody missed it.
No, we have someone who's sacrificed his whole life, literally, for the German army, and we have someone who managed to miss out on having more fun at the Navy than was due, and than me. So we've done all three branches. It's all good. But as I said, from an Air Force perspective, missing the army, not a problem.
Well, we still maintain a brotherhood here. I think it's safe to say.
It comes in waves. Like I don't know, David. Like when you left, like initially, like usually at the end of your career, you're pretty jaded. But then there's like this honeymoon period. I'm out. I'm finally free. And then you turn around and when you try to integrate, because I was pretty young, I could still do a second career. When I integrate civilian life and just some of the things you civilians do, especially in the corporate world, just makes us want to bash our heads against like a rock. The amount of complexity you want to add into systems just confounds us. And the reason why the military operates the lowest common denominator is because we got some really stupid people in the military, and we got to make sure that everybody's on the same level keel, right? And as you go on in a couple of years, you get a little nostalgic. You get there and you notice, I'm not as fit as I used to be. You know what? I really miss, because I'll tell you right now, especially with the Army, you leave the Army, you're dead to them. Or that's what you think, but you got to remember, and this goes for everybody. Like when you retire, everybody that comes to your retirement party, they still have to work the next day. So it may seem like you're dead to them, but you know, just life carries on. And we got a saying in the Army, you know, sometimes you fall off the big green machine. And you know, it carries on. And you know, most of us that have a schmeck are okay with it. You know, we're okay that, you know, I get out and you know what, my unit deploys and the boys are over there. And you know, when you show up at the mess and in your civies and they're talking war stories about their last deployment and you don't have that experience because now you're the old guy.
Oh, well, you know, Battle, a lot of civilians, I think probably all around the world, but I bet especially in the United States and Canada, are in search of a mission greater than themselves, something that can give their lives meaning, not the 9 to 5 grind that so many professionals, regardless of their professional, need to endure every single day. And they would find that greater mission in the military. In the United States, it was found because of, at one time, a service that was spread far and wide through the population. Now it's an all volunteer force. But you, and I know you don't battle moose, but you should not look down on those with a third grade reading ability. They, as well as anyone else, can become a part of a greater mission, and they do. And this is part of the achievement, I think, especially of the American military.
I won't degrade them because I was one of them. I was one of the military is my job of last resort.
I don't believe that, Battle.
Could I give an example, Alan, of perhaps what the military can encourage? It's not myself, it's somebody that I know.
Yes.
Joined the military at the age of 18. Bit of a bad boy at school, didn't go to university. First couple of years, had to find his feet. That individual is now a major and is a doctor of philosophy, specializing in mindfulness. That's what serving in the military can do for an individual. It enables them to apply themselves. And it's a great story. And my particular regiment, and perhaps other NATO nations might do this, we have something called the 15-minute club, which is that any serving or veteran member of the regiment can ask for 15 minutes of any other serving or veteran member of the regiment to discuss whatever, and where possible, assist them. But you can call upon, be it a 3-star general or a trooper, their time, and part of the regimental ethos is you will give that time to your fellow MIB. Before the internet and whatever, this was an important thing, but now it continues on. And it maintains that relationship between serving, retired, junior ranks, senior officers, as part of one body to be able to assist and support each other. Thank you.
I love that. That's great.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Bearded. So, if I have the order of hands right, and I'm sure I don't, I believe it's Lily, Jeff, and Nick. Lily, go ahead, please.
But Lily always has a problem with timing. So can I swap out and I'll come right back? And Battle Panda, don't you dare go away. Excellent. All of you. Okay, thank you.
Of course, we'll come back to you. Of course, rely on us. So I believe it. God, did I believe it's Jeff.
Who summoned me there?
That was Lily, Battle. but we're
Oh,
going to
okay.
Jeff.
Very good. Very good. I'll stick around just for Lily.
Thank you. Jeff.
You do that, Battle. Yeah, I'm going to distract you somewhat.
I'm actually here for you, Jeff.
Well, thank you. I'm going to distract you guys somewhat a little bit. I've been pestering people about getting hold of things like the deep state map and stuff like that. I'm very curious. I've heard about a couple of I'm curious about railroad deconstruction that's going on in Russian-occupied Ukraine. And I know of a couple of locations apparently around Melitopol that have been broken. I am curious to know what we might have in the way of information or recent OSN stuff about sabotage to Russian logistics, damage to railroads, damage to bridges, and things like that.
So we do know. David, go ahead.
So the only thing I know is about the railways. I don't know about damaged bridges. I've seen a bridge that was being pre-demmed. I don't know where it was or even how old the video was. So I can't really comment about bridges. You would expect, though, that any bridges would be that if they were the Ukrainians were to blow them, they would be ahead of them, right? And that's most likely to be done by artillery. As to Sorry?
I was going to say artillery if it's within range, but I'm thinking about.
Of course, right? We can't hit it if it's not.
Yeah.
The thing is that, but with bridges, right? So here's the thing: if you were thinking partisans, so most bridges need a lot of, it would need quite a bit of explosives, right? As partisans, are you carrying that? Right, that's a lot of explosives.
No,
right?
no, it's yeah, it's obvious. It's obvious that if you're going to be hitting a bridge, it's going to be either long range artillery or Storm Shadow.
Yeah, and it would need to be a really important bridge for it to be Storm Shadow. So the thing is that with the so I looked at the damage on the train track, the one image they've got from it, because of course apparently they hit it in the north and the south, but there's only one image, so it looks very much like someone's used an anti-tank mine, and they've used the anti-tank mine across the concrete or underneath the concrete support that they have on the train track, and they've used some plastic explosives or whatever to break the train track as well. So
yeah, that was I saw that the rails were split, and that was it looked like on both lines.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, I'm a little bit blind. So when I was looking, I remember going, we can't actually see. So you get the feeling that maybe that's another train track. Is both rails have been taken, but in the image I was looking at, it doesn't have both rails, but it doesn't matter. I mean, look, if it was me, depending on what I was trying to do, if I was trying to stop a train, I would be taking just out one train track or rail track, because you want the train to go one way, right? But taking out the concrete, I'm trying to think of what they're called. I'm calling it a support. It's not a support, but the concrete beam that have
pylons.
Pylons are ties.
Yeah, the tie. So the taking out that causes a lot of other problems. The anti-tank mine will disturb the soil underneath and all the other pieces. It just causes, maybe it changes something from a 12-hour fix to 24 hours or something, because you're going to have to do more. They're going to have to compact the ground underneath it and make sure it doesn't move and bits and pieces. And presumably they did something similar on the other one, right? So
yeah.
So what that does is it stops you from traveling in both locations. But I think the reason why they've done it is because there's something in the middle that they're trying to stop from moving, whatever that is.
Well, Well, it may be where their reserves are currently.
Well, I mean, maybe there's a train there, and they wanted to stop it from going in in both directions, right? If the train's there,
yeah,
and you've cut it off, then you stop it from moving, right? And therefore you're causing a logistics problem.
Yeah, it's all about logistics for certain. You know, now I'm thinking about the current increase in booms that's happening. Did I hear correctly that there's what was the highway that people were mentioning earlier? I forget. The P57, was it?
I'm asking me to remember road names is. I mean, I barely remember the ones where I live. So you'd have to tell me about the geographical position. So where are you talking about?
I'll have to. It sounds like I'll have to look it up. I'll have to dig through the map myself and find it. But I'm trying to get a sense whether or not there's if there is more activity in one zone of the front than another going on right now, in terms of our shelling and the amount of damage that's being done to logistical infrastructure.
And sleepers is the word I was thinking of. As someone just messaged me.
Yeah.
We wouldn't confirm or deny that anyways, right? Because what we're doing is we're tipping our hat to when the because we're definitely beyond fixing. We're into softening operations now.
Yeah.
So
I get it. So there's a certain amount. I'm just going to have to screen this stuff, OS stuff on my own with this, is what I'm hearing, which is fine. You know, but I was, if you got any hints of where I could go to start looking through some of that stuff, I'm going blind.
The Ukrainian High Command, they put out a news release twice daily. The last couple of days, and a lot of us in the back channels were going, oh, those are some very interesting kill rates. Look very closely at that, and then you come back and tell us what you see.
Yeah, I've already looked at some of that, and there's a lot of artillery, a lot of support equipment, a lot of air defense that's getting killed. You know,
and tanks in double digits.
Tanks in double digits. Did I skip over that? I must have skipped over that. Okay, well, I'll have to take another look at that at the most recent General Staff UA reports that I can dig up. Okay, well, I will let you go back to the discussion of Army life now. But if you folks have anything else that you can share about what's going on, or hints where you can direct my focus, please do.
Thank you, Jeff, and we certainly will. We might not go right back to discussion of military life. I think we might take a detour with Nick. Nick, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. Actually, I raised my question to ask about Patriots, but David, I guess I'm requesting permission to ask 2 questions, including a follow-up, or starting with a follow-up to what David just said, and then my primary question after.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. The follow-up to David is pretty simple-minded, because I am simple-minded. If the Ukrainians wanted to stop something on a Russian, or excuse me, on a rail line in occupied Ukraine, why wouldn't they just target the train instead of hitting both ends of the track? That's my follow-up, and then I have my primary question is next. Thank you.
So the thing I'm saying is that if, for instance, the train was in Melitopol at the time and parks up, for instance, right? Well, how do you get partisans into the train station, right? So if you were trying to stop it from leaving in either direction, you would probably just cut the train line either side. It stops the train from moving. That causes a huge logistics problem. And getting partisans either side, that causes, you get other things. What they could do, for instance, they may just put anti-personnel mines in that area where that explosion is. That might take out, there will be secondaries for people coming in, and the Ukrainians might not want to use a I mean, I say valuable, but they're high precision fires are a very valuable resource, right? And you get something that's very different from partisans. So it's possible they don't want to use their high precision fires on the train because they can achieve the same aim differently. And when you stick it in as opposed to blowing up, because what you could do, say for instance they blew up the train, and let's just we're making assumptions here, we're saying it's in Melitopol, let's say it is, you might be able to just bring another train in, right? But at the point where you've cut the line at different ends of the city, then that causes a different problem and a more significant problem.
And David, the train itself becomes an impediment. If you
exactly
track to the north and the south of where the train is moving, nothing can go along that track until that train is moved. And while the train is stationary, it's a sitting duck. It's a sitting duck for partisans if they're in the area, or it's a sitting duck for precision strikes by the Ukrainians. And they might not know exactly what is on that train. Is it a high priority target or not? One would suspect it is. It's traveling with supplies of some kind for Russian forces, but it might not be that high priority. So just make it an impediment to running the railway. And I think that's what the Ukrainians are doing. Nick, your follow-up.
Thank you. Yeah, this was the original question. A good Twitter friend of mine very thoughtfully sent me Zelensky's interview with the Wall Street Journal reporter who was in Kyiv earlier, and he mentioned the need for patriots a lot in his interview. It was, by the way, it's a terrific interview. If, and I can DM it to anyone who would like it. It's meaningful and moving simultaneously. But anyway, it jogged my memory a little bit, because I have noticed occasionally, not consistently, but every now and then, when Zelensky or someone else in the Ukrainian government, the military in particular, are asking for weapons plaintively. What's actually happening is that there are weapons moving into theater. That weapon system is actually moving into theater, and I'm guessing that the requests are ways of keeping the Russians complacent in thinking that, well, they're still begging for it, so it can't be anywhere near, and then suddenly they're being used. So my question is, for anyone who may or may know, this may be an unanswerable question, obviously, but maybe, is it possible that there are more Patriot systems in theater and being deployed or already deployed than we know, or are Patriot systems so unmistakable?
Yeah, I'll jump in there and answer that for you. There's two systems. Now, keep in mind, these systems, when we're talking about the systems, the Patriot system, when it is deployed, it is an organization of vehicles and apparatuses laid out over a square kilometer. Okay. And lucky for you, in the coming days, we're going to have on the MriyaReport the dude that trained the trainers who trained the Ukrainians how to use the Patriot system. So so keep your ear to the ground. He's coming on here. I just got verification recently that he's coming on here. But the Patriot system is just that devastatingly accurate. It's that devastatingly good of a weapon. There's only two countries in the world that have true layered air defense systems, and one is Israel. So, we hear about Iron Dome. Iron Dome is only one part of that layered air defense. There's like David's Sling, and I can't remember the other two. Patriot is meant to operate with THAAD, and there's the THAAD's the upper one, and then I can't remember the GLRMS, which is the exo-atmospheric one. So Patriot is actually intended to take out a conical vehicle, like a conical vehicle about 6 feet long, traveling at Mach 25, coming into the atmosphere. Yes, it is meant to take out MIRV weapons. And the PAC-3 is fully developed to take out MIRV weapons. So taking out these Kinzels is child's play to it. And did one get damaged? Yes. The debris of one of the Kinzels hit one of the radar systems, and the Ukrainians on the ground didn't even know that system was offline till they went to cycle the power on it, and it came up with an error. Because it's so redundant that the other systems picked up for it. And when Aaron comes on here, he will brief you up on like what happens, because it's most of that is unclassified, so we can talk about it. But the Patriot is a wicked system, and for Kyiv they only need the 2 systems. Getting the rockets or the missiles to replenish the systems. I don't know how many they have. Same with David was talking earlier. Somebody asked about Storm Shadows. We don't know how many they gave. We just know it's not many. So when we talk about the Ukrainians using the Storm Shadow, those are very intended targets. The same thing with the Patriot system. So the Patriot system will engage these Kinzel missiles because that's what it's good at. It will identify and see the Shahed drones. Unfortunately, I don't think the Ukrainians' integrated radar system isn't really talking to each other, because that's pretty advanced. Like, I don't even know the Americans have that capability, because that's some pretty Star Wars stuff. It's something that may happen 10 years down the road. But what they're aiming to, because I was at a conference before I got out about military 2040. And they were talking about then, this is unclassified just for all you freaks out there. They were talking about then about having an integrated radar picture that the systems themselves will identify, like a system like Patriot, where it will pick a target and say, that's what I'm good at killing at. That's what I'm good at killing. So let me take that. Okay, THAAD, this is what I'm good at killing at. And Patriot, you can't reach it, so I got it. And all these systems are talking to one another, and they just pick which targets that they're good at killing. Obviously in Ukraine, we got a bunch of Soviet era crap there, and we have it's basically a hodgepodge. So getting those systems electronically to talk to each other, it'll take some doing. I don't know if we're there, but obviously it's working, because the Patriot has an intercept rate of 100%. It's absolutely incredible. And any Americans in the audience, I just want to mention that those people that are whining about why do we send the Patriots, throw a little bit of truth down here. Whether the Patriots are successful or not in Ukraine, right? That data, that the intercept data, is going to go back to the manufacturer, and they're going to make improvements. So either it's successful or it's not. So if it's successful, it's going to get better data and become even more accurate. If it's not successful, they're going to take the lessons learned and incorporate that in the next update. So to the United States, this is a win-win scenario, having these things deployed. Should they get more? I don't know at what rate this equipment is being produced, but absolutely, I believe, and Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, I think somebody was in here that was in the know and said the entire Ukrainian frontier can be covered with 20 Patriot systems.
I cannot verify that, Battle. It would seem possible. 20 Patriot systems, those are a lot of Patriots. I do happen to think there are more than 2 Patriots in Ukraine at the moment. I think Thomas Tyner suggested there was a third that had been deployed under the radar, let's say, so to speak. But in any event, could all of Ukraine's territory be covered by 20 Patriot systems? That's way beyond my pay grade, Battle. Way beyond.
I heard 50, but that's just hearsay. And I apologize for interrupting. I'd like to hear Meta and Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you for those questions. So let's go to Meta and then to Alex. Meta, please.
Oh, thank you so much. My interests here. So, Battle, thank you for everything. I have a couple of questions for you, and a couple of things that we've been talking in this space, which is so great. I can't remember if it was the aircraft talk when we talked about this, that US has given the greatest radar system that combines each and every piece, like every Gepard, every airplane, every system together, that was only in the trial in US. So they put it in the trial in Ukraine, and Israel gave 9 radars, like these their best radars, to support it. So I guess they have a really good radar at the moment. That's the latest I have on that. And then to Battle and Bearded, you open something. This space is so amazing. I have never thought about it before. You were talking about this army, that you are sort of convicted. It's a punishment to go to army and your lowest level or something. And I've been growing up in Finland where it's conscripted. Everyone has to go to army. And I have never had a boyfriend that hasn't been in the army, and the army buddies aren't the best friends. It's so sort of eye-opening, that somewhere it's like mandatory or not mandatory, and sort of that, and it's even those guys who won't have the military career, they all respect the army, and it's like their best thing. It's so sort of eye-opening that somewhere it's not like the same, but we had the Winter War. But anyway, the radars are in Ukraine. That I know for sure from this space. It was another space or another discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. Alex, welcome, and please go ahead. Alex.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Loud.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for microphone. So yeah, I think I read that President Zelensky said about 50 Patriots, and he also mentioned that the whole U.S. Army may have only 60. Now, because this is an interview, so there are a couple of things. First, this is not like overnight thing. This is a longer term. because it doesn't look like Russia is going to back down anytime soon, at least the intention, and this system will be needed. Second, Patriots may be in other countries too, and the United States can help actually procure those in other places. And third, when there is a need, the production can be ramped up. So I think those were the basically main ideas. But and then there is not just Patriots; there are other systems too, very capable. But I think in this case, they were talking about Patriot because the interview was Wall Street Journal, and and for actually company that makes Patriots, it's a very positive development to be in such a spotlight. That I'm sure that the demand on Patriots right now is probably through the roof. Especially considering that Russian systems have shown their complete incapability, and on the other hand, we have Patriot that shut down Russia's famous hypersonic thing. So it's I think it makes a lot of sense to increase production of Patriots because the demand will be so huge. I wanted to ask about what we know about events in Belgorod, because apparently, I read it in Twitter. I need to check if there are other sources saying same thing. But apparently, Prigozhin, who never stops, making public announcements, said that if Russian Ministry of Defense refuses to protect Belgorod, Wagner will do it. So it looks like the country is not a country anymore, but the territory will be controlled by Wagner. So the whole idea of Belgorod Narodная Respublika is kind of coming to fruition. But yeah, it's definitely interesting thing. But were they fighting in Belgorod? Because I know Shebekino, which is much closer to the border, but what about Belgorod?
You're asking if there's fighting in Belgorod city itself, and I don't think the fighting has reached that far. But in Belgorod Oblast, the Free Russian Legion, the Russian fighters, the anti-Putin fighters, who have been fighting alongside Ukraine throughout this war, have made another incursion, and I think you've seen the same footage I have, Alex, in these border towns, and they have succeeded in sowing panic. Russian citizens are fleeing, but before they go, they are looting stores.
That's typical. It's complete disaster. Actually, Free Legion announced to population that if they want to to a safe corridor to Ukraine is ready to accept them, and provide with food and stuff, because the Russian artillery is going to destroy that city. They don't apparently can't tell the difference. They only do what they know. Now, the interesting thing is, because Wagner cannot protect the whole Belgorod region, right? So, but he was clearly talking about protecting Belgorod. Now imagine there is fighting in the border. Wagner is moving to inside Belgorod. This is like, I don't know what to think of that country anymore. And by the way, the Free Russian Legion, I don't think they need to go to Belgorod. I think they will be more interested to basically attack the other or disrupt other logistic centers across the border.
I would agree with you, Alex. And the Free Russian Legion has already spoken about establishing permanent bases of operation inside Belgorod Oblast. But this is just across the border with Ukraine. How fast could Prigozhin get Wagner forces into Belgorod Oblast to protect it? Probably not very quickly at all. No one knows exactly where the Wagner forces withdrawn from Bakhmut currently are. No
But
one knows exactly.
the funny thing is, you know, Russia still has commander-in-chief. It still has chief of staff. It still has army, you know, and he has this guy saying, I will be. So basically he's choosing which war to fight. You know, he went out from Bakhmut because like he doesn't like special operations. Now he said he will be protecting Belgorod. Like, okay, it's definitely interesting time. It has already come to Russia.
Yes, a very interesting time has already come to Russia. Alex, I think Battle Moose has some information for you. Battle, go ahead.
Yeah. First off, I just wanted to mention I'm going to get a little personal here. Axel, every time you come on, you sound like my Uncle Ed, and he recently passed away. And every time I hear you, it brings back a lot of memories because basically he was the guy that raised me. And I ask, don't ever stop coming up because it really brings solace to me to hear you on the space.
Thank you, Battle. It's quite possible Axel is sleeping. You know, there are so many voices here that remind us of friends and relatives.
I said Alex.
Oh, you said Alex, not Axel.
Yeah, Alex Catelli.
Alex, please engage with Battle here. Alex, can you hear me? Well, I know Alex will come back, Battle, but that.
Oh, I know he's a regular on here.
Yeah,
but I just want to say, if Alex, if you're still listening, this morning Peter Doran did a piece on Prometheanism, and with his stories of freedom. Once it's uploaded to Spotify, I highly encourage you. It was a really good discussion about the history of Prometheanism, and basically that's encouraging, you know, your the enemy of your enemy is to go into the other country and go a little stabby, which is kind of happening right now. And to the point that if you go into the Wikipedia article about Prometheanism, there's a new entry at the bottom about Ukraine starting from 2022.
I'm going to take a look for that, Battle. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I went to movie today, and then right after the movie, I thought, and it was like completely different thing. You know, problems of kids, and everybody wants to be a Superman and superhero, and this is wonderful that kids, you know, dreaming about being Spider-Man rather than thinking about wars, which is actually raging. But yeah, well, thank you for those words. I will try to find those spaces and listen to that story which I missed. But yeah, thank you. I don't intend to disappear. It's you know, every time I do something else, like today I met. There are quite a few Ukrainian refugees actually coming to the neighborhood where I live, and yeah. So each time I'm thinking, we need to win this war. I was about to say word stop, but it's not stop the war, it's win the war. It's We have to win it. It won't stop by some talks and some wishful thinking. It has to be won. It has to be won.
And winning the war is the only way to stop the war. War Osint, please go ahead.
Thank you, brother, for the mic. I have 2 points. One was already mentioned a little bit, the Belgorod. I wanted to clarify where has been the advances. Have been posting these things on Belgorod region. The town of Shebekino has been heavily shelled also by both sides. Like Russia has been shelling its own territory because they don't know the exact positions of Russia Free Legion. And there has been some incursion in Urazovo area, and also the only, like I would say, town that is confirmedly captured is Tavoljanka, which is just like south of Shebekino. And Shebekino is contested by Russia Free Legion and Russian armed forces. As for my point, which was I will talk about the coming offensive in Zaporizhia. Today has been the heaviest shelling on I have seen a while. Melitopol, Berdyansk. Yesterday was also Mariupol, but today's has been extensive use of HIMARS and Shadow missiles, and it kind of shows you where the offensive will go. It's Melitopol, it's Berdyansk, it's Mariupol, because these towns have also ammunition depots. They have like regional, like from the occupation forces, they have set up regional stations, regional like communes, municipalities, and so on. So these have been all hit. So in case of when the Ukrainian armed forces come, the Russians are already disorganized, and they will just run to like closest point they can catch up. But if Ukraine captures Berdyansk, all the forces west of it will be cut off and semi-encircled. The only way to supply them will be the Crimean Bridge, and even that can be bombed. So basically, they will create a huge pocket of Crimea and occupied Kherson. So I would like to ask, what's your opinion on these heightened strikes, and where do you predict the offensive will begin? Thank you.
I have no idea where the offensive will begin, War Osint, but it does appear that artillery strikes, HIMARS strikes from Ukraine at Russian positions in occupied territory have increased. The tempo is increasing, and that is a good sign to see. I would leave it to my co-host David. When I see reports of 70 artillery strikes, or I see reports of artillery strikes all along the line of engagement, that to me is the kind of tempo that approaches what I would call an artillery barrage, but I guess it really isn't a barrage at all.
I saw it as a warm-up. This is the warm-up, isn't it? Some people might call it softening up. I'm not so sure whether it's even softening up because it's over quite a long range, right? But a warm-up, it's just like, here you are, let's start taking some pieces out, right? Let's make the Russians think that this is all when it's happening now, and this is where it's going to happen. So, yeah, but Bearded put his hand up. Bearded.
Hello again. Yeah, softening up, but really fixing those positions now, because the Russians have fixed themselves and into static lines. So actually holding them in place is all part of that softening up. I just wanted to come in with that point. It sounds a lot of artillery missions, but what was the density and across what coverage is interesting. I've seen some maps showing sort of indicative fire missions across the whole front. This is a good masking operation. Again, wrong footing, trying to get inside the decision-making cycle of the Russians as to where exactly they're going to launch from. Very interesting.
Bert, there is a triangle, I would say. It's Melitopol, it's Mariupol, and it's Berdyansk. So these three cities have been like the showplace of missile strikes these last 3-4 days. it has been non-stop, like shadow missiles. Today was heavy HIMARS. I posted some of the videos. You can check them up on my Twitter. And in these last 3 days, this triangle has been bombarded the most out of the entire front line.
Excellent.
So I would have to agree. It's a kind of softening up. I think what you want to look for over the next 2 or 3 days, does the tempo of Ukrainian artillery strikes pick up, or does it even drop back for a moment? This would also throw the Russians off. What are the Ukrainians doing? One day they are striking from 70 positions. One day they're doing nothing. The next day they are doing twice or 3 times what they did a day or two ago. A battle. What do you think of my battle plan?
I think that we should probably temper people's expectations about the counteroffensive, because in reality we don't know. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know what's on the Ukrainian High Command's agenda. As far as we know, they can drive a dagger through Melitopol into Mariupol and whatnot, and essentially splitting Russian forces. That might be enough to to drive the Russians back into Russia. And if that happens, she's all done. She's all over for folks. We roll up on the border and we establish a border patrol, and it's all over and done with. And then we start going after the Russians for reparations.
For reparations and for guarantees of Ukraine's 1991 borders. These guarantees.
I don't even think we have to go there, Alan, because any guarantees, I don't think there's going to be a Russia that we know of today that's going to survive this.
Battle. I'm not suggesting guarantees from Russia. I think these guarantees can only come from the NATO nations and with Ukraine's membership in NATO. If there is any delay in Ukraine joining NATO, then NATO nations themselves, the United States, must give Ukraine security guarantees as a kind of bridge into NATO membership. And I know that the United Kingdom, I think Germany has already talked about this. I know the United States has talked about it. These guarantees will be forthcoming until Ukraine walks over the threshold into NATO.
Even France has offered guarantees as well. When this is all said and done, Ukraine's going to have the most advanced and battle-hardened force on the planet. Ukraine's not going to need to join NATO. NATO should join Ukraine.
I agree with that. But of course, we do want Ukraine in NATO. But Battle, you make a good point. The Ukrainian army will have the most experience, victorious experience of any army in the world. Of course, the Russian army will also have experience. Maybe they will learn from it. They certainly need to, but they probably won't learn from it for another 20 odd years. With sanctions remaining on the Russian economy, and they should remain on the Russian economy, there is no recovery for Russia or for the Russian military. This is the moment in time when Russia can be defeated completely. And that will make the future just a little safer. It will allow democratic nations, it will allow the NATO nations and nations in the Pacific to focus their attention on China and to just say, China, don't you dare. You just saw what happened to Russia. You don't want the same thing to happen to you, and it could. I would say it would, because the same kind of coalition, the same kind of alliance of free people would gather together to step up to China. I'm certain of it. And this is the importance of the experience we're having with Ukraine right now. Ukraine has never asked for troops. The Ukrainian people are fighting this fight, both soldiers and civilians, every day, every night. They have only asked for the tools they need to finish the job. And for that, Ukraine can be proud. And for that, we can respect Ukraine more and more every day. Battle or David, back to you.
Oh, all I was going to say is, I was going to go back to the warm up as opposed to softening up. I'm just going to reiterate that, because it's a little bit like, when you start your marathon, you go for a really gentle jog beforehand. You make sure everything's working, don't you? Right. Whereas softening up would be a little bit more intense, I suspect. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It seems like a bit of practice. It's like shooting free throws and shooting around the arc before you play your basketball game or something like that. You want to get your rhythm, and you want all your muscles working together in unison, etc. You're absolutely right about that. I like that analogy a lot. So, folks, we have reported earlier tonight that air raid alerts have now covered all of Ukraine tonight. We don't have reports of air defense working in Ukraine yet. We only know that missiles are in the air aimed at Kyiv, of course, because that is the primary target of Russia's terror campaign. But all of Ukraine is under air raid alert at the moment. We will bring you updates as we can get them and as we can verify them.
Actually, I saw some casualties already reported in Dnipropetrovsk city, or Dnipro, and it has been hit by possibly.
That was from a strike yesterday, I believe.
Okay, so they maybe reposted it. Okay, thank you.
Yep, it is not from the strike tonight, and there were casualties, but that is not from the current terrorist strike that Russia has launched this evening or this early morning against Ukraine, because it is 03:30 in Ukraine right now, roughly. Carla, welcome, and go ahead, please.
Good morning. I'm already into Sunday, so good morning. Just wanted to come back to the Patriots. I have in front of me a Facebook post, and it was posted by Tracy Nishol. It comes from the head of the office of the president of Ukraine, Andrea Yermak. The Dutch government will work on increasing the number of patriots for Ukraine. We are working on a suitable coalition. So I thought that was a bit of good news for today. I just thought you might like to hear that. Thank you.
Good news is always gratefully taken. Thank you very much.
Especially that system, because it's such a premier air defense system. If they can get any more of them, that means more they can push forward and push forward the air envelope that this air defense can cover. I love the Patriot.
Yeah, we all love the Patriot. And, Patriots have been deployed, of course, to Ukraine. They've also been deployed to Poland. Now, I don't happen to think Poland needs their Patriot systems at the moment. Maybe they think they do. But I would like to see some of these Patriot systems deployed around the world, not only in Europe, but elsewhere. I would like to see a way for the United States to get those Patriot systems into Ukraine. In other words, into the line of fire. That's where they're needed. That's where they can save lives. 2 Patriot systems in Poland make no difference to anyone, really. That's just my opinion. I don't know if they could possibly be transferred to Ukraine, but they are close. They're just over the border. So let's get them into Ukraine where they can save lives. I'm sure there are so many obstacles in the way of doing that, but I wish it could be done tonight because Ukraine is again under attack. David, back to you for just one moment.
Of course. Oh yes. Well, you want me to talk? Oh, that was going to be a terrible thing. Right. So, yeah, War Osin, I can see you've got your hand up. I'll do the easy option here.
No, go ahead, brother, if you have something to say. I can wait.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. But yeah,
okay.
yes, you've
Sorry,
got your
didn't
hand up.
understand. So I wanted to bring this topic of Ukrainian Air Force. There have been a lot of talk about F-16s, but actually what can be done is bringing like third and fourth generation fighters from the 80s and 90s. They have huge stocks. For example, German Tornado bomber. It's the best aircraft. It was commissioned like 10 years ago, decommissioned, but it still can bomb the hell out of Russians. It's even F-15, which took war in Desert Storm in 91. They have like huge storages of F-15s, and if they are delivered to Ukraine, they are still flyable, they are still maintainable, and Ukraine can use them. Meanwhile, they are reluctant on giving so much F-16s because, like everybody knows, a jet costs, and many countries like wait in line to get the jets and so on. So they are a little holding back on giving F-16s. But if they could give like they have what they have in storage already, every plane can be put to use. For example, Germany doesn't use Tornado fighter bombers, and they will be very effective in the bombing of, for example, deep behind lines and also providing support to the infantry.
Yeah,
Also,
of course.
if you Google F-15, it looks brand new. It bombed the hell out of Iraqi army in Desert Storm, and it can do also for the Russian army. So
I mean, we've discussed the all of these planes to death. The problem is Germany doesn't want to allow them. Those GR4s are up for sale, right? So they want to sell them, but then they don't want to sell them to Ukraine. We've understood their reticence and the rest of it, but they're just not interested. That they have Typhoons. They've got Tranche 1.5 Typhoons. They could add those to the British Tranche 1.5 Typhoons, which, by the way, I am disgusted at the fact that we are not training Ukrainian pilots on it. We could have started this time last year. In fact, we should have started in March last year. There's you. War. It sounds like you're from Ukraine yourself. So you
No,
will.
actually, I'm from Balkans.
Okay, right. Okay, Leah. Anyway, accents. I'm only good with English ones. But the thing is that none of this makes any sense. They should be. They should have started the training last year. I think this is Schultz. He did but you've got to give the training instead of everyone thinking. And by the way, there is no one in the military anywhere who thinks that you should delay training, right? So delaying training, that'll be a political decision, costs and all the rest of it. But we all know it should have happened beforehand because you've never lost anything by training someone, right? All you've done is given them some skills. And we didn't do it. We know that, or I say we know, I'm saying I know, right? Or I'm pretty certain that there have been many political roadblocks, and people didn't want to do what they should have done, which was just react quickly and then they could have done something. At the point you've started the training, and this includes tanks, by the way, and all the other systems, we should have just been donating. Doesn't make sense. GR4's been around. The Germans want to sell them. The Tranche 1 Typhoons, we wanted to sell them. So who knows what's happening? OPSEC, I saw you put your hand up.
Yeah, so just on the topic of Patriots, I think the maybe not so obvious, but what I feel is obvious answer would be to pull them back from Saudi Arabia. I don't think they're the ally that they portray themselves to be, and I think they would be of better use in Ukraine. So I don't know. I think it's a long shot. I doubt that's what is actually going to happen, but that's my 2 cents on the matter.
No, you could, but the thing is that it's called contracts, right? Breaking a contract there would be, I mean, look, the United States and Saudi Arabia, they're sort of parting their ways, but that would be a really big parting of the waves, wouldn't it? And contracts, they'll go, no, right? We're not giving it. This is what the contract says.
So just quick
go on,
follow up. So a lot of the actions that have been taken in Yemen could be seen as a breach of contract, as well as anything that happened under the previous administration. I'm sure if the United States wanted to get out of that contract, they could. Again, I'm not saying that's what is going to happen, but you would run into the same exact issue with Poland, even more so because they're going to be worried about things like the Suwalki Gap and their own defenses. There is a reason that we move those Patriot missile systems into place. I don't think that is where we would see them pulled from, but we could definitely get creative. And
you certainly couldn't. Let me tell you why. Right, because the time to have got creative was when it happened. They just go, oh, hang on, you've allowed us to use them for all this time, right? Now you're saying this. No, this is not how these things works. And they'll just go back to the contracts, right? And we don't know what is in the contract, by the way, right? So if the United States wanted to pull that trick, they should have done that when the Yemen started. But since then, the United States and the UK have continued supplying weapons to the Saudis. So the last thing you want to do is pull that trick at that point. The thing to do is to increase the production supplies, and there are other ways we could get more air defense in. For instance, by the way, is just pushing the UK to get more Sky Sabre or something like that in there, or something like that. But I just can't see how you could get it out of the Saudis, because guess what? If they said no, what do you do? It's causing a fight that you just don't need, especially at this point.
I think you're right there, David. Of course, Patriot systems are complex. They cannot be manufactured overnight. If only they could be, then more Patriots could be supplied to Ukraine. And just to go back to something Battle said, some of the air defense systems, although they don't all talk to one another inside Ukraine, some of these systems are better than others at taking out some of the, whether they're missiles or drones being shot by Russia against Ukraine. Gepards, especially effective against drones. The IRST system supplied by Germany still has a 100% record of shooting down drones and cruise missiles. And of course, we do know that the Patriot systems can take the Kinzhal hypersonic missile out of the air, just as if it's a goose flying over the sea, and you're on a hunt. You are in the marsh, just shooting geese right out of the air. OPSEC. Oh, well,
Just
David, go
so
ahead. Then we'll
just
go back to
quickly,
OPSEC.
so the United States actually removed some of those systems in November of 21. So it's not impossible. I do agree. It's a long shot.
What did they remove them for? What did they remove them for?
They just removed them from a base with the U.S.
Well, you said they removed them, but there'll be a reason for why they were removed.
But
right?
you were
when you
saying...
said removed, no. You can't. Don't do this, right? So what you've said is they've taken some out, but you don't know if that's in agreement, right? So you don't know the situation under which it was removed. It could just simply because you know what the Saudis said. You know what? We don't need all this stuff. Here we are, right? So what you've done, and we've had this discussion before about language, right? You're making an assumption, right? You can't make this assumption. You don't know. What you do know is they've been taken out, right? But it may have been at the request of the Saudis.
So it wasn't
I'm
because
going
the
back
Saudis
to how do you know? How do you know?
because
Do
they
you have an
made-
inside line to the Saudis?
They made a public.
Do you have an inside line to the MOD?
They made a public statement about it.
And what was the public statement?
I don't know off the top of my head. Just you can look it up.
Well,
It was in
then
November
come. No. Don't ask me. No, you're making the statement. Go back. Go find that statement. Come back and tell us, and then I'll go. Thank you very much. That's really interesting, right? But at the moment, we've got is hearsay, right? Go find that. Don't tell me to do it because you're the one who's telling me that this has happened, and I'm saying, you know what? We don't know. Right. And I'm saying not one of us here has an inside line to the American MOD or the Saudis. So if they have made a public statement, please, I implore you, find it, come back and tell us. Don't tell me to go and find it.
Yeah, so he said that he thought it was undermining and that they need to be reassured of the American commitment. This was November 2021, and it's the American DoD.
Okay, so and then here's the thing, right? So there's a big difference between removing some patriots as to removing all of them, and there'll be huge political consequences, right? And let's talk about how here they are, because you say these things are simple. It's not that simple, because guess what? We can't even get F-16s into Ukraine. Right, and by the way, getting F-16s into Ukraine, the political consequences are considerably less than removing all patriots out of Saudi Arabia. It's not simple. No, but go ahead. I'd like to hear your what you're saying, but I'm just going. It isn't simple. We shouldn't be talking about them in simplistic terms like this.
So first of all, just to clarify, I'm not saying that this would be a likely course of action. I am just saying it is an option and that we have done it in the past. We have since backtracked on that. So it's an area where we could actually make a difference and we could take some of these systems, because I don't think that Saudi Arabia needs as many as they have currently, or that the United States needs as many as they currently have stationed in Saudi Arabia. So it is an option. I'm not saying it's simple. I'm not saying you can do this at the snap of a finger, but we do know that they've done it in the past. And so it's just an option on the table. And in fact, like I think there are other places that would probably make more sense. I just think when it comes to Saudi Arabia, they're not the ally that they have portrayed themselves to be. And if it's not a system that is protecting American troops and is something that is an American asset, we can withdraw it. And like you said, we don't know the contract and we don't know the clauses in those contracts. And we know that they have been able to remove them in the past prior to this conflict. So it's just something on the table. I'm not trying to make any broad declarative statements that is where they should
and
come
of
from.
course, but I'm making sure that people understand, because the consequences of removing patriots, right? And it comes down to, guess what? What happens if the Saudis say no, we don't want you to take them, right? So there's the thing, right? The other places you could be able to take them from, I'm pretty certain, right? But there are other things we could be doing, such as Sky Sabre, getting the Brits to push another system like that in there. Now, that's whether there's all sorts of questions about integration, but they've got IRST, they've got all the other systems. Sky Sabre happens to be incredibly good at doing some things that possibly the Patriot isn't. Just faster missiles and the rest of it. But I would caution, that's why I'm saying I would caution the point about being able to take something from Saudi, especially at the moment in the political situation that we currently have.
Well, what we do know is Ukraine needs more and more air defense, and air defense is continually being supplied to Ukraine. This has appeared, new air defense systems in additional military packages from the United States, from Germany, from other NATO nations. Air defense is always a part of it. And we are seeing tonight why Ukraine needs additional air defense, why they need to strengthen their layered air defense. We are waiting for reports, but Ukraine, again, is under a terror attack by Russia, and we will get you these reports as soon as we possibly can.
Absolutely, Alan. It's been reiterated by Lloyd Austin III time and time again at each Ramstein meeting that their primary concern is air defense, because where's the best bang for the buck, Western wise, is putting as much air defense on the ground and dominating that air picture. Right. Once you dominate the air picture, you can start pushing out. And, we have these, and it makes my blood boil that they're using these the Russians are using these terrorist tactics, to engage the Ukrainians, thinking that they're going to polarize them, against their own government and say, oh, I've had enough. But we know that Ukrainians are stout, they're strong, and they will weather the storm. And we're here to weather with them.
Exactly. It's air defense, air defense, air defense. Air defense because it will save Ukrainian lives. Air defense of a different kind, not necessarily Patriot systems or IRSTs, but air defense, mobile air defense for the coming counteroffensive that can be moved into the theater of operations. This is all very important. I will also say, we don't know exactly what Ukraine has received. There are nations, especially Finland, very, very cagey. They don't tell us what they have sent to Ukraine. They only tell us they are sending weapons to Ukraine and are in full support of Ukraine's fight. So we're going to see what Finland sent. This is a very wise way to behave. We'll see what Finland sent when the story of the counteroffensive is written. OPSEC, I will go back to you, but I just want to capture a few more hands here. Meta, Curry, then back to War, OPSEC. Meta.
Thank you, David. I'm just going to sleep, but I had to come back to the Patriots because I think it's very positive that Netherlands is such a, unnoisy partner usually, but they've now done this F-16 thing, and they always also have Patriots themselves, and they know who have Patriots, their NATO country. And I just heard that Sweden got 4 Patriots in 2021. Of course, we need Sweden in NATO to be able enable them to send some, but I don't know how many we have in Finland. It's so secret. Finland military and what we send is so secret. But anyway, I think there is, mixing Saudi Arabia is not going to work unless US wants it to think so. I think Europe has enough patriots to at least give like 10 batteries or 10 systems, not batteries, but systems. But because we are not going to see any aircraft before September, and that's an optimistic review, unless there has been some typhoons since January, when Rishi and Zelensky were laughing with the helmets on. I really, really keep my thumbs up for some Eurofighters, but unless that's true, we're not going to see. F-16s are coming, I say earliest September, October, so we have like 3 months for that at least. And the counteroffensive, they really, 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 really need Patriots. So I'm really happy about the Netherlands announcement. Of course, if there's something in the background, we don't know. We don't know, but what we know of, I think we really need to work some Patriots from Europe. And there are some, everyone knows all the NATO countries have Patriots, but how to scrap them together to have enough. It's good that Netherlands is taking the role of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. Sorry to be keeping you awake once again tonight, but I think it's remarkable that you stay up and listen to us as the night goes on. And thank you very much for your contributions. So on to Curry and then back to War OPSEC. Curry.
Well, first, I'm a Finnish American, and I just, since Meta was speaking, it brings back good memories. I grew up in a Finnish American family, and when I hear Meta speak, it reminds me of my ancestors and my aunts, most of them who are gone. So tervetuloa kadulla, Meta. And by the way, we have FinFest in my city in Duluth, Minnesota this year. So maybe you should come sometime. On I've been listening for a bit. I've been doing errands, and first I want to say some of the bit of a fun that was happening a couple hours ago when people were teasing each other and looking for some humor. I think we need that when the members of this forum were teasing one another about different subjects and so on. We need to be serious, but we need to also have some fun too. On a serious note, Morse, I speak German. I speak a fair amount of Finnish, and I watched a speech by Mr. Scholz from Germany this afternoon, or whenever he gave it. I am surprised that he gave such a strong statement this today, and I don't have the link that I can put up for you, but I'm sure you can find it. And when he stated in most forceful terms, and I'm surprised that he did it. I lived in Austria for a few years. I have friends in Germany. I'm back and forth from time to time. One of my Finnish cousins is, well, he's German, but he's German Finnish, and so on. And so I have a strong connection. And so I haven't asked what my contacts, my best good friends, all the way going back to college. I'm retired now. I have to say about it, but I'm curious to hear what they have to say. You've talked about a little bit about railroads in this parts of the in the last previous 2 hours. I retired as a locomotive engineer. I run on a line, part of the Canadian National System that goes through comes from Manitoba and down into Minnesota and goes on to Chicago. It is the busiest line on the whole North American continent for traffic going back and forth. From time to time, some of my assignments were transporting a railroad train full of tanks, for example, with the security guard and so on. What I think about partially in that regard, I wish, I almost wish this fellow who just retired from the Ukrainian railroad would come and help us here, because at the end of the day, when we look at infrastructure and supplying our troops, during World War II, the railroads were, and beyond that, were, I want to say unique, but that's not it. Most important for our war effort during World War II. And I've said this before, Axel sometimes said before that, we're sort of in a 1939 moment, and I agree with that. And I'm a pacifist, but what I want to say is that I don't think looking at just retiring now from the railroad, we've had so many derailments and so on, and we got rid of so many railroad lines. I think we're a little bit vulnerable for the needs of a potential wartime economy. And I'm not a doomsayer, but I think we need to really invest in a railroad structure. And during World War II, Roosevelt nationalized the railroads. And I don't know, I'm not going to say that we should go to that extreme, but I think there needs to be a balance point, so we can move not only the goods and services that we normally move, but also be ready for when something, if the potential happens, that whether we need to move products to Europe, tanks and so on, or other instruments that will support us in meeting the threat of China. And I'm a pacifist. I have never served in the military. One of my children does. And so I guess I will leave it at basically at that. We're not as prepared as I think we should be. I don't think we're doing I don't say we should nationalize the railroads, but I would say that there are some things under the Presidential Defense Act, and maybe I have that term wrong, but that there should be some priorities to, and a restructuring and an upgrade railroad systems nationwide. If you go from 1950 or even 1970, the amount of railroad lines we have has diminished. Now, if we need to move material and so on.
Curry, I really agree with you, especially in the United States. I think that the needs of Ukraine and our strength of support of Ukraine has actually demonstrated some of the shortcomings in American industry, and especially in the American rail system. This has been looked at for years and years and years. So I think what you're talking about, short of nationalizing the railway system, which I doubt would ever be considered in the United States unless we are at war, and we are not at war. But what you were thinking of, and I don't know the exact name of the act, but the American president does have the power to order American corporations, American manufacturers to specifically produce goods that are needed in a national emergency or in an international emergency. And Ukraine's war for freedom, Ukraine's war against Russia, is an international emergency. It does affect the United States, and we have stepped up. So there could be an opportunity now for the president to to order American corporations to produce various defense products. Even that is not necessarily needed. The U.S. government, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, have already increased orders from defense manufacturers like Raytheon, like Lockheed Martin, so that plenty of ammunition, like 155 millimeter shells, plenty of missile defense, plenty of HIMARS, GIMLRs, etc., are going into ramped up production. So this is something the U.S. and the U.S. is still the arsenal of democracy. There is no greater manufacturing power on the face of the earth. We can handle it without going to these exceptional powers granted to the president. And I think that's pretty much where we are, Curry. Yeah, Curry, go ahead. Curry, you may be speaking into a muted mic.
Okay, I'm back. And the fact of the matter is, well, I have a son who's in the military, and as you well know, Alex, as I've spoken before, I come from basically a pacifist background, but and I've said before, I couldn't carry a gun, but I could carry a med kit. But those people on the front lines need the real deal. They need the guns. They need the we frankly need the ships. I live in Duluth, Minnesota. During the Second World War, they're pumping out ships left and right. My dad worked on them when he was a younger man. I'm retired. My dad was older when I was born, 40s and so on. So I heard all the stories. But we're not. China is pumping out ships left and right, and so this is something we really need to consider in the future. My military son is based on the West Coast. Well, if something happens out there, he's going to be on the front lines, and as many as other parents here who are listening to it. As I said, I'm not a warmonger, but we need to look at the facts that are coming before us right now. And right now we're looking at Ukraine, which is top notch in my book. But and I want to say thank you to MriyaReport. When you have Jingju on here, he has educated me so much. And so thank you for MriyaReport. And so at the end of the day, before I quit here, I want to say, call your congressperson supporting what Joe Biden is doing. I have a Republican congressman in our district, and he voted with the budget. We have our voice, and some of us think, well, what can I do? And I'll just say this: I go to, I've said this before. I go out to coffee with some of my retired friends, and I added it up, and so I said, I'm going to match it. Well, you know what? I'm going to up it because the need is that great, and so. My friends in America, call your Congress people, ask them to support the HR resolution and also the Senate resolution supporting Ukraine, and just talk to them. They will listen. Your calls are recorded. Your calls are measured up. And I live in a sort of a purple district. Right now we have a Republican congressperson, but he did vote properly for the budgets and so on. This is not a game. This is reality, and I get to be a grandparent, and there are those of us among us who have special skills, who have time, you have money, and maybe you have groups that you deal with.
Curry, this is really good advice and inspiration.
Okay, I will stop now. Thank you. Thank you very much, and appreciate that you listened to me tonight. And I really appreciate MriyaReport. Just donate, friends. Just donate. That's it. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Curry. And Curry's advice should be well taken. We can contact our members of Congress here in the United States, in Canada, your members of Parliament, throughout the EU, your national members of your parliaments or members of the European Parliament. Encourage them to support Ukraine as much as they can. Thank them for the support they have already given. But there is more that needs to be done. So it takes a phone call, an email, or a handwritten letter to your member of Congress. It's something you can do over the weekend. It only takes a few minutes. If you send an email, follow it up with a handwritten letter. If you print it out on your printer in your office, add a handwritten PS, because any handwritten addition to your communication with your member of Congress gets attention. And you can do that this weekend. I'm going to, because it's a rainy weekend. I'll have plenty of time to be inside and to find a pen that works. You can also go to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button. Give as generously as you possibly can, because your donation will reach Ukraine before you know it, and will do good. It will save Ukrainian citizens, and it will strengthen Ukraine for the future. So we do.
And it will. Oh, so Alan, if I may interrupt here a little bit. So I did a little bit of reading because I thought, I should read up on what OPSEC was saying. So OPSEC, so I had a read, right? So here's the thing, right? So whilst they did take a patriot away, or I say take away, that's a moot thing as to whether you say take. It was move somewhere else, right? But what I was trying to say is that Saudi is a huge contract for the United States. So I've just been looking, right? And as an example, so Saudi has 62 F-15 air superiority planes. It has 21 F-15 conversion trainers. It has 207 F-15E Strike Eagles. Their last contract was for something like 30 billion. So at the point where you go, I'm removing these, and they go, no, and then you decide, well, we're going to take them, right? And then they go, okay, we don't want your 300 F-16s anymore. Take them away. This is the point I was trying to make. The actions have consequences, especially when you have someone with the actual financial clout of Saudi Arabia. And they go, okay, so as it stands, BAE is also, they're constantly in fighting as to who does the most business in Saudi. So Saudi goes, sell us 300 Typhoons. Suddenly, you've gone from a arms manufacturer who's in profit to them not making profit because they didn't get the next £31 billion contract. And this is part of the problem. So actions have consequences. I think it's really important to keep that in mind.
I agree, David. So back to war, OSINT, then on to battle. War. David?
Okay,
Yep,
thank
go
you very
ahead.
much. I wanted to mention before I go, there is some technical problems. I'm hearing some of the other speakers. For example, I can hear the co-host, but when Curry was speaking, it was Mike was blocking, and I don't know. I can't hear them well. Maybe I need to relog. But what I wanted to say is, like Alan mentioned before, the air defense for Ukraine is on not only saving lives for Ukraine, but it's also like a live simulation of how they perform on combat action, because most of the systems have never been tested against Russian missiles. And what if tomorrow is a nuclear war, for example? How many of the missiles will they be able to shoot? And how will they be integrated? Because it's not one system, it's not just Patriot, like you mentioned. It's like, I don't know, 10 or 20 models of these produced by different countries, by different companies. So how will they interact and cooperate with each other on repelling a missile attack from a state like Russia? And Ukraine is the best scenario, like I said, like a live simulation for how they will perform against Russian missile attacks. The Pentagon collects this data and improves on what lacks in these air defenses. So they come with modernized and new versions of them. So they study the terrain and they become better and better by, like I would say, each version of them. Thank you.
Well, we already know that they've downed the Kinshal missile. That the when they sent those across, that would have just given more data, would have gone to the Pentagon, as you said. So every action, equal and opposite reaction, as it were, or actions have consequences. So those systems pick up more information, but it's the radar that picks up the information, isn't it? Right? It's the systems. So it's not the missile, it's the radar. So that stuff will have gone through to everyone. So every single one in NATO who makes a system is likely to have that information by now. So this is how you improve, isn't it? Right, which is why you would expect people who make these systems to be trying to get them into Ukraine, because if these people, they're in the business of selling these weapons, right? So you wanted to give it a try. I'm surprised. I mean, Sky Saber is incredibly new. So it's supposed to be able to hit something the size of a tennis ball doing Mach 1 or Mach 2 or something, whatever it is, right? But I mean, maybe the reason why it's not in is because it's really new and they want to test it out. Don't know. But obviously, getting more and more systems into Ukraine is the way forward, because as you rightly said, test them out. But we are just sending really old stuff. I fully expected to hear they'd sent Rapier in, so yeah, which would be useful against drones.
You're exactly right, David. It's a live war that allows defense manufacturers to test their systems in real combat, to learn from it, and to improve these systems. And this is what is happening right now in Ukraine. It's terrible that it takes a war like this to test out a system while Ukrainians are losing their lives in this war of terror that Russia has launched. But on the other hand, I will say, in this wartime environment, to be able to test your systems and improve them and develop new ones, so that new layered air defenses, for example, can be deployed not only throughout NATO and throughout Ukraine, but also in the United States if it's ever needed. This is an opportunity for defense manufacturers to step up to the plate, refine their designs, improve manufacture, and for the United States to increase contracts so that these systems are available not just to the United States, but to all of our allies as needed instantly, as needed by Ukraine now. I just want to go to Battle and then back to OPSEC. Battle, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just noticed something on here that the Belgorod People's Militia has announced that the Russian center of Shebyenko has fallen. The Russian elements, the Russian military elements, have pulled out, and have completely left the population center. And Dugin has confirmed this.
I think it's premature. I've been following that like this whole week. It's more like a fighting zone, but the fighting itself, like man to man, has not reached the city. It's more like shelling. So the Russia has been shelling its own town of Shebekino, and also Free Russia Corps shelling it together with Ukraine. But as far as the front line, it still has not reached like the combat area of the city. It's just south of it.
Well, maybe they did a push, because even Dugin is saying the city has fallen.
They use a lot of propaganda to stir up, to flare up conflict inside, you know. But the fact that a city to be captured, you need to like footage and also to maintain it, because one person can sneak in, but to capture a city like Shebekino, you need like a, I don't know, maybe 2,000 or 10,000 of soldiers, and to be able to keep it. So it's just premature to call it captured. They would say it's contested. There is shelling, artillery shelling, but no street fighting taking place.